you for joining us here today. The minister's on his way, so we'll just start in 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience and really thank you for your support. Thank you so much, everybody.
Applause for our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Kanjarpur Ram Mohan Naidu for his presence. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time. And before officially starting the event, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, sir. May I request to kindly I request all the delegates on the dais to kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp. And this traditional ceremony basically symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and ushering in knowledge and enlightenment. Please, sir, join us. Thank you very much, sir. With this, I like to request Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, President PHDCCI, and Mr. Hemant Jain, Senior Vice President PHDCCI, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Union Minister with a PhD plant and a memento, please. Thank you, sir. I would also request you to kindly felicitate Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, with a memento and a plant, please. Thank you, sir. I'll also request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Surinder Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you indeed. And now, without any further ado, I'll invite Mr. Sanjeev Edward, Chair PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee, to kindly share his perspective and give the industry perspective to the august audience, please. Over to you, Mr. Sanjeev Edward.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your very patient wait. It's been a great morning. A very warm welcome to all of you, and it's my pleasure to welcome our Honorable Minister and other dignitaries, distinguished guests and expert panelists, and my friends from the industry to our flagship program. This is the 10th edition of the PHDCCI Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit, themed Skies of Change, shaping a new futuristic aviation ecosystem this year. And we're extremely honored to extend a warm welcome to Sri Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, our Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India. And we look forward to very transformative developments in the aviation sector under your vision and your leadership, sir. We're also very honored to have Dr. Surinder Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. We're grateful to him for graciously accepting our invitation and keenly look forward to hearing from his vast experience about the way forward for sustainable growth of the air cargo and logistics sector. We also heartily welcome Sri Piyush Srivastava, our Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, whose expertise and guidance are shaping the aviation ecosystems for sustainable growth to meet the demands of the future. His contributions to the air cargo, MRO, and the drone industry, in addition to many others, have been very instrumental in these sectors growing at the way they are. It is also a pleasure to welcome our distinguished experts and my friends from the industry, our eminent speakers today who have been the backbone of keeping this vital industry going. And I'm sure your thoughts and views will add further to the value to the deliberations. We also warmly welcome the industry stalwarts, representatives from the airlines, the air cargo industry, allied stakeholders, members of diplomatic community, and former PhD presidents, media friends, and all the esteemed delegates who have joined us this morning. Today I stand before you not only as an industry colleague, but also more proudly as an Indian, eager to share the remarkable Indian perspective in this journey, scaling new horizons and embracing trends for a future sustainable growth in the aviation and air cargo sector. This year's theme, The Skies of Change, shaping a new futuristic aviation ecosystem, suggests a transformative vision for the aviation industry, emphasizing how current trends and technologies are reshaping the sector, while also envisioning a brighter, sustainable future for it. The summit today serves as an exceptional platform for focusing and exploring initiatives, challenges, and opportunities. What truly sets the Indian aviation tale apart is its resilience and adaptability. I just want to share a few thoughts on the current trends and future growth of the ecosystem. The Indian economy, with the push from the government, is at a very interesting stage. We are achieving 8% GDP growth each year in the next decade. That's what we're striving for. India's GDP will be about 19 trillion by 2047, 600 million jobs by 2047, and also investing about 600 billion annually to transition to a net zero world by 2050. And of course, the interesting part is that the per capita income is also slated to rise to about $12,000. That's the interesting part. On the aviation side of it, again, the market size by 2030 is slated to be about 26.1 billion. And South Asia, the region that we operate in, is one of the fastest growing commercial aviation markets, with more than 8% annual traffic growth over the next 20 years. And the South Asian carriers are slated to grow their fleet 4 times in the same period. About 2,700 planes is what will be required to address the growth, and creating job opportunities of about 37,000 pilots, 38,000 maintenance engineers. Cargo is also our theme for today, and if you look at the air cargo industry, it has demonstrated how resilient and fast-moving it can be when under pressure. We always call cargo the Cinderella of the business, the most beautiful one, but always kept in the back of the house. But cargo really got its recognition during COVID, and people have begun to realize how important and critical it is. In fact, presently, the India's airport air cargo handling capacity is about 6.5 million metric tons, but we're targeting by 2030 we should be handling about 10 million metric tons. So with this 10 million metric tons to be handled, there are initiatives which are on the way, like new cargo terminals being developed, tier 2 and tier 3 facilities, integrated multimodal dedicated facilities, expansion and modernization of terminals, strategic development of cargo transshipment hubs, a very important part. And we anticipate a demand of about 80 freighters in the next 20 years. Regarding the logistics and the freight market, the market size is about 370 billion USD, but expected to reach about 545 billion by 2030. And the industry is growing at about 9.5% CAGR, but more importantly, the air cargo is the fastest growing mode of transport, around 10.66 is the growth which is expected in this sector. We would like to actually propose a four-pronged strategy to empower logistics sector, which we will discuss and deliberate more during the day. This is about adopting advanced technologies, fast-tracking infrastructure development, attracting investment, and also focus on sustainable logistics. There are some challenges for the sector, which we'll, of course, deliberate during the day. Still a lot of extensive use of paperwork by the regulators. Exim policies, how do we make them, smooth flow, not just India, but across countries, so you have smoother corridors which are developed. Also, the digital clearance is still a slower adoption. Single window opportunity needs to be exploited to the core. There are also complex and ad hoc compliances, and one of the areas when we talk of creating hubs in the country, our transshipment policy needs to be simplified today. There's 100% screening of transshipment on the air side. Probably that needs to be revisited. And of course, a continued focus on skill enhancement in the sector. The government of India has embarked on a very transformative journey to boost the logistics industry post-pandemic, leading to the formulation of new and futuristic policies and initiatives. And we look forward to more announcements under the current leadership also. These initiatives signify the government's commitment to propel the aviation and air cargo logistics sector forward, catalyzing economic growth, ensuring an enhanced supply chain infrastructure, and for our nation, while simultaneously ensuring ease of doing business and travel. As we set sights on the future, we must acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. The aviation industry must address issues like airspace congestion, passenger comfort, infra development, and skilled manpower. Our commitment to technology and adopting futuristic practices needs to continue. And the Indian aviation sector is at the cusp of a digital revolution that will further enhance efficiency and safety. As we talk about shaping a new futuristic aviation ecosystem at this summit, India's aviation industry has embraced environmentally conscious practices. We have witnessed substantial investments in the indigenously produced sustainable aviation fuel, with Indian Airlines taking significant efforts to reduce carbon emissions. In this journey of progress, the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry also acknowledges and expresses gratitude to the Government of India, especially Customs, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for the invaluable cooperation in the development of this vital sector. As we pen the story of Indian aviation and air cargo's sustainable growth, the focus today has to be on promoting Make in India initiatives. The indigenization of manufacturing and maintenance capabilities will not only bolster the economy, but also elevate India to become a global aviation hub. As we move forward with determination and cooperation, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains committed to working in hand with the Government of India to make this vital sector a pillar of strength in our journey towards economic prosperity. Together, we shall explore trends and technologies that will shape the future, reaffirming India's position as a leader in the global aviation arena. Together, let us build a robust aviation and air cargo ecosystem that not only propels our nation's growth, but also contributes to the well-being of the global trade and economic collaboration. Once again, thank you for your attention, and I wish all of you a very productive and inspiring summit ahead. Let us seize the opportunities before us and chart a course towards a more prosperous and sustainable future. Together, we can build an ecosystem and a landscape that truly exemplifies the spirit of scaling new horizons. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edward, for your very insightful address. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Michael Jain, Co-Chair, PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee, for his deliberations. A brief deliberation, please.
Good morning, everyone. Shri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Dr. Arivar, Joint Secretary Logistics, Mr. Edward, President, Vice President, and diplomats, distinguished participants, representatives from airlines, and friends from the media. I've been asked to keep this very short because we are running out of time. But the topic of today's summit is Skies of Change. And what better than our Honorable Minister who is here, who is shaping in that change. In the few months that he's been in office, he has already changed in terms of MRO the percentage to 5% for MRO. And he's also been able to pass a new aviation bill in the Parliament. And also passed new regulations for seaplane. And I feel that the push in terms of helicopter and these new age aviation products, he's spearheading this in a very, very big way. Yesterday, he was in Andhra Pradesh and he has used drones for dropping food to people who have been affected by the floods. So a big hand of applause for the minister. And we really thank you, sir, for making such a big change in our aviation industry. We have a long way to go in terms of aviation. We've done very well already in terms of aircraft orders, but there's still a lot of work we have to do for the ecosystem, and we're looking forward to your support to the industry to push the ecosystem forward. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope we have a very good summit today.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Surinder Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, for his insightful address, please.
Honorable Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, the young and energetic leader of the aviation industry we have today in the country. And I think there's a lot of energy in store which is going to guide the entire development in the aviation sector, not only confined to the aviation sector, but going beyond that also. And as we understand, the focus today is just not remaining confined to one sector, but to be more multimodal, more integrated, and more holistic, which we talk about, the spirit of Gati Shakti, which is the buzzword. And dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, the media friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here once again. And I really congratulate PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing such insightful conversation. And looking at the series of conversation which I have also been part of, or maybe watching or hearing from outside, it has been tremendous effort on the part of PhD Chamber of Commerce. It is, in a way, has become the Jnanapeeth, for anything which has to do with either economics or the logistics or the socio-economic interventions which government either can take or the industry can take. So kudos to you for this initiative. And we are definitely, we look at this topic of changing, skies of change, and a futuristic aviation ecosystem. I think it's a very apt topic for discussion, and especially when the discussion is, blessed with the presence of Honorable Minister, it definitely is scaled up in its seriousness, and definitely a greater participation in this conversation, which will, I'm very optimistic, have a very effective outcome, which would be not only adopted by the aviation sector, but also going to make a lot of change in it. So we are definitely into the exciting times, and we are seeing the transformational phase with a lot of dynamic changes being brought about, be it in the infrastructure development or adoption of the technology or technology development itself, which is happening in the country. And that is just not confined to the digital technology, but we are also going for diverse technologies which is helping or bringing about automation in any sector. And if we talk of the logistics sector, that is definitely bringing about a lot of automation, and then therefore helping us bringing about that efficiency in the logistics, which can catalyze the economic growth and economic activity in the country. We have been definitely embarking on a very ambitious target of attaining, beside being the fastest growing economy, also attaining the status of the third largest economy in the world, and attaining that level of 5 trillion by 2027, or maybe aspiring to 2047, the $35 trillion economy. I think that seems achievable with the kind of the collaboration, the partnerships, and the kind of energy which is seen in the country, be it on the government side or the economy side, academia, and of course the citizenry. I think every dynamic change which is evident, or which are evident today, is just indicating and generating that optimism for taking us to that 2047 35 trillion economy levels. In the logistics sector, I would like to apprise Honorable Minister that the two major transformational initiatives or intervention which have been undertaken by the government, one in form of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, and another in form of the National Logistics Policy, which are definitely unprecedented interventions in the country. I would say one of the rare occurrences in terms of governmental intervention in the world as well. We have not seen as yet the equal of these two initiatives across the world. Talking about the PM Gati Shakti in particular, Honorable Minister, I would like to apprise you that in just last 2.5 years or so, this system or the mechanism has been fully established. And this has two basic components. One is the National Master Plan platform, which is a geospatial platform, which represents every infrastructure in the country with respect to its geospatial data in form of the polygon or the points or the linear representation of logistics infrastructure in the country. And this not only represents the infrastructure on the ground, but also underground. And it has today around 1,500 data layers, which are having the data relating to all these types of infrastructure in the country. Now, besides this, there are also intelligent planning tools which have been created on this platform, which can make a plan or generate plan options for different infrastructure for the planners, and the planners can make a choice. So this is facilitating in a very effective manner the data-based decision making related to the planning of infrastructure. And today, around 45 infrastructure ministries or the economic ministries in the country are already on board. When I'm saying ministries or departments, I'm talking about the union ministries and the departments who are already on board this platform. And in addition, all the states and union territories are also on board. And they have also their own portals for planning of infrastructure basis this geospatial data. So today we have a network of the portals in the platform, which are again, all of them are geospatial platforms having planning tools, and therefore enabling everybody to come together. Means everybody, when I say in the government who are into planning of infrastructure, so the entire government, be it the center or at the state level or the union territory level, they all have come together to collaborate for planning of infrastructure. That's what ultimately we are realizing, the integrated development and holistic development of infrastructure. This is one aspect of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Honorable Minister, there's another component of the PM Gati Shakti mechanism, that's an administrative or institutional mechanism. And today we have Again, the entire government means the cabinet secretary chairs a group called Empowered Group of Secretaries, which has 23 principal secretaries or secretaries of different departments as part of it. And that's an apex level institution. And below that, there is another very active and a kind of a cutting edge institutional arrangement, which is called Network Planning Group. This Network Planning Group actually evaluates every infrastructure project proposal coming from different ministries. For example, Civil Aviation Ministry, we were considering two of the proposals, one for Bagdogra Airport expansion and another for Beheta Airport. There's again a brownfield airport of Ministry of Defense, and that's being upgraded to a commercial airport as well. So these projects have come to Network Planning Group, and the project, which was primarily planned by the Civil Aviation Ministry, is being scrutinized by 7 or 8 other ministries, including rail, road, air, shipping, telecom, power, and we also have Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Environment on board. So all these ministries, from their own perspective, are evaluating every project and then trying to make this project proposal and the infrastructure which has been planned to be more integrated, more connected to every other modes of transport. So it becomes, Ministry of Civil Aviation project becomes more connected project. It will have its road connectivity. It would be connecting to other modes of transport as well. So this integrated approach, which we call as multimodal infrastructure development approach in an integrated manner, is being realized through the Network Planning Group. Below the Network Planning Group, again, there is a technical support unit as an institution which is supporting or giving a sectorial support to the Network Planning Group and the Empowered Group of Secretaries. So this, in every state, right, and the Union Territory, similar institution arrangement has been created, and now it has been active for almost last 2 years and more than that. So everybody is now engaged in it, and then the states have come forward in a big way in also planning their infrastructure on this platform, and they are being handheld by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, DPIIT, so for any technical support they want. So this is on the PM Gati Shakti side, and we have hitherto evaluated, I just took the examples, similar projects of the estimates more than 500 crores to the extent of around 180 projects, and of value about 15 lakh crores. So a lot of work is going on, and I think it will take maybe a year or two to see the fruition of this entire mechanism. And you would see the new infrastructure which would be coming up. It would be more connected, more multimodal, and therefore would be ensuring a very seamless transportation of just not goods but also the people. Another major initiative is National Logistics Policy, sir, and this is taking care of other components of the logistics sector besides the hard infrastructure. That's digitalization, human resource, process reforms, or evaluation of the process to make them more efficient and maybe convenient, ensuring that ease in operation or ease in doing business. So that's, and then focus of National Logistics Policy has been digitalization in a big way. And under that initiative, we have also developed a platform called ULIP, the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, which is complementing and integrating so many other systems related to logistics sector. So today, there are 37 digital systems of different ministries and departments, and also major public sectors and the private sector facilities also. They are connected to ULIP, and ULIP has become today the digital public infrastructure for the logistics sector. And very soon it would be graduating to the logistics e-marketplace, wherein all the systems into the logistics ecosystem shall be interconnected or integrated to it, and it would be able to facilitate the transactions of related to the procurement of the services or logistics services. It would also facilitate the regulatory clearances which can be obtained through the platform in the most digital and the convenient ways. So these are the two initiatives, sir. And the logistics division has been, which is housed in Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Department of Industries and Internal Trade, has been doing this integrational role across the sectors and with the states or with the ministries, and also having an interface with the industry, be it on the trade side, with the supplies, the consumption side of the logistics, and also with the logistics ecosystem stakeholders, and coming up with lots of well-researched interventions which are being adopted by the government in many ways through maybe the policy interventions, schemes, programs, and different projects. So that's being done as well. And there is a mechanism of service improvement group wherein the industry stakeholders, including the PhD Chamber of Commerce and other associations who have either the logistics stakeholders as their members, or they are having such members who are on the consumption side of the logistics. So all these associations are able to give their suggestions on various aspects of the business, logistics, especially focused at logistics, which can make every service more efficient, and there's a greater ease which can be ensured. And these problems which were earlier coming as grievances and to the government, for which the government was just generally giving a very ritualistic conventional replies that this is in the private sector, this is unto the market forces, whatever. Today we are having such not only grievances, but the problems, the issues which are identified, and the solutions which are suggested by the stakeholders themselves are examined by all the concerned ministries in a most collaborative manner. So the issues are being raised on the dashboard or the platform, which is called e-logs under SIG. And these issues are, along with the suggestion, are being circulated among all the stakeholder ministries, and they then collaborate and give their views. And in a meeting or maybe two meetings, we are able to just resolve the issues. So that's what been going on, sir. And we are having a continuous interaction with the Ministry of Civil Aviation as well, and taking up the issues. I would just like to flag 2-3 issues which you are working on, sir, and your attention would be required. One is, of course, there has been a port process mapping exercise which has been conducted by DPIIT with the help of ADB, and we have had a lot of discussion and consultation with the Ministry of Civil Aviation also. So there's an issue of striking a kind of balance, or maybe reconciling between the security concerns and the business efficiency in the services, especially related to the transshipment. And domestic to domestic, or international to international transshipments, they are at present not as efficient as they can be and they should be. And for that, I think if it requires technological intervention, that can be done without compromising the security. If we can do something to it, I think that will increase a lot of convenience and ease of doing business in the country. Other things I'll just mention, sir. There has been a great need felt regarding having the hub facilities or the gateway facilities in the country. There are natural hubs, of course, for cargo convergence in the country, like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, or the Bangalore as well. But there are probably no or inadequate infrastructure facilities, which we call as gateway facilities or the hub facilities. I think your attention would definitely help on in the matter. And this is, again, an appeal to the industry also. I mean, what we are looking as problems which we are facing, and for which probably you think that the solution lies on the government side, I strongly feel the solution lies in the technology. Solution of that problem lies in infrastructure development. And I'm very optimistic that with this partnership between the government and the industry, and of course academia and the citizenry, we would be able to find solution and ensure the growth in the economy, in the logistics sector, with a human face, with their smiles intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirwar. In fact, the PM Gati Shakti master plan is definitely a master stroke, and it will basically surmount most of the challenges of the logistics sector. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Piyush Srivastava ji, Senior Economic Advisor, Minister of Civil Aviation, for his address, please.
Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation, Mr. Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, my friend Dr. Ahirwal, Sanjeev Agarwal Sahab, Mr. Michael Jain, Sanjeev Edwards ji, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Dr. Jatinder Singh, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Bhutan, the other diplomats here, ladies and gentlemen. Today, this is the 10th Global Aviation and Cargo Summit of PhD Chamber, which in other words means that the Chamber's event has entered into double digits. And it is actually a good omen that a dynamic, energetic, and visionary minister in Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu is heading the Ministry of Civil Aviation at this crucial juncture. While I was sitting in the audience and Mr. Edwards was making his presentation on the background of the industry, when he came back, I told him that you have left nothing for us to say. And my goose was finally cooked after Michael and Surinder were done with. So what I will do is that I know Minister's time is short, so what I will do is that I'll pick up some of the threads and keep it really, really short. You know, as we look at the future, we have to have a look at what we are doing now. As of now, we are actually in a very good place, very good spot if you look at what we are doing. In the last 10 years, we have increased the number of airports from 74 to 157 if we count the seaports and the hitherto unutilized airports that have now been commissioned. The aircraft fleet has expanded from 470 odd to now 765, and another 1,200 is on order. The daily passengers that were just 120 million 10 years back now is 264 million passengers. And the cargo that is being ferried in the aircraft has risen from around 2.4 million tons to 3.2 million tons now, and we are only growing. So all this has brought us to be the third largest domestic aviation market in the world. But we are aware that still miles to go, or should I say the nautical miles to go, before we can actually put up our feet and relax. We are acutely aware that there's a lot of distance that needs to be covered. If we look at the air penetration, it is very low in the country. We have tried to overcome that through our Udan scheme. We are connecting all the airports as far as possible, all the airstrips that were non-functional till now as far as possible. We have increased the airport capacity. We are investing almost 93,000 crore rupees, both from the public sector and the private sector, into creating the airport capacity. In the last 10 years itself, the cargo capacity has been increased. I'm not just talking about the creation of a dedicated agency in I-Glass, but also in terms of creating capacities. We have 35 domestic terminals, 13 international terminals, and of course we have various cold storage facilities that has been added in just 10 years. You know, I'm not talking about what existed before that, but this is what has happened in just a short period of 10 years. And it is truly an exciting time to be in the country at this time when India is actually steering the global growth trends. Otherwise, you see headwinds everywhere, except India. India is the only bright spot if you look at the global economy. And the aviation sector in India is particularly on an upswing. But we cannot ignore the challenges that are there. The challenges, number one, that I can think of is the duality that exists in the aviation sector. You know, the demand and growth is now happening in the global south. India is leading the growth and demand. But the manufacturing happens in the West, the Europe and America. So I think the time is now ripe when we should try and move the manufacturing from the West to the global South. And what better location geographically and otherwise than our beloved country, India. We should actually take this opportunity, take the bull by its horn if it is indeed a bull. Otherwise, of course, we have rolled out the red carpet for them, for the investment to come in. There's a lot of scope that is there latent, and also the scope that can be created in the country. As far as we are concerned, we have embarked into a very ambitious project. We've been working on it. We know it's a long-haul process. We want to manufacture an indigenous aircraft in the country. Among the BRICS countries, India is the only major economy which does not have an indigenous aircraft so far. We have the capability. I would stick out my neck and say that we have the capability. But it is still not easy. We can do so many things in the country. Either we can do a clean sheet design and try and build up the entire aircraft on our own, or what we could do is that we could build up the ecosystem and wait for the entire process to come into the country. And the way the aircraft manufacturing globally is set up, no country can manufacture the entire aircraft on its own. There's inevitable that you'll have some parts coming from abroad. So even when we create our own aircraft, there'll be some parts that will come from abroad. Maybe the engine will come from abroad. Creating an engine is an exercise fraught with failures. I'm told by my friends in aeronautic engineering and mechanical engineering that only 2% of the engines that are created actually succeed. 98% fail. It requires a very, very deep pocket, and I don't think we would want to do that. But it is not that we'll not flinch from making an attempt. When the time comes, we'll manufacture our own engine. We made an attempt in the defense side in the Kaveri engine. It didn't work out that well, but certainly we'll do that. But when we talk about building the ecosystem, the MRO is a very important component. 85% of the MRO cost goes abroad because we do not have the capability in the country. We are self-sufficient in line and base maintenance, but which doesn't account to much. It is just scraping the surface. We need to get into the hot section of the aircraft engine, and we need to maintain and even manufacture it in the country. It's a matter of time. We are patient. We do understand that creating an aircraft on its own would be a 30-year exercise. So we'll try and build a hybrid where we'll build some, we'll import some, we'll finally manufacture it here. And we'll shorten this span from 30 years to maybe 15 years, or maybe if you guys pitch in 10 years, who knows? And everything is possible in these days of disruptive technology. But on the policy front, this is what we can do. We have made a lot of headway at the policy front, especially in the MRO. The short period in which the Honorable Minister has been at the helm, we've had landmark achievements on the policy front, on the MROs. We all know that earlier the limit for exporting back what we imported for maintenance was just 6 months. That has been raised to 1 year now. And moreover, the warranty period under which the repair could be undertaken has been raised from 3 years to 5 years. So this increases the window in which the aircraft maintenance job can be carried out within the shores of India, getting in business from abroad. But the biggest game changer has happened on the GST front. Of course, 3 years back, the GST rates were brought down to 5%. Michael also referred to that, and he also referred to the other fact that now it has been brought down to 5%. Actually, it is the IGST rate which has been harmonized. So what it means that the IGST on all the parts that are required for aircraft maintenance, irrespective of the chapter in which it is listed, has been brought down to 5%. So, thank you for clapping for the Honorable Minister. It is after he joined here that this revolution happened. He does, yeah. So this 5% rate of GST, I am told a back of the envelope calculation is that the airline industry, the airlines in particular, will save upwards of rupees 1,200 crore rupees per annum. And this would rise up to 2,000 crore rupees a year in the next few years, which is a huge saving considering that the aviation industry runs on a very shallow margin, which is a huge saving and should be a huge incentive for the MRO business to come into the country in a big way. Of course, we are in talk with various OEM manufacturers and everybody for setting up shop in the country. The other aspect that has brought in a revolution in the aviation ecosystem per se, it might not be flying as we know it, but the future of the aviation is going to be the drones and the advanced air mobility. That is also an area in which we have a lot of intellectual investment that has been put in, and the ministry is proactively promoting that. You all know that we had brought in a very liberalized guideline a couple of years back. But it was still felt that the usage of the drones in the rural areas was restricted because of the requirement of a passport to get the remote pilot license. The first thing we did is that we removed the requirement of a remote pilot license. We said that we just need a certificate for remote pilots. We do not need a license. So that was one step. But the other step is that we removed the requirement of passports altogether. There's just a need for an identity and an address proof which can be obtained from any government ID. So that has now been put in force. The registration of a drone also required a passport. We have done away with that. Again, a government ID is good enough. The transfer of registration can also be done without the requirement of a passport. So this, together with the Drone Didi scheme that the Honorable Prime Minister has himself launched, should actually bring in the usage of drone for revolutionizing the rural economy, which is in many ways the backbone of the Indian economy. Still, even if its contribution is 16%, but it employs a large number of people. And if the employment is actually productive and generative, it is good for the country, good for the economy, good for all of us. So I think the Ministry of Civil Aviation has laid out the red carpet. This is all that we can do. We have the garlands in our hand and inviting the investment to come into the country. This is, we are more than happy to do. But we do realize that whatever we are doing is just basically creating the foundation for the future, which is the subject of this seminar. It is the ecosystem that has to be created by the private sector. The edifice, the structure, and the superstructure will all come from the private sector. That is, you people who have to actually get invested into the whole process now, so that the future is securer. Our future is in any case very secure in your hands. But the future would be much better if we actually look at the future requirements. You could maybe parse the requirement in two ways. One is the tactical requirement, where you look at the immediate needs. The problem that has arisen because of the Red Sea is something that you need to address, and maybe it could be an incentive for some people to make profits. But look at the larger picture and forego some of the profit if required, may I say so. The supernormal profits can be foregone in the interest of the country and the interest of the sector. And look at the general growth and the requirement of the country, keep that in perspective and move forward together. The other tactical thing that you could do is, like somebody mentioned, the flood situation in Andhra Pradesh. Now, the aviation sector could probably do something there. Think over it, what can be done there, and do get in touch with us. We will work on this together and try and ease the difficulty that our fellow citizens in Andhra Pradesh are presently in, and maybe and other places in South India. It's our duty as citizens to try and help them out. So these are just a couple of examples that we need to look at on the tactical angle, but on the strategic angle, we need to see what we can do in the future. Maybe since the time is short, I will stop here. But I think I have my minister's blessings in saying that the Ministry of Civil Aviation will do what it takes to strengthen your hands to serve this great country in the future. But before I take my seat, I must really thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity to be with you all today, this morning, and to all of you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great seminar. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava. In fact, everybody sitting in this room, we are all having a very, subtle dream of flying in made in India plane. So I'm sure that, within our lifetime, we'll be able to cherish this dream. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite our President of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, to kindly give the presidential address and also welcome our chief guest with his deliberations. Over to you, sir.
Very long speeches today, so you all must be bored. I won't take much of your time. I just want to Ram Mohan Naidu ji, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Dr. Surinder Ahirwar, Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Sanjeev Edward, Chair, Mr. Hemant Jain, our Senior Vice President, Mr. Michael Jain, Co-Chair, Dr. Ranjit Mehta of our PhD Chamber of Commerce, representatives from the airlines and airports, honorable diplomats and distinguished participants, former presidents and MCM members, friends from the media. A very warm welcome to all. We are extremely honored to extend a warm welcome to our honorable chief guest, Shri K. Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, to the 10th PHDCCI Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit 2024, themed Skies of Change Shaping a New Futuristic Aviation Ecosystem. मैं एक चीज़ आप लोग को बताना चाहूँगा कि मैं सर को मिलने गया था, तो हमारे जो सर हैं इनका मैं जब इनसे मिला तो आई वाज सो इम्प्रेस्ड. इनका जो चेहरे पे तेज था और जो मतलब सिंप्लिसिटी, एंड ही वाज सो फॉर्थ कमिंग वेलकमिंग अस टू दी हिज ऑफिस. इनका नाम है राम मोहन नायडू. इन पे राम का भी आशीर्वाद है, कृष्ण भगवान का भी आशीर्वाद है. ये कभी कोई गलत नहीं कर सकते आपके लिए. तो आई एम रियली इम्प्रेस विद हिज पर्सनैलिटी. और ये मैं अपने मन से बोलना चाहता हूँ, ये मेरे अभी मन में आया बैठे बैठे कि सर इतने अच्छे हैं आप लोग को मिले हैं मिनिस्टर, कि यू शुड बी रियली फील सो हैप्पी एंड ब्लेस्ड टू हैव सच अ मिनिस्टर लाइक अस. It was a great pleasure and enthusiasm that I stand before you today to share my recent interaction with one of the most dynamic leaders shaping India's aviation landscape, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu. मैं कुछ बोल चुका हूँ इसलिए I'm just. Mr. Naidu was very forthcoming, eager to discuss the future of aviation in India and the steps his ministry is taking to ensure it remains one of the most vibrant and fast-growing sectors of our economy. His energy and commitment are truly inspiring, and it is evident why India is proud to have such a young and energetic minister at the helm. During our meeting, Mr. Naidu shared his vision for the future of civil aviation in India. He emphasized the importance of enhancing connectivity, improving infrastructure, and ensuring that air travel remains affordable and accessible to all citizens. His plans to boost regional connectivity through initiatives like Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagarik, will not only promote economic growth, but also bring the joy of flying to millions more Indians. Mr. Naidu represents a new generation of Indian leadership. Since assuming his role as the 33rd Minister of Civil Aviation in June 2024, he has brought fresh perspectives and innovative approaches to the ministry. His leadership is characterized by a clear vision and a strong drive to make India's aviation industry a global leader. As a member of Parliament representing the Sirikulam constituency in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Naidu has consistently demonstrated his ability to connect with the people and understand their aspirations. His impressive electoral record speaks volumes about his popularity and effectiveness as a public servant. Having served his seat in the 16th, 17th, and 18th Lok Sabha elections, he has proven his ability to resonate with the electorate and deliver on his promises. We are confident that under Mr. Naidu's leadership, the civil aviation sector will grow by leaps and bounds. With the collaborative efforts of the Ministry and the PHDCCI, we are poised to witness a transformative era in the Indian aviation sector. Together, we will ensure that the skies over India are filled not just with airplanes, but with opportunities for the economic growth, connectivity, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, indeed, the time has come where we are all eagerly waiting to listen to our dynamic Union Minister. So, with this, I'll invite Shri Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, for his august deliberations with this audience.
Good morning to everyone that is present here. I think we are moving into good afternoon phase right now. So good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, PHDCCI President Sanjeev Ji, Civil Aviation Committee Chair Sanjeev Edward Ji, Joint Secretary Ministry of Commerce Sirinder Hariwar Ji, and my colleague from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Senior Economic Advisor Piyush Srivastava Ji, other distinguished members of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Honorable Excellency and diplomats from other countries, and esteemed guests and industry leaders and media members. I'm very happy to be participating in the 10th edition of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry on the summit which is being held on the civil aviation sector. It is the 10th edition. Like our Piyush Ji was telling, it is a double-digit number and a very solid number. So that expresses the commitment PhD has been showing for the last 10 summits in the area of civil aviation industry. So I extremely thank them from the ministry also for continuously keeping the progress up and trying to involve the industry and do a progressive movement in the civil aviation. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this summit, bringing together the experts and stakeholders from the aviation, air cargo sectors, and other verticals of civil aviation. And as we gather today for this summit, it stands as a testament for PHDCCI's unwavering commitment for fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation within the industry. And by working together, all of us, we can address the challenge, seize opportunities, and ensure sustainable development of the aviation industry. If you look at the aviation industry today, it might look a little bit repetitive, but one thing I want to tell from that point of view is that all the dignitaries who are sitting here are speaking the same language. That is an assurance and confidence to the people that are here that we are not moving in different directions. If we are trying to speak the same point again and again, it is to bolster the confidence of the industry that we are all committed and ensuring that we are all on the same path and same frequency. So if you compare the Indian aviation sector today, it is at transformative crossroads marked by rapid growth and forward-looking vision under the leadership of dynamic Prime Minister Honorable Narendra Modi ji. As one of the fastest growing aviation sectors in the world, India has witnessed a remarkable change in passenger traffic, cargo movement, and overall connectivity in the last 10 years. And one testament for that growth has been the increase in the number of airports. In 2014, we had 74 airports, and right now we have a staggering number of 157 airports, which would have been totally unbelievable to think of in 2014 had we just set the number. But we have achieved it. And if you look at the domestic air passenger growth, it has risen up to from 67 million in 2014 to up to 152 million in 2023. And the fleet size, which was around the size of 400 flights for the Indian carriers in 2014, it has more than 700, and we are the highest orders we have in the market today to the tune of 1,200 in the coming 10 years also. So the numbers are staggering. It is a huge growth in considering the statistics that we have today. And combining the growth that we have and the theme of the summit today, which is the skies of change, shaping a new futuristic aviation ecosystem, it is important for all of us to reflect on the transformative work that is being undertaken to boost the civil aviation sector in India. And the skies are indeed changing today. And so is our approach to build a robust and future-ready aviation system. From expanding airport capacities and modernizing air navigation systems to supporting the growth of the air cargo industry and enhancing regional, domestic, and international connectivity, our initiatives are designed to ensure that India's aviation sector not only keeps pace with the global advancements, but leads the way in shaping the future of air travel and logistics. The government has an ambitious vision to transform India into a global air cargo hub and a global aviation hub and MRO hub also in the coming future. I would like to especially mention about these two segments, which is the air cargo and MRO, because there is a lot of potential today. And many of them who are already aware and working in the civil aviation sector would see that whatever growth we are able to see in the last 10 years, the growth is because of the demand that the country is giving to us. But much of the potential is being utilized by other players across the world. Let it be the MRO, let it be the manufacturing, or let it be the air cargo, let it be the air travel, domestic air travel. Much of this is being utilized because we have not enhanced all the capacities. The holistic ecosystem development is still in the progress. So to achieve that, it is very important to look at these verticals in silos also and try to address the concerns which they have in these different sectors. And one of them is the MRO sector, which is very, very important for the kind of growth and for the kind of global leader, the position that we want to achieve in the future. If you talk about air cargo and logistics, India's air cargo sector is experiencing a transformatory boom. The numbers which speak for themselves, the total cargo handled increased steadily from 24.7 lakh metric tons in financial year 2020-21 to anticipated 33.6 lakh metric tons in financial year 23-24. And recognizing the potential of air cargo, we have embarked on development of dedicated air freight corridors, the implementation of digital processes like airway bill, and investments in the state-of-the-art cargo terminals. And our goal has always been to make India a global cargo hub by enhancing connectivity, reducing turnaround time, and improving efficiency. This is where I want the industry to think in the sense, how can we bring in advancements in kinds of technology and try to attach it with the air cargo existing systems so that we can give that kind of experience and the kind of advancement which is required by the customers today. And to further strengthen this sector, we established, from our side, we have established I-Class, which is the Airport Authority of India subsidiary, which is handling cargo logistics and allied services also. And the initiative was not just about developing a separate business, but it was about creating a robust network around civil aviation sector and to support and enhance the efficiency of air cargo, logistics, and allied services across the country. And it has been doing very good. I-Class has finished 8 years, and we have been looking at the numbers. If a company which is being owned by the AI can do such good work in terms of air cargo, I think the sky is the limit for private players who can come in and bring in much more huge potential into this network today. And the USA's, if you look at the USA's air cargo market, it is being driven by time-sensitive shipments, which is also an advantage that our country also has, but which is not looked upon in that manner. With well-established air cargo lanes connectivity to key markets in Asia, Europe, and the South America, whereas in India, with a hub like Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore, we can serve them not only as air travel hubs, but also as air cargo hubs also. So how do we enhance the potential that we have and seize on the opportunities that we have and create these other cities as air cargo hubs is something where the industry also can pitch in and offer their view and trying to develop these as their networks. And I felt that one of the important advantages that we have today in terms of air cargo, I don't know how much it is happening in the market today, is Honorable Prime Minister has come out with this strategy of developing one product per district. And it is a very unique product across the country where you are going to find it in that very district itself, where it has an advantage for being made or produced or generated in that district. And if you can connect these kind of products, and some of these products also have geographical indication, GI tag also they have. So if you can connect these kind of products not only with the domestic market across the country, but to international market. Many of these products are time-sensitive products. Many of them are perishable goods. When you have these kind of goods, when you want to connect them to the global industry, the only platform that you will have is the air cargo itself. If you talk about domestic, we are facing a huge challenge right now because of the good work being done by our colleague, Senior Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. He's making transformatory efforts in road connectivity that everyone is trying to take the cargo by road today. They're finding it much more efficient, much more easier than years ahead. But we are facing that challenge right now. We have to create a system where we break the economics of providing efficient, affordable air cargo also, not only domestically, but internationally. So that is where it is not like competing with road travel or competing with air travel or all. The whole concept of Gati Shakti is utilizing the advantages of each sector and trying to bring everything together. The last mile connectivity can be the road sector, and the proper main core connectivity can be the air cargo, and to provide that efficiency and timing, all sectors should work together, and we have to break the economics that is still pending in terms of air cargo sector. That is where the industry has to come in, come up with innovative solutions. We as the reforming people, we will help you out. We will help you bring in right policies. We will help you out in creating the right infrastructure. But we need more people to come in with innovative ideas, transforming this air cargo sector in the future. And also we have to think about why don't we have freight carrier planes also so many. With the kind of population that we have today, we are still lagging behind on freight carriers. Most of the cargo that we are doing today is by belly cargo only. It obviously has its own challenges. Now we have to move into the idea of having our own freight corridors, freight carriers, at least between the metro cities domestically, so that there is a network already created in terms of air cargo. There is a system that is being handled. So that is where we want all the private people also to come in to have these solutions in terms of technology or in terms of infrastructure. So this is where some more thought can be put in from the PhD also. And there we would like to involve in a discussion together. And air cargo, by working together for the infrastructure and optimizing the processes, we can pave the way for India to become a global leader. And also, India is a strategically located place. So you have to use that also in kind of transshipment. So there are many advantages that the location itself gives us. So how can we integrate that also into the air cargo picture? These are some of the ideas that we can all discuss upon in this summit and arrive at some good conclusions which we can work forward together. And now moving on to the MRO sector. Much has been said by PHD also, but I'd like to say some of the important points again. So MRO sector is another critical area that has witnessed significant growth. India has the potential to become an MRO hub, and we are taking decisive steps to move into that direction from the ministry by rationalizing taxes, providing incentives, and developing world-class infrastructure. we are encouraging both domestic and international player to invest in our local MRO industry. And some of the important policy announcements that have happened in that direction is the application of a uniform 5% GST for import parts, components, testing equipment, tools, toolkits of aircraft, irrespective of their HSN classification, which is going to be a revolutionary change in improving the MRO business in the whole country. And we have predicted that just by having this 5% import duty and the other changes that have been announced in the budget, which is the new MRO, the period which has been recently announced in the budget, this is also regarding the MRO sector, which is the period for export of goods imported for repairs has been extended from 6 months to 1 year. So when you bring an airplane, when you bring something to repair, you can keep it for a much longer time. What used to be 6 years has been 6 months has been extended up to 1 year now. And also the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty has been extended from 3 to 5 years. So when you do some MRO activity here and the plane goes outside, the warranty within 3 years, it used to end before, but now we have extended it for 5 years. So you have the time limit of 5 years to bring back the plane again and to service it again in the local MRO industry. And we have got new MRO guidelines which has abolished royalties and built-in transparent system for land allotments for MROs in Airport Authority of India airports. And also there is 100% foreign direct investment which is permitted via automatic route for the MRO industry. So with all these changes that we have brought in the MRO industry, what is right now sitting at $2 billion USD market, right now we are expecting in the next 6 to 7 years to double itself and grow up to $4 billion industry just by making these small MRO changes. But we realize that there are a lot of challenges also in the MRO industry still existent. What is happening today, the 4 basic maintenance sectors, which is the line, base, component and engine, the most common one, line and base, is what is happening today. India is doing its own line and base up to the tune of 95% or more than, little more than that. But the major component, the major core activity of the engine maintenance and the component maintenance, this is all happening outside the country. So that is where the potential lies, and that is where we should target and try to achieve that the component maintenance and the engine maintenance should be brought back to this country. And for engine and component maintenance, which is roughly about 80% of the MRO sector, the industry needs to have stronger partnerships with the OEMs. But in the long run, as we build an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to collaboratively work to have our own OEMs with the ultimate goal of manufacturing planes in this country. And let me assure you to all the people here that we as a country are strongly moving towards building our own plane in the coming few years. As early as possible, we want to achieve this target. And for this, within the ministry, we have pushed some things forward where we want to create a special purpose vehicle, an SPV, where the ministry is going to include itself with the members of the industry and all the industry experts. They are all going to come together, sit together and work in the next 5 years on what are the challenges, where are the bottlenecks for us to create our own plane today, and we are going to address them on a highway manner. Whatever comes in that picture, then we are going to address them as they come, and we are trying to achieve this as soon as possible, that we have to manufacture our own plane here. And there are many advantages that come with manufacturing. With the whole point of component and the engine maintenance not happening here is because there is a feeling that you don't have the expertise here. There is a feeling that there is no skill here. Once you show the world that we can manufacture our own plane, we can handle our own plane, we can design our own plane, we can maintain our own plane, then there is going to be a confidence across the globe that if they are manufacturing a plane, they can do the component maintenance, they can do the engine maintenance also. So with that scope of work in mind, we are trying to enhance, we are trying to improvise on whatever the existing industry is offering and move everything collectively towards making our own plane in the future also. And secondly, while we lack in this component and engine MRO, the other challenge that we have seen is that the OEMs are not sharing the technical data with the Indian industry right now. The CMMs, the manuals, they are not fully cooperating in giving them to the existing MRO industry, again with the same challenge. Maybe there is not much skill, maybe the infrastructure is not enough, maybe the certifications is not enough. Because everything that is there today, MROs and all, when you move into further important maintenance, you need classification from EASA. The Europeans are saying that this has to be classified so that I can get a plane here and do it. So I have instructed my officials that this shouldn't be the case. The Europeans should say that we should get a classification from DGCA so that we can service our planes here. That should be the movement that we have to make. We have to be the global leaders. All the technological innovation, all the brains that go into this, all the brains that are sitting in engineering and all, anywhere in the world, you are seeing that Indians are doing it. But we are not able to tap on the advantage that is being created. So we want to push with that attitude, with that mindset, that the Indian regulations or the Indian manufacturers or the Indian MROs, they should lead the way for the whole world. And that is the mindset that we have right now today. And with this wider objective, the government is actively introducing many reforms also. We are trying to see what all reforms can come in the future so that the MRO sector gets a real boost. And for me, considering I am from the political background also, one important problem that this whole thing, let it be air cargo, let it be the MRO sector, this important problem that is going to solve for me as a politician when I'm meeting people is the job situation in the country. Now, if you go and sit with the people, then the most important, the request that we get is regarding the jobs. And unless we try to do something as a sector collectively to address that situation, it is going to be a very difficult task for us in the future also. We have the potential, we have the human resources, but we need to skill them in the right way. And today, because we are not offering the training institutions of skilling also, there are a lot of people who are going abroad, learning the skill and coming back and working here. Why can't we do the training here only? So this is another area where we have to see that different verticals within the aviation industry, what are the different skilling that is required? What are the skills that are being done in another country and then people are coming back? So those gaps that are being arised in the skilling, that has to be met with domestically only. We have to create those institutions where the skilling can also happen here, and not only for our domestic market. We can cater for the global market also. People can come here, have their skilling done, and probably go into some other aviation markets across the world and work there also. So that is another one that we have to address. And in terms of how do we achieve this whole building of our own airplane, another reform that we have brought in is the Bharatiya Vaayuyan Videyak, which we recently passed in the Lok Sabha. Now this Aircraft Act, which has been changed to the Bharatiya Vaayuyan Videyak, this talks about India as a country of state of design. Now to manufacture our own plane, to other people to take us seriously that we are doing something in this design area, it is important for us to give a legal backing to the word design. And that is what we have brought in through this new bill also. And it has been passed in Lok Sabha, and when we get the opportunity soon, we are going to pass it in Rajya Sabha, and we are improving our whole capability on not just saying that India is not, when it talks about aviation, it is not about flying people from one point to another point. It means serious business. It means about manufacturing planes. It means serious business in maintaining planes, the whole MRO sector, everything, air cargo, everything that comes into this. We are wanting to achieve the global status and the global leaders. That is where we want to be. And that is the idea with which the Bharatiya Vaayuyan Videyak has also been brought into the parliament. And after the announcement of National Aviation Policy in 2016, the number of MROs have increased to 147 from what used to be 114 before. And we see a more positive increase in the coming years also. But we have to move, like I said, in the right direction of doing that component and engine maintenance, how to address that situation. That is where we need to concentrate more on. And with consistently increasing, so whenever the industry has to do something, there has to be a confidence that it is going to survive or this market is going to support. Now we see that there are 1,200 planes that are going to come. What bigger market than this? We have the highest number of orders. So anyone who is thinking, if I want to do an MRO, is the business going to help us out? Is the market there, demand there? Obviously it is there. There are 1,200 more planes. So whoever is actively trying to pursue in this area should think confidently and should make very bold steps, consider the advantage that the market has today, and be that first mover into catering for those solutions today. So other than that, the strong talent pool and again the location that we have, India is well positioned to offer cost-effective and high-quality MRO services not only to our domestic fleet but also to international airlines. This will not only save valuable foreign exchange but also generate employment and skilling development opportunities within the country. And other reforms, so these are the two main sectors which I would say that in this summit you guys can discuss on, the industry can all discuss on, and try to give us a picture on what are the requirements or the challenges that you are facing in terms of reforms we can try to address from that side. So that is why I won't really accept that when they say that the leader of civil aviation is here, I would say the partner of civil aviation is here for the industry. We want to partner with you guys. We want to take you guys into consideration and listen to you. The whole opinion that we want to give from the ministry is that we have our ears open. We are listening to you. We understand that you are the important people here. If civil aviation has to progress, the industry has to progress. So we are here to take in your inputs and make the right decisions in terms of policy in the coming days ahead. So I would request that once your summit has finished, you share the document with us, and then we can have a thorough discussion on it, on how the ministry can also actively involve themselves in try to address these challenges that are faced. Other than that, I'll just briefly summarize on some of the important things otherwise happening in civil aviation also, like it was mentioned before, the seaplanes, the guidelines. There was an attempt before also by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to kick off the seaplanes activity in the country in a big way. But for some challenges that the industry still faced, it didn't happen the way it was envisioned before. So we have brought in a slight change in the guidelines. We again went back to the industry, we spoke to them, we heard their challenges, we made the necessary changes, we formulated new guidelines, and we have launched it a couple of weeks back. And now with these new guidelines, we are expecting a huge boost to the seaplane activity. Consider a small country like Maldives, and catering for only one sector, which is tourism sector. They are handling up to 108 planes, and they are one of the most successful seaplane network in the whole world. And with such a wide country, with so much opportunity and so much water bodies, with the coastline that is there, consider the amount of potential that we have as a seaplane strategy. So for that, the guidelines, we feel that it is going to help. We can also look into that sector on how to improve the seaplane aviation sector also. When you talk about planes, you talk about the whole economics that a plane brings into the country. It is the MRO, it is the cargo, it is the air travel, it is the airports, it's the connectivity. So many other things. When you talk about airport, you're talking about a mini city today. That is why all the states are after airports now. They're not just relying on just providing that connectivity. When they know there is an airport, they see the real estate change that happens. They see the whole other, the job creation that happens, the economic activity that happens. So that is the potential of civil aviation today. When you talk about one plane, you talk about changing a whole city together. So with that thought process, we have brought in some changes to the seaplane guidelines, so which is going to help us giving a boost to the seaplane strategy also. And also RCS Udan, which is a very revolutionary scheme for connecting our hinterland airports, for connecting those unserved or underserved airports. For the last 10 years, we have this scheme running up till 2027, but we have observed with the huge success that the RCS Udan scheme has achieved, we want to extend it for another 10 years and see what all gaps have been there in the last 10 years, try to address it, revamp it, and make it RCS 2.0 Udan for the next coming 10 years also. So that is one confidence we are giving from the ministry, that we are going to work on extending the Udan scheme also for the next coming 10 years, which is going to give a boost in improving the airport infrastructure. Right now we have 157, and in the plan of Viksit Bharat for 2047, we are planning to improve these 157 airports to up to 400 airports, including the waterdrome airports, including heliports and everything. We feel that India still has an opportunity to double the airports that are there today, and we are going to work on it. So there is a lot of demand and there is a lot of potential as a country for civil aviation in terms of infrastructure. So RCS is going to come into play. And out of these, the most interesting and exciting thing I've kept it for the last, which I want to share with you, is the drone technology. I feel for the last 20 years, drone technology has always been there, but the usage, the potential that drone technology has, it's still not explored to its fullest yet. And one example I can give: yesterday, I'm not I shouldn't be taking the credit for what's happening in Andhra today. The credit goes to Honorable Chief Minister there, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, who has always been a visionary and encouraging new technologies to come into play in terms of governance. So he was the one who picked up the idea of drones. And when we had huge floods, unimaginable floods in the city of Vijayawada, so he has seen that the drones has the capability of reaching to those houses which are otherwise blocked by the water. So he came up with the idea, because the drones come under Ministry of Civil Aviation. We had the opportunity to partner with them. We have brought in different companies to come together and bring all those drones. And now we have to the tune of 60, 70 drones which are working in that city, trying to distribute food, milk, water, medical necessities and other things. They're doing surveillance on how much water is there in what area. And tomorrow, once the water recedes, we are going to move into using those drones for sanitation also. So much potential is there in just one test case. So how many other test cases do we have? How many other potentials do we have for drones? I think that is one sector which is a very promising sector, drones. We currently have banned the import of drones, so we are doing only local production. We have PLI scheme for drone production. So from the ministry, we are trying to encourage more and more of these drone-related activities, but industry has to come forward and provide these innovative solutions and do a large-scale innovation in this and try to attach themselves with these test cases. So that is one potential. And within the drones, we are talking about the smaller drones which can do these kind of activities, but the bigger drones, which are the vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, which are going to come into place in the next couple of years. I think that is also another exciting area that we should all look into as a civil aviation industry, is how these people, the eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff or landing vehicles, how when they come in, how it is going to change the whole landscape of civil aviation. I think that is another area that I'll leave room for discussion for future, but I'm just leaving you the thought that we should still think about drones and eVTOLs also. And other than that, in this summit, I would request that thoroughly you should discuss more on how to improve the air cargo sector and also the MRO sector. We have been doing some changes from our side, and Honorable Prime Minister has a grand vision for 2047. But in the Council of Ministers meeting he had recently, he has told that even if we have the grand vision, we have to have smaller targets also, smaller targets where we are having a target for 5 years, for 10 years. So my suggestion to the PhD today would be, for the next 10 years, to be one of the global leaders in air cargo and MRO industry. What are the industry suggestions for the next 10 years? What is the way forward? How should we all collectively move forward is something which you can all discuss and present to us as the ministry, so that we can work towards achieving the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. And with this, I personally thank all the PhD. I think it's one of the biggest bodies in the countries today, where they are trying to gel the policy making and also the industry together and try to do good things for the country ahead. And we are very fortunate that in the civil aviation sector also, PhD has been working thoroughly and doing this for the last 10 summits. And I was thinking that I just got charged as minister, and probably within a month or two, they came and met me. And they have invited me for this. I was like, what will I have to say? I'm still learning things in civil aviation ministry. But then I thought that it's not me telling what we are doing. It's more like what you guys are doing, I should know here. So with that concept, I've come here and I've had a good learning here, listening to other dignitaries. And I feel that after the summit also, once you place in all your discussions and once the deliberations are done, there is going to be a lot of input for us. And I can assure you that from our side, we are committed on collectively moving forward. We are not an individual, we are a team. So we want to work with you. We want to collectively take this country forward and make it a global aviation sector in the future. And for that, we request all the support from all of you. And once again, thank you for inviting me and for making me the chief guest of this 10th edition of Civil Aviation Summit. And thank you once again to each and every one of you. Thank you.
So what a speech, what a enthusiastic and dynamic speech from a dynamic leader. Big round of applause for Shri Naidu ji. Thank you very much. Sir, you have supercharged everybody. Everybody here is excitedly and they're all motivated. And just to reinforce the motivation, just to charge them further, there are certain, felicitations. I'll request Honorable Minister to kindly felicitate the civil aviation stalwarts. Just it will take a minute or two, sir, to do this proceeding. Sir, if you can come forward, sir. Just felicitation for some ministers.
Thank you so much, sir. And we've reached the 10th edition based on everybody's support from the industry. And just as a thank you, and we would be privileged to facilitate a few stalwarts from the industry. May I request Dr. Vandana Agarwal to please join us on stage. We'd like to felicitate ma'am for the sustainable contribution in the growth of the aviation and air cargo ecosystem. Ma'am has worked during the COVID period, and she has been a big support of the industry in bringing it where it is. A big round of applause for her. We'd also like to thank Mr. Piyush Srivastava for being a forward-thinking leader of the air cargo in the MRO industry, and for thanking you for being a part of the PhD chamber. Thank you so much. A big thank you to Dr. Surinder Arwar for his pioneering contribution to the logistics industry and for always showing the way and being a part of the deliberations for the chamber. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Mr. Cyrus Katkara, Managing Director, Gina and Company, for being an ambassador of the Go Green initiative and also for the paperless transactions. Thank you so much for your support, sir. Thank you. Your exemplary leadership and strategic pioneering commitment for the Go Green initiative, sir. Thank you very, very much. May I request Mr. Keiko Bomi Gazdar, former CEO A-Class and Managing Director and CEO Avia Pro Logistics Services Private Limited, for being a progressive visionary of the air cargo industry and for always supporting the Chamber's initiatives. Sir has started A-Class and he's taken it to the levels it is. Thank you so much, sir. We'd also like to thank Sanjeev Edwards, sir, CEO Cargo and Logistics GMR Group, for their outstanding contribution to air cargo and logistics ecosystem growth, sir. Thank you. A big thank you to Michael Jain, Director and CEO Bel Air Aero, as an aviation leader with a global vision and for supporting the chamber. Mr. Pavan Jain, if would like to join us. They have decades of requesting Suneet Gupta and Hari sir from Kale Logistics to please join us on the stage. A big thank you to Kale Logistics Solutions for their outstanding contribution in digitalization of the Indian and global air cargo logistics. They have been working with a lot of US airports as well, and taking their new innovators with Amar sir abroad. Requesting Ambalik Agarwal sir to please join us on the dais. A big thank you to AMP Aero Services for their outstanding contribution in aircraft asset management services worldwide. Thank you very, very much, sir. Requesting Anil Goyal, Chairman Aeroprime, and Mr. Abhishek Goyal, Executive Director Aeroprime Group, to please join us on the dais. A big thank you to the Aeroprime Group for their contribution in air management and GSA services and for supporting the chamber. Thank you very much, Mr. Anil Goyal and Mr. Abhishek Goyal. Requesting Mr. Fletcher, Samuel, Manish sir and Praveen sir from Bangalore Airport to please join us on the dais. A big thank you to Bangalore Airport, Bangalore Cargo comprising of WFS, Bangalore Cargo and Menzies Aviation for their outstanding contribution in overall aviation and air cargo ecosystems sustainable growth. I think Bangalore Airport is being the talk of the town. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Requesting Murli Ramachandran sir and Rahul from Celebi to please join us on the dais. A big thank you to Celebi Delhi Cargo Terminal Management India for their outstanding contribution as a cargo handling operator and making sure everything works smoothly on the ground, sir. A big thank you to Murli Ramachandran sir and Rahul ji. Can we have the applause coming for all these people? The whole industry is a stalwart with just a big thank you for their support to all of us. And last but not the least, may I request Mr. Vipin Bora, Continental Carriers Private Limited, for joining us on the dais with Viraj, for being an outstanding logistics service provider and for supporting the Chamber's growth. We've come to the 10th edition based on his support. Thank you so very, very much. Can I request everyone who we've felicitated if you can join for a group photograph on the dais? Ambalik sir, Anil sir, Vanna ma'am, Ketu sir, Cyrus sir. Just for a quick group photograph on the dais. And a big applause to the Minister. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Just requesting everyone we felicitated to please. Murli sir, if you could just come for a group photograph. आगे आ जाओ आगे बाकी आगे
Minister sir, we'll just take 1 minute. I'll request Mr. Hemant Jain, our Senior Vice President, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this insightful and inspiring inaugural session of the 10th edition of the PHDCCI Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit, it is my privilege to provide the vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Government of India. I think we had the luxury and the opportunity of among the few chambers who had come and visited him first, and I have not met a better human being. I really hope that we get more ministers like you, who are as compassionate about the people. Even when you saw we were doing lamping the light, you said a lady should be there. So I think it's something which I think other ministers should follow, and really are very proud to be a part of this event, sir. So I think what he has told about the civil aviation as such, civil aviation is not only an industry. I think it's also it acts as a catalyst for industrial hub. Today, if you have an airport in a remote area of India, that catapults that area into a development mode. So this is what I was talking to the Honorable Minister, that if you have right now from 70 airports, if you double the airports now, this has given that area a different kind of output, because it actually makes it as a development hub for that whole area, sir. So thank you for providing us 150 more development hubs in the country, sir. Thank you, sir. So your presence here today truly elevates this summit, and your inspiring words have provided a clear, compelling vision for the future of India aviation sector. We are incredibly grateful for your support and commitment for driving forward the growth and innovation within the vital industries. We haven't seen a minister. We met him a month after he took over as minister. So he had said that we were discussing about MRO. I thought he would not know about MRO, but he said MRO is happening, GST is coming down. We discussed about other things like helicopter services and other things Michael was telling him. And I've never seen a minister who's so much on top of things. I think the youth and compassion which we see in him, and the vision which we see in him, I hope other ministers also follow, and we will truly have a Viksit Bharat 2047. I would also like to thank Shri Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, for sharing his perspective in a brief but a very impactful speech. Thank you for giving us the insight to the aviation industry, and we will come back to you, sir, with the outlook from the conference today, that what we look forward from the government today, sir. Our sincere thanks also to Dr. Surinder Ahirawar, Joint Secretary, Logistics and Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, for providing a comprehensive overview of trade, logistics, landscape, and pivotal role of air cargo. A special thank to Sanjeev Agarwalji for mentioning the Krishna and Rama combined blessings on the minister. I think this was the highlight for the today's meeting, sir. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Sanjeev Edward, Chair of PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee. Thank you for making it a full house. We really see a full house here, and I think it's yours and Mr. Michael Jain, the co-chair for the committee, who has provided us I think the industry experts here and made us a full house here. And lastly, our very own CEO, Mr. Ranjit Mehta, thank you for under the leader giving us this wonderful event. I know we are short of time, but I would also like to thank His Excellency, the Ambassador of Bhutan, for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. It is. I personally. Oh, sorry, my apologies, sir. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Fiji, is also here. So thank you for coming. I think Fiji is like a part of India. I think His Excellency, Ambassador from Magnolia, thank you for coming here. I think we really appreciate it. It really talks a lot, because His Excellencies, all three of them, coming here and sparing the valuable time. Okay, so sorry, my list is not complete. The Ambassador from Suriname, I heard that Hindi is spoken there as a local language. So thank you for coming and being a part of it. I think I would also like to extend a heartfelt thanks to the experts of the air cargo and logistics industry, representatives from various airlines and airports, whose participation underscores the collaborative spirits needed to drive the aviation sector forward. A big thanks to you to honorable diplomats, distinguished participants for joining us and contributing to the global perspective of the summit. Thank you once again, Honorable Minister, for coming here and giving us this full house here. And I'm sure we'll come back to you with a lot of suggestions, sir. Thank you, sir.
So this session is on aviation sector's ascent, strategies to address India's growing passenger demand. And we are very grateful that we have representation from some very big airlines. And we would like to welcome Mr. Asanga Chubaao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, as the chief guest for this session. Please, sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Raikar, Regional General Manager, South Asia, Middle East and Asia Cathay Pacific, Mr. Kunal Diwan, Country Manager, Qantas Airways Limited, Mr. Kamal Hengorani, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet and Chief Officer, Spice Express, and Mr. Harvinder Singh, Director, United Airlines Business Services, Head, Middle East and India. Can we request you to please join us on the dais? A big round of applause. Requesting all the delegates outside to please join us back so we can have more interesting deliberations as advised by the minister. Please, thank you so very much for coming. Thank you. We'll just change that. So I hand over the session to Michael sir to start. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, that was quite a impactful morning, and I think we're quite delayed, so I think we're going to start. So, a very warm welcome to Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Mr. Asangba Chubba. How do I pronounce that correctly, sir? Oh, very welcome, sir. Thank you, and sorry for keeping you waiting. But we had a very powerful speech by the minister earlier, and I would also like to welcome Mr. Rakesh Riker, Regional General Manager, South Asia, Middle East, and Africa for Cathay Pacific, Mr. Kunal Diwan, Country Manager, Qantas Airways Limited, Mr. Kamal Hingorani, I don't see him here yet, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet, and Mr. Harvinder Singh, Director, United Airlines, Business Services Head, Middle East and India. So the discussion today is about aviation sector's ascent, strategies to address India's growing passenger demand. So I would like to invite the Joint Secretary to first maybe address us and tell us about what is happening at this ministry and what strategies are being used for India's growing passenger demand.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all, and thank you for having me, first of all. I know we are running behind schedule, so just quick comments, and obviously, I don't think I'll stand a chance against what our Honorable Minister has said, especially a young and dynamic one at that, and who I would say within a very short space of time has been able to understand the whole aviation sector and has a very strong vision for where the aviation sector should move towards in the coming years and decades. So having said that, I think just the question that has been put to me to explain is obviously it's a very broad thing, and I would say in many ways all of you gathered here would probably know more about the aviation sector than me. But just to put some things in perspective as to what we are doing, I think we are quite aware that about the growth story of the Indian aviation sector. I think, and it's not something which is just rhetoric. We see the numbers, we see where we are going literally on a day-to-day basis. Some things that are happening in the aviation sector in the country, sometimes I would say even baffles us. We feel that, we think that, is it really true that these are the numbers that are coming before us? So with that, and I would say the question may be like, why is it happening? How is it happening? If you ask me as a layman and just looking at the thing, I would say the first thing that comes to mind is just the fast pace at which the Indian economy is growing. You couple that with the I would say desire or the passion for people to fly over the last say 10, 15 years odd, and then you will see probably why the numbers are there. Just a quick again, I say I'm no one to say the numbers. All of you would probably know these numbers better than me. But if you look at the way we've been seeing quantum leaps in the last few years, speaks truly about how the aviation sector is growing in the country. From 74 airports to 157 today, the passenger numbers having almost doubled since 2014. Now, whether you look at the domestic as well as the international, the way Our airlines are growing exponentially. The number of aircraft that they are ordering, which is literally mind-boggling for anyone in the aviation sector across the world, and obviously driven by the demand that is there from the passengers. If you look at we in the aviation ministry, we look at the passenger load factors literally on a day-to-day basis. It's on our dashboard. The way we see the passenger load factors on our aircraft or the routes that are being operated by airlines is almost mind-boggling. You know, we see literally almost every day. There's no lean season now in the Indian aviation domain. That's what we see and we perceive. So, which means that there is more potential, and that potential would probably come from, I would say, something like, if you would just look at it, I would say rather simplistically, but then again, the fact, end of the day, it's fact that we in this great country, we make up literally 1/5 of humanity. But if you look at, which basically means that 1 out of every 5 persons living on this earth live in this country. So that is the potential that we have. But if you look at where we are today, there's still a huge gap between those who are flying today and what the number of people who would be able to fly, or who can afford to fly, who would want to fly. So if you compare it with any other larger economy, so that is, again, I'm not doing the math for anyone, I think we all understand that. So that is the kind of potential. I think driven by the government's policies, driven by the way, and also I would say in many ways keeping up with the dynamic movements in the sector over the last 10 years, and the way the government has also been tweaking in many cases, in some ways even not just tweaking, going beyond tweaking to make sure that the environment is good for business. I think that has been one of the stories, and I think this is going to continue over the next. And if you look at especially our vision for Viksit Bharat 2047, we have a huge vision, and the name itself says Viksit Bharat. Those of you who are not familiar with that, it means obviously developed India. So we look to be, the expectation is we become a developed economy by 2047, and with all the trappings of a developed economy. So obviously one of the big factors is aviation, because it's not just about flying. Aviation is also about people who can fly, whether it's for pleasure, for business, or for any other purpose. So I think that is the story, where we are today, where we were, where we are today, and what we aspire to be. So in a nutshell, probably that would round it up, I would say. Thank you.
So Harvinder, sir just mentioned that India is a rapidly growing aviation market, and they're seeing the numbers on their dashboard. So in your opinion, which segments and regions offer the most potential for growth, and what factors are driving that growth?
First of all, good morning, everybody. In fact, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here, Michael. I will just give you a view in terms of what we see on the international scale. So first of all, between India and US, I represent United Airlines. So we see a lot of data, what's happening, and what is really driving the business. So in terms of driving the business, it's first of all the economic ties, the social ties. And when we really compare the traffic over the last 3-4 years in terms of where we stand today, we see all the segments growing. So primarily the corporate and leisure, they are growing very well. And the good part is that people are spending money. They are willing to spend money, they are willing to travel, they are willing to explore the destinations across the international area. And the other part is that we look at behind and beyond. So what I really mean is that where is the traffic coming from? Where is it originating from? So if I really give you one figure, for example, if we fly from Delhi to Newark, 50% of the traffic goes beyond Newark and it's scattered within the US. And if we really look at where is the traffic originating from, that really tells the India story. It is beyond the metro cities. So it is Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and then it is Calcutta, Cochin, Ahmedabad, Indore, Pune, all these cities, which really tells us that all sorts of people are traveling, all sorts of people are flying, and beyond the larger corporates, we have also the SMEs who are flying a lot. So that is also giving a good picture in terms of where the people are coming from, what kind of people are flying, and what is the reason that they're flying. So this is what it is.
So Rakesh, I just want to deviate a little bit. The minister had mentioned that a lot of the cargo is belly cargo. So I just want to, even though move away from passenger for a second, India has ambitious targets for its growth, export growth. aiming at a 10 million ton air cargo future for 2023. From your perspective, how can an international airlines like Cathay Cargo or Cathay Pacific contribute to achieving this goal? What specific strategies or innovations are you implementing to support India's export growth story? And then maybe we can come back to the Joint Secretary to take his views on that as well.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, at the outset, I want to say that we should take great pride in the way India is going and India's story overall. From my perspective as Cathay, we see great potential in India, good prospects in India. We're very upbeat, very optimistic on the way things are going in India. And the Make in India story also has a lot to say about that. India's ambition, clearly, 10 million metric tons by 2030, kind of also says it all, manufacturing growing. In fact, the contribution of manufacturing to GDP expected to be 21-something% by 2030. So all of this, the good consequence of all of this is clearly there's massive demand, strong demand for air cargo in India at the moment. And when you put that in perspective, clearly what comes important is to manage to achieve this ambition. There's going to be a lot of capacity that is going to be needed. So supply has to be offered to make sure that this demand is being catered to. And I think in this space, for cargo especially, freighters come into play, and they will have an important role to play. If I put some perspective on how cargo freighters can come into play, from our perspective also, we currently operate 5 freighters in Delhi, 5 freighters in Chennai, and about 3 freighters in Mumbai. Now, freighters, as we know, are best used when they are able to cater multi-city. So massive inbound cargo coming in, the freighters coming in, it's a 100-tonner coming into India, completely full, 100 tons, fully utilized. But the outbound, there is about 60 to 70% unutilized capacity. Now that capacity, we can easily think of deploying to other cities, secondary cities, where there is export demand, but those cities may not have the ability to sustain on their own a dedicated freighter. So if we were to be allowed to co-term our flights, which means you have a flight coming in from Hong Kong, come to Delhi, we can deploy the additional capacity, unused capacity to say Hyderabad, to say Bangalore, to say Ahmedabad, or even to other second-tier cities where there is demand, but there is no dedicated freighter. So co-terminalization is something that we are kind of looking to see if we can get that. If we get that, I think there's so much more capacity that we can deploy to places where there is need of capacity. If I just look at the Delhi freighters, 5 freighters, 70% unutilized capacity is about 350 tons available capacity we can deploy to all of these cities. So that's where we are coming on. That's where we can contribute from our side.
Sir, maybe if you can add something, why can't we do that, or how can we achieve that in the future?
Well, to put it, I think in many ways, there are certain, when you talk of rights that are given or taken, because it's basically traffic rights are reciprocal, and it's about 2 countries exchanging the rights. So what my friend here has mentioned is something we can call it co-terminal rights, or it's also in general in the aviation terminology called cabotage. So it's something which is not the usual practice of any or not, I would say, part of the normal process of exchange of rights. And these are rights which a country taking into account the overall perspective, the requirements of it's protecting its own interests, or at the same time also seeing what are the other opportunities that may be there. So these are, I would say, it's about exchanging rights. So as of now, India does not I would say, follow the policy of uh, of giving these rights. So it's something which we are aware that the industry has been asking about it for some time, especially in the cargo sector. And it's something which obviously has to go through the process of discussion, trying to understand how it will benefit India. At the end of the day, we are here to see that the economy is protected, the interests of all the stakeholders are protected. So it is at that stage.
And it would be similar with passenger, I'm guessing. It would be the same applies to passenger.
Yeah, so when I say traffic rights, it's for passengers as well as for cargo. So obviously these are entirely two different segments, and the dynamics probably play slightly differently also. But at the same time, when you talk about at the higher policy level, it's about, like I said, it's about reciprocity. It's about how it benefits our economy, how it benefits all the stakeholders. So all these factors are there. So obviously it's something which, and like I mentioned, is not something that I just jumped out of the box today. It's something which has been in discussion for a long time. And the government is obviously, when it's the right time, then obviously government will assess the needs of, and like I said, all agreements are, it's a one-to-one. It's India and whichever country. For example, Cathay is from Hong Kong, so it depends on what is our relationship with Hong Kong. Is all these factors will matter at that point of time. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Kunal, coming to you, India's air travel demand is increasing. What strategies are airlines implementing to meet this demand? How are you managing capacity constraints and operational challenges?
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me here, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, sir. I think, just to alluding to both Rakesh and Harvinder's point earlier, I think people are now sort of realizing the importance of time value versus money. As a result of which we see more travel, more people spending money. India as an economy obviously is hugely reliant on high net worth individuals, but not necessarily high spending individuals. So I think that we're seeing more and more people spending and the kind of value that is being created by airlines. And I don't see a challenge in that sense. I just see opportunity. There are more than 420,000 international flights in a year now from India alone. And that tells you the quantum of business that we have to cater to. And there's opportunity for everyone, to be honest. It's not just one airline or towards Australia who we're very thankful to the government towards, given that we have open skies and a free trade agreement. So I think it's all about capitalizing on the opportunity that lies ahead towards Viksit Bharat or towards the next 10 years or a decade of travel, where we see more and more passengers moving out of the country to capitalize on that. Yeah.
Now, Kamal, coming to you, I wanted to touch on sustainability. What sort of regulatory reforms are critical for the growth in the aviation industry with keeping sustainability in mind? What are the requirements and what are the trends that you see?
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me. We had a very interesting session with the Honorable Minister in the morning. I will touch upon sustainability that Michael has asked me first. And if I may step back a moment and talk about why sustainability is important at this stage more than ever before. We've heard right from the morning, and even Sambaji also mentioned 700 aircraft going to 1,400 by 2030 and 157 airports from 74. So this growth, of course, is unprecedented. If I talk of the latest CAPA report, it said that while 700 aircraft will go up to double the number in the next 5 to 6 years, that also means that if currently we have 152 million passengers traveling, that will also go multifold. Now, each flight that takes off contributes to carbon emissions. Aviation typically, as per International Atomic Agency, only contributes less than 2%, and India is actually 1.5%. Carbon emissions to the environment, it may sound very small, but Fortunately or unfortunately, aviation being a very highly visible industry in the world, comes in the center stage when it comes to carbon emissions and what we are contributing. So from a sustainability perspective, I think we are all IATA Airlines, at least on the panel, and another 280 IATA Airlines agreed to a net zero by 2050. This was done at the AGM 2 years back at Boston. And we stand committed to reaching that target. Having said that, I think it's going to be a huge challenge for airlines across the world, and especially in India, to meet that net zero. And one of the reasons is that the major requirement to reach that target is to, the lowest hanging fruit is sustainable aviation fuel, which we need in the current aircraft, and the aircraft and engines are compatible. For OEMs to develop hydrogen or electric aircraft is something which is a good 20, 30 years away. We were very happy to hear Piyush saying that, we want to build an aircraft in India. I would really like to see, of course, an aircraft in India. I mean, China has it, why shouldn't we have it? But I think if we can start have on the scratch a hydrogen aircraft, because we have the capability, the competence, the intelligence, the intellect. I think that would be a absolutely revolutionary change. But that aside, what we need immediately, and that may take 30 to 40 years, maybe 20, I hope it happens in my lifetime. That aside, I think what we need is availability of SAF. SAF is currently, whatever little is available, is at 2.5x of ATF at the current prices. And unless that comes at least at par with what the ATF price is for us as airlines, I don't see why airlines would opt for SAF, unless, of course, there's an absolute mandate from the government. I don't think the government can put a 100% mandate. They've come up with 1% by 2027, if I'm not wrong. 2028 is 2%, and I think 2030 we are hoping to have 5% blending. International, yeah, because we have to follow the CORSIA norms which kick in 2027, right. Having said that, the onus, and I can come back later during the discussion, of producing the SAF lies with the energy suppliers to the country, the OMCs, and of course the OEMs, the aircraft and engine manufacturers, to come up with more neutral energy efficient aircraft. And I think it's a huge challenge to even reach the 1% that we are talking about in the next 2 years that has been mandated, unless OEMs and OMCs are mandated by the government to, put in a lot of investment into manufacturing SAF, and then the logistical requirement of reaching it to various airports in the country. Now, I'm only talking of domestic at the moment. International is another story.
Thank you. Sir, your views on sustainability and what the government is doing in that regard?
Yeah, I think Kamal has already mentioned the deadlines, the dates, and the targets. So I think there's not much to be added there. But one thing I can say is that at the end of the day, it's not something which is only about aviation. The environment is for all of us. Every living being on this earth is dependent on what happens to the environment in the future, I would say. So it's something which we are all concerned about. And we can all see the effects of climate change literally on a daily basis. You switch on the television and somewhere in the world something is happening. In some cases very close to us, in some cases far away, but it is happening. And because of the way media travels now, we get to see it, visuals also, and then it's alarming, no doubt about it. So, but having said that, I think obviously aviation being a very visible sector, as Kamal rightly mentioned, there is a large emphasis on how the aviation sector can also contribute to making this sustainable, taking forward the sustainable story. Of course, we are talking of airlines and aircraft. I think that is the more visible part of it. But I can say that even the airports, which are also the centers, the engines of growth, and where a lot of the activity happens around the aviation, they are doing their bit also. And if you look at the Indian airports that are coming up in the last few years and which are planned in the next few years, I think literally all of them are working on a net zero or carbon, that carbon-free kind of thing. So that is parallelly working. So that aspect of it, in many ways, is being taken care of by the policies of the government. Now, when it comes to the airlines and alternative, either you call it whether it's alternative fuels or alternative technologies, some of the technologies, again, as already mentioned by Kamalji, is somewhat far off in the future. The closest, the nearest hanging fruit is probably again SAF, but we are working. And I think one thing is for sure, I think we should be positive and optimistic to the extent that as far as India is concerned, if you look at the target and the availability of feedstock, I think we are far ahead of others from that perspective. So it's just about that nudge. It's about how the industry comes together and says that this is something which, even though basically a simple cost benefit analysis, if we do and see that this is it may cost more, but it will benefit us more in the future. I think if that is the kind of consensus that has to come about, and if that is there, then I think again, we can't avoid some form of air pollution. It's unavoidable. At the end of the day, humanity is dependent on a lot of this technology, or on a day-to-day basis, we depend on so many things which does pollute the environment. But now the target is either how to reduce that to the extent possible, or how to make sure that whatever is being polluted is cut back to that extent. So I think in all the fronts, the effort is there. As far as government is concerned, the policies are aligned to it. The effort is there. The intention is there. Whether it is the Ministry of Civil Aviation, whether it is the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases. So it's a combined effort, and then industry obviously will also be concerned about this. And I would say I'm maybe slightly more optimistic than Kamalji here about because at the end of the day, it's something which you all understand. We have committed also in many ways in international forums that we will do it. So I think that commitment is there. So I feel that even though I do agree it's a huge challenge, the intent is there, and therefore I feel it can be done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just add one?
Yeah, yes, please.
So I agree with what Samarji just said. And I repeat, it is a huge challenge, and that's what I believe, but it's not unsurmountable. The reality is that today, globally, what SAF is available is only 0.5% of what is required, which is only 500,000 tons. To reach the level that we are looking at, it needs to grow by 1,000 times. And to grow by 1,000 times, not just growth, production of SAF worldwide, but also at a cost that the airlines will be afford to buy it at. At the end of the day, airlines will not buy, unless it's mandated, absolute mandated, by the respective regulatory bodies. They will not buy anything if they have an option of buying ATF at 80 versus SAF at 220. And to reach that, to bridge the gap, I think it has to be, my opinion is, carrot and stick. There has to be incentives to OEMs, to energy companies, to whosoever, to produce SAF, and a mandate for airlines to say that you have to do this blending with 3, 5, 7, 10-year plan. Because ultimately, if it's only mandate, the airfares will go up drastically. Ultimately, the consumers will end up paying. And then what we've seen in India is that even today, when you still get a 10,000 rupee round trip Delhi-Bombay-Delhi if you book 7 days in advance, which is only the cost of fuel, actually. So why is it that even in this year, I'm talking of the current fiscal, the projection is that Indian carriers will still lose together $500 million, 4,000 crores loss is what we are looking at in this current highly proactive and, the third largest economy and what have you. So really, it's a huge differential that we need to bridge from a cost of running an airline versus the revenues that we can achieve. So sustainability aspect will add to the cost if we don't start thinking afresh from now. Just a thought for the whole industry, actually.
And I'd like to move away from sustainability, but I'll take your train of thought. It's about businesses about profitability. Harvinder, what do you see in business and premium travel? What are the emerging trends? And how are airlines adapting to cater to evolving needs of these high-value customers, which will add to, hopefully, profitability?
So it's a very valid question, and I think I'm very happy to say that since the time I've been in the industry, and I'm talking more on the international perspective, there's one story that we've been talking about in India, is that India is a late booking market. And then hence our conversations with our revenue management in terms of making the inventory available and all those things. But I'm really happy that these trends are changing now. So what we really look at in terms of a measure as an airline is, what are the booking patterns in advance? Most of the bookings that were happening out of India were happening within a span, let's say we look at day of departure, were happening within, let's say, day 0 to, let's say, 20, 25 days before departure. Today, things have really changed. If I look at days of departure, today between 90 and 20 days before departure, we are booking almost 15 to 20%. And then, if you really come down, then between 60 to say 120 days, about 20%, and then another 15 to 20%, 0 to 60 days. So I think that is a major change that I've seen over a period of so many years, that people have started booking in advance. And that's not just the corporate travel. So people have started planning in advance, and then also the leisure part of it. So people are, booking the holidays, they're planning their holidays in advance, and then accordingly they're booking their travel, which is a good thing. And they are willing to spend the money. So if I really look at the average fare, if I look at overall yields, they're going up. So that's the kind of story that we're building up now, and I think we are very happy to see that that's changing. And the other part is these segments that I talked about earlier. The small and medium enterprises, which I feel is still, in different clusters of India, is yet to be tapped properly. And that's the sector that we see as one of the high yield traffics where it comes from. So that's where I think the story is emerging now in terms of the high yield traffic, apart from what we're getting today. And this is where we see as an airline the growth part will happen in the future.
Rakesh, now coming to you, talking about corporate and leisure, of course the Indian carriers are pushing that forward, but how are the international airlines contributing in that aspect, and how is that aligning with India's broader air travel growth story?
We can see good growing demand for corporates and leisure. In fact, there's a lot of uptick in millennials and young professionals now looking to travel. The trend we're also seeing is the premium economy class is now getting more traction, wasn't so earlier on. And I think in that space, a premium economy allows for those passengers who aspire for a little more comfort, a little more space, and allows them to basically upgrade their experience and are willing to spend a little more for the comfort that premium economy provides. So we can see a lot of movement and traction happening in the premium economy space. But that said, leisure travel for us, also we're looking at more travelers looking for those destinations which are not explored before. We're seeing an uptick again in demand for Japan, Korea, Philippines, and so on. And those are the destinations that we look in terms of providing the connections. So in all, lot of demand being generated both on the corporate side and on the leisure side. In fact, Harvinder mentioned about small business units. There's a lot of demand going into China, a lot of demand going into the Greater Bay Area, and they all move in from Hong Kong using the intra-modal, and that's how basically most of the traffic is being looked at.
Kunal, now coming to you, airlines are a very competitive environment, right? What are the key focus areas that Qantas is focusing on, and how are these priorities shaping your operations for the long term?
Yeah, competitive is, you say, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, look, post-COVID, we've just come back to 100% capacity this year. We see an increasing amount of passengers traveling. All the panelists agree. I think yields are staying consistent. So even though there is more competition, even though there are more carriers, there are more indirect carriers coming on board now, I still think there is enough space for everybody and more room to grow. Fact is, all airliners, I think, are operating at a flight loads of high 90s or mid 90s now. And as Sir said, there is no more seasonality. It is all through, right? And this year alone, I think in the next 24 months, we have, 17 to 19 airports opening, I think, in this country. Marquee airports, right? Noida is opening. There is Navi Mumbai coming. So all this is only going to increase, right? And this sort of creates a bit of a micro market in those areas, which then allows more demand, more travel, and opportunities for us to get into those spaces to promote more business, whether it's connecting or directly to the respective countries that we're operating to. So again, opportunity afoot, and we just have to capitalize on the next decade to see how we can, make hay while the sun shines.
Now, Kamal, you come from a low-cost airline, so I think. Huh? So the question here, we're talking about the common man. We want to make air travel more accessible to the common man. So affordability is a significant factor in making air travel accessible to a broader population. What steps are airlines taking to make air travel more affordable for the common man without compromising on service quality?
Okay, so that's the low-cost story. Today, 75% of passengers in India domestically travel on low cost. It was 80. It's just between 75 and 80 as per the latest statistics of the last 6 months. Correct me if I'm wrong, by a few percentage points here or there. Of course, it's affordable. That's what I mentioned earlier on also. So I'm not saying the fares could be high on select sectors, D-7, D-3, D-4. And when Harvinder was talking about, good yields and all, I agree with him. It applies more to international than to domestic. Yes, relatively domestic yields have gone up post-COVID. I completely agree, and they are here to stay. But the reality is, if you actually take the cost of per ASKM, it's still the lowest on the planet. Our average fares that we charge per ASKM is lower than even a domestic flight in Bangladesh prior to their political instability. That's just a case in point. Nowhere else in the world are the fares lower. So of course it's affordable. How we've reached out from a low-cost airline perspective to smaller towns, to rural areas, not rural, but smaller towns. If I remember some figures correctly, 5 years just prior to COVID, and I'm talking of 2015 to 2020 January, 22 or 23% of all traffic used to originate from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. And this has gone up to 35% from Tier 2, Tier 3. The metros, which is Tier 1, essentially 6, or you may take 8 metros, is now accounting for 65% of the domestic traffic, which is because they are also the hubs. So what we've seen, and we've seen more so in the last 1 year, I don't have latest data, but back of the envelope tells me that there is more traffic, air traffic between Tier 2 and Tier 3 not going through the hubs anymore, and that has happened because the low-cost airlines have increased connectivity, big time. So there's a flight from Tuticorin to Mangalore, there's a flight from Amritsar to Pune, there's a flight from, Pakyong to Calcutta. So these connectivities, other than touching the metros for passengers, is actually a boon, which is what the whole 1.4 billion story is all about, and which is what the country and the world is excited about. So Affordability, yes. Affordability is a very relative term in terms of airline sustainability, economic sustainability. You know, I'll just throw a wild question. Why is it that in Indian aviation, in the last 30 years, 17 airlines have shut shop? Why? Only 6 have survived. There must be a reason. There's a huge differential between the cost of running an airline in India and what revenue we can command. Of course, it's competitive. We understand that. But the reality is, from an affordability point of view, I think the airlines in India domestically offer the most affordable fares than anywhere in the world. And I think the yields should stay, and I think we need to create enough awareness, and we have the whole industry here, create awareness that we must get used to higher airfares which at least cover the cost of operating a sector. I'm not saying very high airfares. Of course, D-2, D-3, metro to metro, Diwali, Christmas, all this will, of course, go up, and you know, we'll still have a lot of calls coming to us that from media and everybody that your fares are very high and this and that. But that's a global phenomenon of demand supply world over. Take hotel rates. A hotel rate, prime 5-star hotel in Delhi or Mumbai, today, tomorrow, is not less than 25,000. I was looking at a Four Seasons in Mumbai for next week for somebody. One night is 70,000 plus taxes. There's an ordinary deluxe room. Right, so it's all about demand supply, and I think affordability is there. Yes, consumers will always ask for more, and we are completely with them for that.
Sangva sir, now to you, I would like to ask you, Kamal mentioned about hubs. So and India is pushing the hub strategy quite a lot. So your views on that and your closing remarks, then we would be very thankful for that.
Yeah, I think before I come to the hub part of it, I'll just talk about the spoke part of it, because there is no hub without the spokes. And the spoke story, I'll just continue what Kamalji has just touched upon a bit. Now, a little geography lesson. How many of us know about places like Jharsuguda, Hubli, Belgavi, Shimoga, Darbhanga? Some of you may know some, but I'm quite sure you'll not know all. And even though you're very good in geography, I'll challenge you, you'll not be able to point out these places in the map. I thought I was good in geography. When I saw these places, I couldn't place them on the map. Utkela, Jaipur, name it. These are all airports that have started functioning in the last 6-7 years under the Udan scheme. Now, this is the kind of, like I said, the places that I mentioned, and it is many flights have started from 86 places. So that is the kind of story that is happening in our country even as we speak, and it's a continuous process. 2 days ago, we started the flight from, of course it had started earlier, but we started the flight from a place called Sindhudurg. Now again, that's a place probably many of you may have heard about. Why? Because a couple of days back, the statue incident happened. But if I ask you where is it on the map, you will not know. So these are the places where people are now, because of this connectivity that has started, people are from those places are flying to the bigger airports. And I don't even say, no, we often bandy about the words tier 2, tier 3. These are not even tier 3. Many of these places are not, it's undefined. You know, if you look at it, these are small places across the country from where people have, because of the connectivity that has come about, they're able to fly into the larger airports. Maybe even do a 2-stop from a slightly larger to a big, to a metro point, and from there even fly beyond out of the country. So that is the kind of story that is happening in the last, I would say, few years. And then coming to the hub. Now the hub is something which we are all, I think, and I think most of us here are probably fairly well traveled. So it's a simple question. Would you rather fly on a direct flight from, say, India, any point in India, wherever you're flying from, and reach your destination at the earliest? Or would you want to, even though with all the attractions of that intermediate place that you're flying through, Would you want to go to that place, spend maybe once, twice is okay as a novelty. But beyond that, I'm sure all of us value time more. We want that, the comfort of having, reaching from one place to the other point as quickly as possible. So this is what besides that, other than that, to be able to give, at the end of the day, I think air travel is to do with reaching to your destination at the earliest possible. End of the day, it is still the fastest mode of transport, air transport, public transport that is. So I think the hub strategy is centered around this, and also because of the fact that if you look at it from a geographical perspective, we are located, I would say in many ways, we are perfectly located. Case in point, let's just say Kunal, my friend here, Australia to, let's say, Europe. We are somewhere right in the middle. If, again, let me say Hong Kong to, say, Africa, we are somewhere in the middle, whichever airport you look at it. From somewhere in Southeast Asia to Europe, for that matter, or for that matter to Africa, we're somewhere in the middle. So even from that perspective, even as an international hub, I'm not even talking of domestic, because as a domestic hub, again, I'm going back to the point saying that we are the largest, we are literally the largest, percentage of humanity on this planet. So that itself is enough of a market. But we also have this huge international potential where our airports can become international hubs. And I'm not talking about one airport, it can be, many of our airports have we have the number of airports coming up in the last few years and which are going to come up in the next few months. It just tells you about this huge potential and what we are looking at in the future. So yes, the hub strategy is very much what we are looking at. But at the end of the day, it's not about government wanting a hub to happen. It is also about industry. It's about the demand that generates. It's about how we work together and create that kind of environment which will make India into not just a regional hub, but probably a global hub.
Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I really understand from this is normally my little understanding of business is that you need demand and supply. You need demand, and then the business people, they fulfill the supply. We are in a very, very good era of aviation today where the demand is unlimited and the supply is limited. So I think we all need to make hay while it shines. And on that note, I would like to thank the Joint Secretary for his presence here and being our guest of honor on the panel. And thank you very much, all the panelists. And hopefully we can take this discussion forward after the panel as well. Thank you, sir. If you would, we are very short on time, so we can take maybe just a few.
Thank you, sir. And my name is Bipin Jain. I am with 44 years with Air Cargo Aviation. 44. I have a very simple question. We are all talking about hub, we are talking about development, but if I look at last 4 to 5 years policy, there are two major changes. We talked about Cathay Pacific. It was allowed. I mean, I was part of Lufthansa. I was in discussion with DGCA to even allow international cargo on domestic carrier by the international airlines. That was not permitted, but I think the result was reversed. So that is one part. Secondly, we are talking about transshipment and hub business. Security, it was allowed to put one cargo from one aircraft to another aircraft. Now it is stopped in last 3 years. I mean, if we have to look beyond, we are talking about 10 million tons. I think the policies are reversing. I mean, I'm sorry, I fully respect whatever is being the policy being formed. But I think we are reversing. And we are looking beyond to have 10 million tons. Therefore, in cargo, I can vouch for it. I have the data. In last 5 years, we are stuck at 3 million tons. We have talked about 2.5 million tons to 3.5. I can show you the data. We were at 3.5, 5 to 6 years back. And again, we are at the same range. So I humbly request, we have to think before implementing the policy or changing the policy. Is it in favor? I mean, if export is happening from, let's say, Delhi and Bangalore, it will help the exporters. It will help the airport operator to have the second flight. Thank you.
Don't worry. Okay, I don't think that was a question, but your input is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, and a big round of applause for our panelists and for our Sangha, sir. Thank you very, very, very much. May I request Dr. Jitendra and Mr. Sanjeev Edward to please present mementos as a thank you and remembrance. Thank you so much for taking out time and being, and we look forward to more presence in our future endeavors. A big thank you to Mr. Rakesh Riker from Cathay Pacific. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause? They've been here and they've been working with us towards getting this panel done. Thank you to Mr. Kunal Diwan, Country Manager Quanta Service. Thank you so much for coming, sir. A thank you to Mr. Kamal Hingorani, Chief Customer from Spice Express. Kamal Hingorani, sir. Thank you so much. And a big thank you to Mr. Harvinder Singh. It is his first time with PhD, and I hope we have him for the next edition as well. And last but not the least, a big thank you to Mr. Sangha Chubao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being here, sir, and for your patience. We look forward to more interactions with you. A big round of applause for the panelists, please. Can we request the panel for a group photograph? Thank you. Can we take a group photograph with the panel, please? Thank you. So we'll be going into our second panel right away, and then we'll have lunch. Thank you for your patience and for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're here for a while? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you just have a quick lunch with us?
No, I'm okay later.
So this panel is gearing for growth, future-ready airports, innovation, efficiency, and ease of transit. We have with us some industry stalwarts who will be a part of this panel. Requesting Mr. Sanjeev Edward from GMR Group to please start this session. Requesting Mr. Manish Agnihotri, Chief Executive Officer, Worldwide Freight Services, to join us. Mr. Murli Ramachandran, President, India and Southeast Asia, Celebi Aviation Holding, to please join us on the dais. Ms. Kiran Jain, CEO, Noida International Airport, please join us, ma'am. And Mr. Suneet Gupta, Senior Vice President, Kale Logistics Solutions, to be a part of this panel. A big round of applause for these industry stalwarts, and I'll hand the panel over to Sanjeev, sir, to take it forward. Thank you very, very much. I didn't hear the applause. Can I have a big round of applause, please? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And I understand we are very conscious of the time. And, the session, the topic was very interesting. I think this is about, how we're gearing up in future for the airports. But I'm also conscious that if we, you are sitting here with a sense of expectancy that what our distinguished panelists are going to be talking. But that expectant eyes will become hungry eyes because we're sitting between lunch and you. So we'll try to make sure that we're moving fast on this. But I think, thank you firstly for we have a great panel over here. And, in the context of what we're looking at, if we see India is really on the verge of economic renaissance. We are looking to be the third largest economy by FY28. The Indian aviation industry, we've been hearing since morning. We are in interesting times, 1,100 plus planes on order. The RCS Udan has added about 579 routes, actually, over 85 airports We are looking at, the DigiYatra getting launched in 2022. There's a lot of tech coming into aviation as well. The predictive maintenance, we use a lot of it over here. There's big data, which is looking at making sense of it all. How do you scan the flight logs, the traffic flows, operational related data, all of that, discovering patterns, using them for passenger experiences, airline services, decision making around operations. And then you've got the airports, which are the green airports and aviation tech over there. Airlines, of course, are continuing to find ways to reduce the carbon footprint and boost fuel efficiency. Airports also are working towards being responsible. I mean, to give you an idea, I mean, that the scale of airports, about the globally about 42,000 odd airports that we have, they occupy about 0.6 million square kilometers, which is equal to the area of a country like France. So that's what the footprint of the airports globally is. They also employ about 6.5 million people, and indirectly another 5.5 indirectly. So there's a lot of activity there happening. It's important that they continue to be responsible and sustainable. India, we are in a good spot because our airports have taken the lead to be, looking at sustainability in a big way. In fact, Delhi Airport got the level 5 accreditation from ACI, which has got the Airport Carbon Accreditation Program. Followed by Bangalore. So I think we are in the right space. But looking at all of that, when we're talking of future-ready airports, I'll first come to you, Manish. When we're looking at, what are the global benchmarks for sustainable airport systems? What can be implemented in India as an industry? I mean, out of the 17, the Sustainable Development Goals where UN has, which are the ones you think we can prioritize to make a bigger impact so that you are building a more responsible aviation industry?
Thank you, Sanjeev, and once again, very good afternoon to everybody. And thanks everyone for this opportunity to be on this very esteemed panel. Thanks to PHDCCI as well. So, as you mentioned, we are standing between a very esteemed audience and their lunch. So, be very quick and come straight to the point. You mentioned something very interesting that about the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has. There are in total about 17, in fact, and if someone has not seen it, I encourage people to look at it. These are broad goals which, like there is a consensus view with the UN and all the partner nations that they would lead us towards a more sustainable future, which all of us want. So transport and aviation being a part of it is very much a core part. There is a goal number 11 which talks about sustainable human habitat. Sustainable transport is a specifically called out item as to what we can do as airports. So, or the airport ecosystem players is, we have seen in bits and pieces people trying something. You see a press release that somebody has bought electric forklifts, somebody has gone solar. So what's needed is a more structured and a common approach across the ecosystem, not duplicating things, harmonizing our policies, right from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, say mandating use of sustainable fuels that now Kamal touched upon in the previous panel, to having all the ground support equipment that ground handlers and cargo handlers use being sustainably powered through renewable energy sources and also backward integrating with sustainable energy grids. That is on one side. But also what you consume in your every activity. It could be the sheets that you use to tie up cargo. It could be through, like Suneet is here, making sure the processes are paperless and you consume less. So a truly multifaceted approach is what is needed, and that's truly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, Sanjeev.
Thank you, Manish. And as we talk about future-ready airports, I mean, obviously, airports which are greenfield airports built from the scratch have some advantages over there. And Noida Airport, I think it's developing in a big way, Kiran. And well done to you and the team. You see good progress over there. So just as a question, I mean, what is the advantage you see from being a greenfield airport in terms of having latest access to technology, and what are the specific measures which you are taking for building that great passenger experience, building a great future-ready airport?
No, thank you so much, Sanjeev, for your question, and a good afternoon to everyone in the room. Appreciate you taking the time to be here. So look, the greatest advantage, which is basically the romance of a greenfield airport, is the fact that you actually get to inculcate all this technology, which is latest today, which might not be the best in a week's time, because you know how fast it changes. But at least with all the knowledge you have, you're able to inculcate it into the design. The biggest problem, and again, it's nobody's fault, is just that technology is running at a faster pace than our infrastructure is able to adapt. So it's very difficult for brownfield airports to actually force technology in a manner in which it does not interfere with the customer or the passenger experience. The advantage of a greenfield airport is that you actually design it so that it does not interfere, but at the same time gives you the efficiency of the journey. Now, you know, if you ask me what are the particular things, they're actually quite common and available. All the airports have it, but in the case of our airport, it is actually a part of the flow. So you don't have to go zigzag to figure out that I enter through a biometric, you know, DigiYatra being the main platform basically, your self-baggage drop, your e-gates, etc. Everything is lined in such a way that you're not zigzagging because it's designed to fit into a passenger flow. The biggest, for example, use of technology could actually be with the enablement of, 5G. All of us have access to it, but exactly what are you going to do with it? It's the speed of transaction, but whose transaction? It's the transaction of the passenger who's buying any one of your non-aero wares. It's the transaction speed of the airline, which, you know, the passenger chooses to check in at a counter. It is all of these things, but they are all based on a very simple technology, which is very much available. So the airports have to be ready to have the right amount of bandwidth. That's why we kill the experience. And, you know, one thing, Manish, that I do echo with what you said is we are, I believe, trying to do too much. And we're all trying different things. But the fact of the matter is perfection comes in repetition. So maybe it is time that and again, I'm only going to talk from the airport's perspective, you choose maybe 4 or 5 things. 5 that have to do with passenger enablement and 5 that might have to do with the airline enablement or any other customer. But you have to do them so well that they become so predictable and reliable that they actually become your stalwart quality. You see, that's where we fail. Intention is excellent. Effort is excellent. Where we fail is consistency. So at Noida International Airport, our focus is to be consistent, to consistently be efficient with not everything that is out there in the world, not all the buzzwords that everyone wishes to hear from me, but on those few processes that actually make a difference. And if I put it all together in a few words, it's the speed of transaction. How quickly, how efficiently, how accurately. Everybody wants that. The airlines want it, the passenger wants it, the government wants it. So that is actually the way we are moving forward. Yeah, I mean, that part of the airlines, but I'll say the cargo wants it. And in our case, since you've mentioned it, Cyrus, we are building a very large multimodal cargo hub, simply based on the geography, the location, and the fact that it's greenfield, so we're able to build an integrated terminal. That's our whole plan. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kiran. And we rightly mentioned, I mean, speed of transaction, I think that's the key because time is the rarest commodity now. And if you can get that, I think that's great. Murli, coming to you, I mean, of course, you worked as an organization, you work across the globe, you work on greenfield airports, brownfield airports. So tell us, I mean, as an operator, I mean, you have the benefit of looking at, airports very closely. And what are the things like synergies which can happen in efforts and planning to complement, what the government is doing along with the airports? There's the UDAN, the Bharatmala, the PLI, all that is happening, boosting regional connectivity, building transit hubs. So where do you think that synergy can happen more between the government and the airports and you as operators to kind of, for us to get that future-ready airports?
So I think talking about airports, I think you spoke about greenfield and brownfield, so I'll just take a minute to, as an investor, what would we pick? I think you've been part of a story of a brownfield airport. We have 4 good airports, big airport gateways in this country. 2 are greenfield, 2 are brownfield, and all of them are great, amazing investments, and probably we have the best airports today from where we stood in the early 2000s. From a pick, if as an investor I was to, I think first of all, I'll just step back a bit to when people in the stakeholder group who were willing to invest into this business. It's a very small, short story actually. It's a 15-year-old story in this country. Aviation, really speaking, in terms of what we see today, what we are proud of, what we talk about, and the world sees is a very short story. And when I say short, 15 is not short, 15 or 18 is not short, but in the context of aviation, which is heading towards becoming probably the 3rd largest comprehensively and is already 3rd largest from a domestic perspective, it's a very short story. So lots has been achieved in these short 15 years, and each one of us sitting here should be proud of that, the government stakeholders, the private investors, subsector investors like some of us have played a key role in this transformation that India has seen. So obviously it doesn't happen without a vision from the government that we want to divest. And so I think one key aspect is government is pretty much has seen this fact that government should not be in the business of doing business. So they should let experts come in. They should let people who know the business come in. People who are willing to put money, put their skin in the game, allow them to come in. I think that's very critical, and I think that was seen some time back, and it has been kind of seen through. There's lots to be done still, and as one of the key investors in this sector, we keep looking out for more stuff to come out. So when is Chennai privatizing? When is Calcutta privatizing? When are those cargo setups? One is incidentally up for some element of investment. So as we speak, from an investor's perspective, we have 2 picks. We either look at a brownfield or a greenfield. We don't really discriminate between the two. I would like to get in there, either of the stories. But if I was to look at it from an investor's perspective, what really is the risk-taking appetite? What kind of a transformation are you willing to make? Where do you want to get into? We would pick one of these 2, but broadly speaking, a greenfield airport, what Kiran was talking about, would be the greatest because you can make innovations, you can make a lot of changes. The government has given you a free hand to do what you want. You're not really coming in the way of the passengers. Some challenges with regulatory clearances and all that, which can take time in really getting this project on board. With reference to brownfield, I think one of the things which we got into, like in Delhi, the Delhi Airport Cargo Terminal was a typical example of a brownfield terminal that we got into. We got a ready-made terminal. I think the challenge was not that. Challenge was how do we restructure an operating terminal which was handling close to 550,000 tons of cargo into an active terminal which with minimal inconvenience to the stakeholders, while a competitor was building a greenfield terminal in a year or 2. So I think from a government's perspective, they opened up this whole space by allowing the airport operators who exist today in these airports to get into this business. The airport operators decided we need to get experts in this business. We don't want to be doing these things. Let's get the key stakeholders who can add value clearly into this business. That's how people like us came in. I think the next step is the airport is there, money is there, investor is there. How can we make processes which really lead us to, for this sake of this forum, a 10 million tons target? And I think all of us sit here year after year, and I kind of hear what Vipin is saying. I think he's been part of the story for some time now. We talk about a large cargo throughput in this country, talk about transshipment. The 3 million mark, 3.5 million mark has remained pretty much a little minus or plus here. The 10 million looks a little far away. And there are a lot of processes which we need to look at to be able to really get into a big hub that we all dream of. Hopefully we have an airline which can deliver that now. We already had one, now we have another one with a big investor. So that part of the jigsaw is achieved. Airports are there, stakeholders are there. I think now what we need from the government and other stakeholders is to really work together, not go back in time, not get regressive, really move forward with the real intent to be able to bring processes in to be able to achieve the dreams that all of us collectively have of seeing a 10 million and the 3rd largest aviation ecosystem in the world.
Thank you, Murli. I mean, very well put. I think with your experience of having worked, across the country and across greenfield and brownfield, I think process is definitely something very important. And, I think there is also a sense of, there was a anxiety turning to optimism now that, that things are changing. They are not changing at the pace that we would like to change, but they are changing. I think let's stay optimistic on that. Sunit, coming to you, there is a lot of innovations for future-ready airports. We keep hearing about, biometric systems, IoT, self-service kiosks, robotics, and things like that. And Kiran really touched about something on 5G. But, by 2030, we will have a data speed of 1 TB per second, which is, the current is about 10 GB per second. So that's the transition we're looking. But, while we say that, even the 5G is not universally rolled out. So how are we going to be ready in air travel, from and the aviation industry even to adopt 5G globally and move there? So, you are looking at, at the industry from a tech perspective, the solutions that you create, what is going to be the adoption? So can you tell us, we are talking of some generational kind of an upgrade. So how do you think we are positioned to embrace technology going forward in these future-ready airports?
Thanks, Sanjeev. And thanks to all of you who stayed behind to listen to the panel. And thank you to PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. When you put it that way, Sanjay, it evokes a feeling of FOMO, fear of missing out, which is not really the case. Eventually, when technology evolves, everybody get embraced with technology. And as you see, most of the devices and IoT devices that are there at the airport have or are 5G compatible, and they enable data transfer. Data security and safety is critical. So any technology that comes in has to be evaluated on those perspectives. Right now, according to us, we don't feel data transfer speed is that crucial. Maybe it's more important for digitization of air cargo, and I'm from the air cargo business, not passengers, so I'll talk about only the air cargo. So the digitization of air cargo, moving everything on a single platform, right from the point it enters the gate till the time it goes onto the tarmac and onto the belly of the aircraft. All the data seamlessly connected, all the systems seamlessly connected, and I think that is the most important point right now. Having said that, since you talked about 5G, I'd like to bring this up. There's a concept called digital twins. It's essentially being used by organizations that have complex structures and processes. What the digital twin is, essentially it's a virtual representation of an object or a process or a structure. And using real-time data from its physical counterpart, it is able to update itself, and it can, using simulations and machine learning, you can do better planning and decision making. Classic example, in the aviation industry is Airbus Industries. They used digital twin with the Airbus A380, where they, using the real-time data of all the components of the aircraft in flight, they were able to, the engineers were able to look at the behavior of the aircraft, and they were able to trim down or shave a few tons of weight, as well as increase the serviceability or service lives of the aircraft. Ports, ocean ports are increasingly using it. I don't see the use of this so far in the air cargo business or the aviation business, but ports are using it. Rotterdam Port has been a very early champion of the digital twin. So example over there is, when the vessels are moored, they're anchored at the terminal. So there's a rocking and rolling of the ship, right? So using data of the rocking and rolling, combining it with the port data as well as data from weather forecast, they're able to estimate what are the mooring forces, and thereby create conditions that are conducive and safe for continuous operation at the port terminal. These are classic examples, and somehow we don't see so far this taking up in aviation business. For this to happen, 5G, 6G is very critical, because what this means is that all the IoT devices have to be connected in real time and with the lowest level of latency, and giving data to the virtual representation so that the models can be mimicked in real time. Okay, and I think this is a classic case. This is room for improvement for the aviation industry. I don't see this over here. Maybe that's the next step, that we'll take.
Great, thanks a lot. I think, we are talking of future-ready airports. There's a lot of technology and things like that, but Kiran, I'll come to you, when people talk of airports, the actual, the flyer or the passenger sitting here saying, let's talk brass tacks. I'm not interested, what technology you use and what on earth you're kind of investing over there. Tell me, sometimes even getting into airports, getting out of airports, there's urban congestion. How is your connectivity? Getting to airport should not be a stress. It should be a very, stress-free experience. So tell us, in terms of, reaching the airport, the experience of, reaching, transiting through. What exactly is Noida Airport doing, in terms of bringing global best practices to ease congestion or, or make that passenger experience better?
See, that's an excellent question because building an airport essentially is you're building a whole city. It's not just a place where planes come and go. And there's an element of urban planning that is involved here, which basically means it is an element of where the townspeople, the city people, the municipalities have to work with you. Access is actually controlled by them. In the case of most of the private airport investments in India, the airport investor actually invests only in the airport, right? So in the case of Noida, we're very fortunate because we've had a very good and understanding authority. Our authority is actually the Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority, working with us. And connectivity was a big part of our pitch. Now, connectivity is not just roads. Remember, we've spoken about sustainability. We've spoken about leaving this earth a little bit better than we found it. And what all that means is that we need to get off the roads. So what do you need? You need trains. And the advantage for us is, and if anybody's traveled anywhere in Europe, but specifically in Switzerland, in Zurich, I don't need to tell you how that intramodal connectivity happens there. But essentially, that is sort of the dream. But how do you make it happen? The first thing is to make sure that you divide the passenger experience separate from what is very essential industrial logistics, trucking experience. And how do you do that? The entire design, again, because it is greenfield, we've been able to create a design where the western side of the airport is entirely for passenger activities, which means that is the access of the Yamuna Expressway, which is only for the passengers. Then, with, again, the help of the government, we've managed to create a northern and a southern end-to-end road, which is for the logistics, for the trucks, etc. They will not interfere with the passenger traffic coming in. They come in completely from the east side. So that is an element of design. And the reason we're able to do it, because it was greenfield. Nothing was there before. You're able to speak with your partners, which is the state of Uttar Pradesh, and get this done. And they have, there's a lot of work going on. If anyone feels like a nice drive, please come and you will see all this road construction other than just the airport construction. Then there is another element, which is the idea of, rail transportation. How do you make that work? Now, historically, rail is extremely expensive to lay down. India is famous for its railroads. We all know that. The most congested, meaning in terms of the amount of rail line, is actually in this country. And it is a commodity that actually, is what challenges our airlines. We know that. But how do you get it into a new airport? So again, it is with the help of the central government. I'm glad and happy to say that the rapid rail transit system has been approved for our airport, and that will be giving us access to the closer catchments where there's the rapid rail, which will be coming directly into the airport, meaning right in front of the terminal. We also have a corridor that we have already provisioned for what is the rapid rail. Now, the rapid rail is the train that's going to be going from Delhi to Banaras. Our airport will be a stop in that. But we have the ability to provision for these tracks and for these channels in the design today. You see, that is the biggest advantage. So we've been able to do that as well. And then, of course, the extension of the metro. That too is continuing. And now you're going to ask me, is that going to be there on day one? Day one for us is the end of April. So no, that will not be there on day one. But the most important element, which is all the DPRs and the money getting sanctioned from the cabinet, that has already been done. So that is a huge plus point, and we do look forward to actually bringing an airport to the nation, which is truly intermodal in its design and in its action, because the provisioning is all there. And that is very difficult to do when you already have a brownfield airport to work with. So, you know, I hope all of you can come and enjoy that at some point when it all comes alive. So thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 questions each for the panel, and then, you know, we'll take some audience questions. But, you know, if you allow me to make a change to the script with your permission, you know, I think we're running between lunch. So I think we'll take some audience questions, and you know, because I'm conscious that we are close to lunch, you know, yes, Cyrus, please. If you can get a mic.
This is going to be music to our ears. My only question is, what steps has Noida Airport taken to make cargo go digital? Zero paper, no scanning, nothing. A digital airport, cargo digital. Sunit, I know you're laughing because it's a great sales pitch for him. It's a nice sales pitch for you. But Kiran, I'm sure you must have discussed with customs, because everybody, freight forwarders, ground handling, airlines, pure digital cargo airport.
I'll tell you from an infra perspective. Cyrus, you were one of the first people I met 5 years ago, okay? So, yeah. So to actually, you know, what do we need to do? We have a chance to do it, right? So how do we do it? And, you know, he was very much a part of that when we sat down and we designed actually how exactly is this multimodal cargo hub going to look? What are the different activities that we need to have in it, and then what are the different processes. So when it comes to the processes, I can tell you that when we did go out with the bid to find the partner, we had very clearly called out some of the things that are basically non-negotiable. If you cannot do it, please do not even apply for this tender. So there were 2 things, which I'll put them in a big category. One of them was your sense of citizenship, citizenry, sustainability, environmental promise. One was that. I can tell you my parent company is very, very strict on this. So that was one. We need a partner who's going to align with us and make sure that they do whatever it takes to leave, like I love my favorite line, to leave this earth a little bit better. The second thing was technology. Are you going to marry your technology to what platform we are creating at the airport? Because we want to be absolutely transparent with every single partner that we bring to our table, which means who? Everyone from the freight community, the cargo community, airlines, the government, the airport, and most importantly, our nerve center, the AOCC. Everything has to be seen in exactly the same format as you see it, I see it, so that there is no confusion. So once whoever actually passed that is actually how we moved on then further. And then it was, of course, lengthy discussions. So that was the baseline. And now I'll pass it on to you because you're the one who's actually working on it hands-on. So he'll be able to tell you what are the different elements that, you know, will be purely digital, paperless, etc.
And then you gave us the task of making it paperless. So yes, I think Noida International Airport from the very beginning developed a clear-cut vision of how to go completely paperless. I mean, not just the fact that they dovetailed into the IATA master operating plan, which starts from the time the exporter-importer is actually booking a shipment or looking for a freight forwarder to book a shipment. They've actually gone a step further, and which actually dovetails into the Kale way of doing air cargo digitization, which is talking about creating logistics e-marketplaces, which is wherein you create a vibrant community of buyers and sellers or logistics service providers, so that you can make sure that unused capacity can be optimized and utilized. Furthermore, within the entire cargo compound, there are various IT systems that are working, and Noida International Airport actually, as an airport, they took the stand that all the systems have to be interconnected and built by one single partner. So right from the time the truck enters the parking slot, till the time it goes to the terminal to unload. It's going through maybe 2-3 systems, and all the systems are interconnected. There's singular flow of data, and all the processes marry into each other.
Great. So I think you've got your answer, Sai. No, you still not got your answer. Okay, I think I would suggest you over lunch you have a conversation with. Yes. I think the simple answer, are you going paperless? That's the question.
Yes.
Yes. I think that's the assurance you need. Okay, you can have a good lunch now. Okay. Anybody else? Quick questions, just questions, comments, but very short.
Short. Question to Kiran, actually. I am Dr. Divakar Goyal. I am Chairman of Academy of Aviation Science and Management. You have given a very good planning about the metro connectivity and all. Look at the passenger point of view. GMR is going to grow. They have got future plans. They have got a very giant non-aeronautical revenue. But we look at the Noida International Airport. Whatever way you see from passenger point of view, today Magenta line takes only 30 minutes from Noida to GMR airport or the IGI airport. In any case, your airport is not reachable not less than 1.5 hours. Whatever means it is. I can only see the rosy picture for the cargo people that you can have a dedicated freight corridor, which is impossible for GMR airport to have with the road condition and all. What are the plans to compete with the IG airport?
You're asking a very provocative question, actually.
I think, first of all, you need to get the word compete with GMR Delhi Airport out of your vocabulary. The idea is never to compete. The idea is to complement. The nation deserves more airports. In fact, we are far, far behind all metro regions in the world that have 2 airports which are functioning extremely well within the same metro region. Our ambition, our dream is to become one of those. It is not to compete. Now, how can we do that, and why have we done that? It's very simple. Just look at the catchment all around you. Look at the passengers. They're traveling 5 hours or so. Look at the aircraft orders which are coming in. You know, and one of the largest, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to digress a little bit. One of the most important elements in having 2 airports in the same metro region has to do with the airspace design. Let us give credit to the Airport Authority of India. You know, other than us, we've all spoken about the ground transportation, the rail transportation. There's something happening up in the skies as well. And that has required a lot of redesign, a lot of approach procedures, SID, STARS. Everything has been changed to accommodate 2 airports within the same metro region. And this is just the beginning. Bombay is the same. There'll be other cities as well in the country. So it is never about competing. It is about providing the nation with an airport that is required by the people of the country. That's the bottom line.
Good. You know, the Noida is the newest member in the airport family, so the new kid always gets more attention. So I think we can.
I know, it's like I'm the new kid on the block.
I just need to say Cyrus just went paperless, by the way. He just tore off his paper.
Okay, good. So I think, I know you all are looking at us very expectantly, and looking in very rapt attention. I'm reminded of a story, there was this preacher who went, who was preaching in a village. And, while he was speaking, started 5 o'clock in the evening, and he kind of went on, the crowd slowly, they dissipated. There was one lady sitting in front, and this guy went on and on, thinking, that at least I have some audience who's willing to listen to me. And he's going on and on, finally he got tired, that lady still didn't leave, So then after he finished, he asked the lady, how come you're still interested, and while what I was saying. She said, no, I'm not interested. Actually, that carpet you're standing, I have to take it home. So I hope you're not here for other reasons, you're really interested in what the panel has to say, but we thank you for your attention, and some of just to summarize some quick takeaways. I think Murli very rightly said, it's been 15 years, a short story, but I think it's a trailer, it's a teaser. The bigger part of the story is yet to come for aviation in India. If we see, I think that's where we are. There's a consensus that processes need to be something that we need to focus. technology will be thing. And Kiran, I take your point on consistency. I think that's something that's going to be the key for us. But in case you have any more questions, please feel free over lunch. We are happy to chat, but I'm conscious, that we have to move on, and there are other sessions as well that we need to do. But once again, thank you to Bhavna and the entire PhD team. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. You've been a great audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I know how busy you've been, but thank you for your support as always. And thank you to the panelists for coming. May I request Dr. Jitendra, sir, to please present mementos on our behalf to the panelists. Thank you for your time and thank you for your recommendations. We will share them with the minister as he's asked us. So if you can come in the front. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists? Mr. Manish Agnihotri, Chief Executive Officer, Worldwide Flight Services. Mr. Murli Ramachandran, President, India and Southeast Asia, Celebi Aviation Holding. Ms. Kiran Jain, CEO, Noida International Airport. And Mr. Suneet Gupta, Senior Vice President, Kale Logistics. Can we have a group photograph and a big round of applause again? We're starting lunch. Please join us for lunch outside. And we will start the main air cargo session at 3 o'clock. So short lunch, requesting everyone to have a quick, fast lunch and join us back by 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. So requesting everyone to join us back by 3. Thank you so much.
Playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders, PHDCCI.
Very warm welcome back. Requesting all the delegates outside to please join us. We have 3 very, very important sessions with industry stalwarts who are going to be a part of these sessions. And requesting everyone to join us in the front. This panel discussion is on air cargo, delivering the future revolutionary air cargo sector. We have the industry stalwarts as a part of this session, and may I request them to join us on the dais. Mr. Keku Bomika, sir, Managing Director and CEO, Avia Pro as the moderator. Ms. Vandana Agarwal, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Developing the Aircraft Leasing and Financing Ecosystem in GIFT City. Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Head Cargo, Tata Air India. Ms. Sakshi Gupta, Country Manager India, Air Logistics Group. Mr. Satish Lakhiraju, CEO, Next Gen. And Gautam Mandal, CEO, Octoloop.com. And Mr. Bala Subramaniam, sir, Founder and CEO of ASSIS, Air Cargo Consultancy, International Services, and a pioneer of the industry as well. Big round of applause and requesting all the delegates outside to please join in again. Thank you so much. I hand it over to Keku, sir. He has his hands cut out for...
Thank you. No, fine. I'm getting too intimidated by 2 very intelligent women sitting beneath them, so I'm going to shift here. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank God. I was trying to get some coffee ordered from here, so probably the coffee can wait a bit. Once again, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. We are exactly 57 minutes across our timeline. So it's my job to make it a little more longer and, make people stay here a little more, in the evening and be there. So what we do today is we're going to have a very, very focused round of discussions. You are aware of the topic that we have on hand today, which I think for the first time is very, very futuristic. The whole topic revolves around the future for the air cargo sector. So what we're going to do in the next probably 30, 40 minutes max, I would take 40 minutes, is to touch upon a few points that would be of benefit to all of you in the audience, and probably we make some good takeaways that we can give to the minister as he spoke about this morning. Now, I wanted to give you a context for this, but how do you set a context for a future? It's difficult to set context on that. But there were 3 points from Dr. Ahiwar and the minister that really caught my attention. I think that's important for us to ponder on today. One is, as Mr. Ahiwar mentioned, a logistics e-marketplace. I think probably this is the first time I've heard about it. It could be on elsewhere, but this is the first time I've really had a time to look into it. Second, as Mr. Ahiwar mentioned to the minister, is about facilitating transshipment. We're going to talk about that today in the course of our discussion. And third was something that Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Additional Secretary, had mentioned today, was the correlation between manufacturing and air cargo. What's happening at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have, in the first 2 sessions, heard a lot about sustainability, cargo growth, the 10 million metric ton story, etc. And what I want to do is focus on 3 points today, broadly, which the minister wanted to get our inputs on. One is the implementation of technology in our business. When I say implementation, I mean implementation moving forward from where we are today to where we want to be or where the minister wants us to be as we move forward. That's one. Second, which I thought was really fascinating for him to bring it up, which also I think is a plan from the Honorable Prime Minister, is this one product, one district economics. I think this is something that I personally probably did not focus much earlier, but looking forward, I think this would be a great example of how regional connectivity in the country is going to have an impact on what we do as air cargo. 3, again, very interesting, is his call for having more domestic freighters in the country. 3 revolutionary thoughts. Let's put some hard talk in this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a brilliant panel here in front of me. If your focus shifts to something else, you're going to lose. But I suggest you pay clear attention to what these ladies and gentlemen here are going to tell you today. If I can have that volume down in the corner, please, it'll be helpful. Thank you. What I'm going to do for a change today, and I have these 2 very intelligent women here, and I'm going to start with them today for discussion. Sakshi, I'm going to start with you. Ladies first, it's what my dad taught me, So, Sakshi, from a perspective of the technology part that we have in front of us today, and more on what the role of women can bring about in the future. Okay? We are heavily undersubscribed as far as the role of women in aviation is there. And what pains me is that we do not have women in roles outside the corner offices. Okay? We need more of them in the terminal, in capacity control, in warehouse, in those actors. Very briefly, Sakshi, your thoughts, then we move forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you, PhD, Ms. Bhavna, Keku sir, for having me on this very eminent panel here. The dais is, if I consider it as a palette, it's got a lot of Val cargo, a lot of precious and eminent personalities, and Keku was very smart. He wanted to increase the chargeable weight over here, so he thought, let's get more fluffy and volumetric cargo, and that's why, Keku, I'm here. Thank you. Okay, yes, we've spoken all about what Keku just said. You know, we've been speaking about AI, we've been speaking about IoT. In fact, we spoke about seaplanes, we spoke about automated high-rack warehouses, green vehicles, you know, autonomously working, finding their way around the facility, drones, etc., etc. But this topic of women, you know, more of us in the logistics trade, it's very close to my heart, you know, because I feel the crucial cog in the logistics wheel is women. Today, if we all collectively think that, you know, a fusion of men and women, you know, all of us, all the companies thrive to build a very strong human capital. It is very important. Today, you know, the mindset of the recruiter has to be unbiased. You need to look and be more mindful of talent and commitment rather than gender. Because always we will be left behind, okay, she's a woman, she has a family, she has children to take care of. But now, thanks to COVID or thanks to us adopting technology, as Keku sir just mentioned, we do not need physical strength to be in the industry. You know, we don't be having to go to the warehouses and be lifting cargo. We are getting techno-savvy. You know, e-commerce is amplifying and technology is snowballing. So technology, with technology and where women are concerned, it is a total, it's beauty with brains. Today, tech is a smooth runway. We have advanced algorithms. We have proactive approaches. Tech is like a smooth runway. We have digitized documentation processes. Tech, again, is like a mirror. We have transparency, we have accuracy and everything, the blockchain. So why cannot women be a part of this whole chain? We need to think, we need to have an audit, we need to have an insulated recruiting system. Only if you and I together are you know, we agree to this. We have all the bodies over here. We have all the forums here. I would tell ACFI, ACCD. We would tell the government to get, in fact, I had 1 minute with the minister. And, you know, he spoke, I think he briefly touched upon skill development. I would say not only skill development, but skilling the women and giving them the necessary tools and trainings to come forth in the industry. Get it as a course, a vertical in the colleges. We have Gurukul also, my logistics Gurukul. We have Aparna here leading it. We need to get women more coming forth because we are as good as you. I remember the metaphor when I came into the industry, fire in my belly, and I ebulliently stepped into the melee. And I want all of you together, help us grow. And don't be afraid, I'll tell the women, don't be afraid of the noise. You know, just wear your crown with conviction, immaculate hard work, and take criticism as a constructive feedback, and you will go places. So that's my take on women, and I really want this forum, PhD, also to take it forward and get more of us over here. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sakshi. Vandana ma'am, over to you. You're my boss. You still continue to boss me, so I have to. One opportunity I have today to sort of, you know, try and put you in a spot. Can I? Yes. I have your permission. Thank you. Okay, so we have all around us geopolitical tensions. The latest being our neighbor in the east. We have supply chain disruptions. I'm referring to the Red Sea area. How should air cargo companies adapt itself? When I say companies, let's look at the entire ecosystem, adapt to itself, and understand what are these threats about? How long are these threats going to impact our business, and are our supply chains, which we are using for manufacturing, need to rethink this chain again, or this is a passing cloud, we're okay, we'll get through to it? Your take.
Thank you. So, first of all, I'm very happy to hear from you that you're very respectful of women. I'm also happy to observe that he's extremely fearful of women as well. He chose to run away to the corner.
Correct.
When he found himself seated between two. So, let me say a couple of things on the geopolitics. I was always told that a crisis is an opportunity.
Correct.
So to the extent that geopolitics today in large sections of the world is crisis-ridden, and I don't mean only in terms of warfare, I would also call the supply chain breaks a crisis.
Correct.
So are these an opportunity for a country of India's positioning in the geopolitics today? And what do I mean by India's positioning? We have gone very securely as somebody who is multidimensional, multipolar, multi-everything. We are equidistant from the warring sides. We have friends among all. Do we as a cargo community capture that thought which the government has brought out? And for instance, when our Prime Minister or our Foreign Minister and other delegations go abroad to Ukraine, to Russia, to the US, do we send them our wish list? I would say that that is so vital, because after all, geopolitics is something that the politicians are going to play for us.
Correct.
So we have to enable them to seize that opportunity out of the crisis for us. That's my first thought. The second thought is that have our businesses already not seen a lot of crises, both in our neighborhood as well as in the rest of the world? It's not as though the crisis is of today's standing. Why are we not crafting our business with forethought that yes, there will always be hotspots across the world, and how can we turn them into sweet spots for us in terms of opportunity? And when the crisis has passed, how can we make sure that we had entrenched ourselves into those ecosystems or those supply chains which were broken around those spots? The third factor, which you yourself mentioned, is about the domestic, or rather government's initiative on the manufacturing emphasis.
Correct.
Are we in here having manufacturers in this room?
Well said.
Or do we have only the aviation industry here? If we don't have the manufacturers in the room here, then clearly we have something which is very seriously missing.
Absolutely.
This is my serious request to PHDCCI that kindly bring the two together. Only when we become systemic as opposed to transactional, because today my aviation sector goes around seeking transactions rather than having entrenched business propositions with Indian industry and their collaborators abroad. It's not as though India's manufacturing sector is very insular. No, it's not.
Correct.
So I think that these 3 points, to start with, I would share.
Thank you.
To answer this question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
And by the way, now that I'm no longer a bureaucrat, I can afford to be a loose cannon.
Ramesh, over to you. Ramesh, India is moving towards a transshipment hub. What we lost over the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years now, since the 80s, we lost that position. There is a sincere move by the government, by the industry players, by the various ministries to bring back the lost glory. So some good tick marks. US Air India, you've ordered planes. Indigo's ordered planes. We're getting freighters. Hubs are coming out. Airports have got capacities coming in. Now, if we go beyond this as an initiative, Ramesh, what are the vulnerabilities you feel could hinder us from reaching at least 20, 30, 40% of that capacity that we lost earlier? Your thoughts, Ramesh?
Thank you, Keku. Also, as the earlier panelist said, I also personally thank PhD for organizing it. I think this is a great event that happens year after year. And representing Air India, I'm personally very happy to be here and sharing some of my thoughts in this forum. On the transshipment, I think we have said many of these in many forums over the last many years. We have to take off, right? I think as part of the privatization Air India, a year ago roughly, we kind of started selling Indian airports as the hubs, transshipment hubs. And we also started pitching ourselves as long-haul shipment carriers. But unfortunately, we had to cut it down because of many handicaps that we have. In terms of our network, we primarily use Delhi and Mumbai, to some extent Bangalore, as our international hubs. And this is likely to stay that way, for Air India in the very, very long term. So Delhi will be the mother hub. In a way, I'm happy that the Delhi airport is kind of built and managed by a very visionary airport operator. Sanjeev is sitting here, so the cargo management team is great. So they understand the business model as to how and why an airline has to use an airport as a transshipment hub to be successful in the long term. But then we do have a lot of work to do as a country, especially on the policy side. Just to share some statistics, which again I shared many times in the past, compared to other successful airlines in the neighborhood, they have up to 85% transshipment out of their total volume they handle. Whether it is Dubai or Singapore or Doha or Hong Kong, the percentage may vary from 87% with a very large carrier to something like 65% with a medium-sized carrier based in Southeast Asia. So I think for a carrier to be extremely successful in terms of contributing very good amount of revenue from the cargo to the airline's revenue, it is very important that one runs a long haul using a large airport as a hub. As Keku said, we have Air India and few other airlines in India. They're committed to investing in equipment, bring the wide bodies, and also develop some of the airports as hubs. I think we have all the necessary ingredients falling in place. But I think what we need to work on to what it is today, I think it was zero something like 10 years ago, transshipment volume out of the total volume in an airport like Delhi. It has now come to close to 10%, majority of that because of Air India in the recent past. If you look at our total network volume, we're not even 10, Less than 10% of our network volume is transshipment volume. And mostly that is being handled in Delhi. And we're trying to build, we're trying to infuse technology to solve some of the issues that we have. But we kind of get stuck when it comes to some policies that constrain us, restrain us, making it more efficient. The one, obviously all of you know it, we have discussed many times in the past, is a rescreening. Rescreening unfortunately slows us down tremendously. Right? What other competing airlines in the neighborhood, what they can do in 3 hours. So they actually have different products. They can do transshipment tail to tail within 3 hours, or aircraft to aircraft, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. So if somebody wants a very, very speed transshipment connection, if he's willing to pay a premium for that, they can actually connect in 3 hours time. There's no way that I can do it. I cannot connect anything less than 24 hours. And then recently, a week ago, I was looking at the statistics. Unfortunately, given some other challenges that have happened in the recent past, rains also causing some more confusion in the airport operations. Now I'm able to connect only up to 35% within 48 hours, which is unfortunately bad. And a lot of the connections happen beyond 48 hours, almost 65% of it. And even if I bring it down to 24 hours, the connection window, I'm still not successful because I need to be able to get back to the 12 hours to be able to completely exist in the market, competitively exist in the market. So screening pulls us down substantially, which is the need to break every pallet, every container down, screen at a piece level and build it back. It has other challenges as well. It obviously consumes a lot of time. It puts a lot of stress on the infrastructure as well. You need large facilities to process such an operation. And as the volumes grow, as the airport grows, you need even larger facilities. So there is a great need for somebody to revisit that policy and manage it better. We have given a lot of ideas. We as an airline, we've mentioned to the regulatory agency that 70-80% of our trade is on certain trade lanes. And the trade is also focusing on certain commodities. And as long as these trade lanes are between countries that are part of approved security regulation, security framework, the Indian security regulatory agency should not have any problem in pre-approving it. They're looking at it. I'm sure they will look at it favorably. This discussion happened about a month ago. And as part of the ongoing exercise, about 4 months ago, a multi-ministerial and functional team visited major airports across the country to understand how the best practices happen and how we should manage our transshipment. That exercise fortunately happened. And we also kind of compiled our observations from those visits. So some of these observations lead us into this direction that look at it selectively, which is fine, which is almost 70-80% of the trade that happens globally. We can follow that. And then if there are exceptions behind these 70% trade lanes, we can then possibly evaluate and see how we can resolve them in future. We are heading in the direction, but at this point in time, the rescreening is pulling us down, making us very, very uncompetitive in the market. The other one, which is a smaller problem, but still a problem, is the customs regulatory framework. Although recently they automated it, you don't need to manually do it anymore. But still, even if you do it with the help of the system, it still takes about 6 to 8 hours time, which should not even exist. That should be zero, like it happens in other airports. I've again shared this with you many times. Today, I still have to enter in the system, wait for approval to come to me, and so on and so forth. It can take anywhere from 3 hours to 12 hours, depending on who's managing it, who's on the ship, so on and so forth. But in other airports, there is no customs involved at all, right? And airlines share the incoming flight manifest and outgoing flight manifest for all the flights that you operate on a daily basis. Customs system automatically reconciles. If they have a concern, they'll come and audit. They'll come and question you. Otherwise, they don't bother. That is how it should be. I think we should also, and I was told many years ago when we were having this conversation with the customs that already happens on the sea freight side. Seaports run like that. And what happened in seaports about 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, is still not the case with the airports. I think we have a long catch-up that we have to do. The other one, obviously, infrastructure plays a role. The airport operator is working hard to expand it. Given the current constraints, you need a very large facility to manage it, right? So, and if you don't have the facility, unfortunately, the backlog builds up, and what can happen within 24 hours can start happening in 48 hours or even beyond. So we see some of those challenges. So at this stage, to be competitive and to help the airlines to improve the transshipment related component out of their volumes, it's very important that we work on these policy changes.
Perfect.
We need to also do a few things. We're working on them along with the airport operator, but this will help us.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think these points of rescreening and customs should be put to the minister when the draft note goes to him, because these are burning issues, and as I think Vipin mentioned this morning, somewhere we are regressing. Instead of progressing further, we're regressing, and that's going to hurt us long-term big time. Okay, thanks. Bala, you are my boxing partner, so we'll take the boxing on the stage today. Assuming for a moment, okay, the traditional expansion methods are done. In terms of terminal operations, we are getting airlines, we're getting capacity, more terminals, more airports, everything is done. We're now going to move into positions where the big elephant in the room is going to raise its head, which is the dynamic pricing models. As long as we are able to sustain ourselves as an industry, everybody's smiling, everybody's happy. Yields are good, flights are full, airports full, terminals full. Nice picture. Should we start preparing for the next downturn now, given the situation that we have around us? Your take.
Thank you, Keku. Once again, thanks a lot for PhD. As Ramesh rightly pointed out, this has been a very sort of people wait for this conference where they get a lot of ideas and they exchange a lot of ideas. Coming to your specific question, dynamic pricing model is one such thing which could help. But I don't think we can just be happy with that or just rest our laurels on that and then start doing. There is an important word this particular summit has used in its title, revolutionizing.
Clear?
Revolutionizing does not mean step change. Revolutionizing means bold steps we need to take. I am tempted to get back to my friend Ramesh's topic in terms of security, which we talked.
Yeah.
Annex 17 of ICAO has given the security broad guidelines to every country in the world, including India,
Yeah.
for India to create its own legal framework within which multiple aspects of aviation can be carried out.
Correct.
It is purely up to us as India to look at it in a very conservative manner, keep on doubting every Tom, Dick and Harry, and keep going backwards, regress, or whether we go forward. I'm not saying meaninglessly go forward, childishly close your eyes and go forward. I'm not saying that. But in an informed way, by really taking benchmark, I'm happy when Ramesh said that they really went to about 10 or 8, 7 places just to look at their practices and everything. Of course, the ground realities in those countries, including security situation, is different from ours. That again, everybody knows it. But within this, I think I'm tempted to give an analogy, sorry for that. You take our Customs Act. It has always been created by the people who were ruling us before, by suspicion as the base.
Correct.
I would appoint somebody to just check whether Keku is daily doing the job. And I would appoint another person to check whether that person is checking Keku.
Correct.
My whole life goes around that. Don't trust anybody. I am being very plain. That will not carry us. Forget about 10 million tons on 2030. It will not carry us anyway. First of all, the customs have to be looked into with a fresh pair of eyes, with a completely transfused blood, into a washing machine and out probably. Completely it has got to be looked at. Let it be enabling mechanism, not disabling mechanism.
True.
That is where the question that you talked about in terms of capacity is all anyway completely full. Should we look at a new way of doing it, including dynamic pricing? It is connected with that because it is with the mindset part of it there. Example, many countries looking at India's success story would like to deal with us. They would like to probably bring some freighters. One way of dealing with us.
Correct.
Some other some other countries would like to have FDI in many industries where some are open, some are still, a bit more this thing. We are doing a great job in those areas, attracting FDI and, attracting foreign institutional investors in our stock markets. Everywhere we are doing well. But the underlying principle is still suspect.
Well said.
You have got to be really open and say, I am fully in control of my destiny. As India, I am proud, I am strong. I know exactly where you will cut the corners and come back to me, and I know where you will not. So I've got to be bold and go with an open one. I cannot be just suspecting you, thinking, what will you do? I do not know. No, that I think will not carry us. My plain and honest opinion.
Thank you, Bala. Satish, over to you. Buzzword in the industry, e-commerce. Nice golden words, used loosely, strongly, with different connotations attached to it. But I want you, Satish, to focus today on a slightly different aspect connected with e-commerce. There is a growing market now coming back on reverse logistics. There was a presentation I attended recently, and the growing number of returns under the banner of e-commerce is staggering. If I put my hat on as a logistics guy, very happy, good business. This whole room is very happy with that. But truly, is that something sustainable? Two, are the measurable data that we are putting out in the industry in terms of e-commerce capturing this kind of information? What is your what's your take on this, Satish?
So, Keku, good afternoon, and I hope everyone is awake now. I think what's important for all of us to understand is the elephant in the room is the customer. End of the day, customer is the king. Customer will determine what he wants and the pace at which he would want an item or the pace at which he wants to reject it. I think the current scenario is from the era when we used to wait to book a car and we had only two options. Today our options in our business have really multiplexed in many ways. So today sitting on a phone, you are able to see a price of an item or order an item or return an item, because that's the option you're giving to the customer. Because if you say, I'm not happy with the product, you come and ask him to take it back, and people, in that whole process, what you have done basically is that you order as much as you want, but you also have the option of returning back when you don't want to do that. Now it's a call that in certain products that you're going to do is that you're going to say that for these products, there is nothing called returnability, because if the value of the goods is 100 rupees, what we basically would then do is that it's not worth the logistics to even call back that item. So that's an important thing. But what we are forgetting on the e-commerce side is internet has come in, and I don't think there's anyone in this room who doesn't have an phone which is not an Android or an iOS operated one. We have come into that. Smartphone has become an option for watching your movies to ordering to everything ultimately, including talking, responding to your emails. So the penetration level is going to be very high on e-commerce. Your rapid urbanization that is happening is only going to get you to order more and more, because you will not be able to come into malls every time. If you are in Gurgaon and if there's a rain today, would you want the guy in the e-commerce to place an order, or do you want to go yourself and shop? The parking lots are going to become more expensive to park your car, because you still not got to Singapore price of parking, but it's decent enough. So I think people will restore to ordering and returning it. But the good thing for people in logistics and the other side is, as much as your load is going into a big tower today to deliver, the same guy is able to pick the same thing back. So there is no additional cost if you look at it from terms of a truck going offloading its material in the same truck you are. So the return load concept is there. And I think the technology is supporting us to manage that. I manage a lot of this stuff now currently on the international side. And if you have good technology, then it's very easy to manage even your returns quite well. So I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Satish, of course. It's crisp. Gautam, let's go one level even more deeper. So we're going level by level down. Technology as we see it today is probably one of the bright spots in our industry. The rapid way in which you are bringing in technology is really commendable. My question is the investments that are made. Okay, there is going to be someone who's going to foot this bill, no free lunch. How is this solutions that we are bringing today? And when you speak, I would appreciate you speak for the industry. How can they be visibly foolproof, scalable, and more importantly, capable of integrating into solutions of tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, and a decade later? What I see, and this is out of my personal experience, is the moment one set of technology comes in, you bid, you make it employed, it's over. Your life is done. You're going to get for the next one. So there is a bit of paradox in how much of investment should go into technological advancements. Your take, Gautam.
Thank you so much, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. So before I answer directly into that, I would like to share a trivia with all of you. When we study the science of human evolution, there is something very interesting which came up, and I term it the exponential diminishing law or the reverse exponential law. So if I take the major milestones and just take the last 3 milestones which has happened in the human evolution, and I can start with the agricultural revolution. From agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution, it took about 10,000 years. While from industrial revolution to the digital revolution, only 200 years. And if I talk where we are today, from industrial revolution to the age of AI and e-commerce is just 30 years. I'm not sure how many of you remember the date ChatGPT or the first generative AI model was launched commercially. It was exactly about 19 months from now. So that was the first generative AI model. From there, in 19 months, we have over 1,000 different models which are able to do like fantastic things which we could only imagine in our time during the Star Treks. Those were science fiction. Now, why I'm talking about that? The reason is that the technological change is here. We are already going through that phase. Now, before we start looking at the ways to future-proof ourselves, the first thing that we need to understand is, do I need to really invest in digitalization? And to answer that very simply in one word is definitely yes. The workforce that is going to join in the next 5 years are like my children. My son, who is 17, he was born with mobile phones and laptops as an extension of his body. Right? They are extremely comfortable. They type at the speed of light while they are doing it. And they don't expect to call up the airline's desk or to the warehouse to get some data. They demand data to be right there in their hands. So with all of these in context, I need to start looking at the future. When I plan today, I need to plan looking at the future hedges. I need to look at minimum 5 years ahead. So that's how the investment should start with. Right? I cannot just invest in technology because my competition has just bought something or subscribed to some technology. I need to look at 5 years ahead what the situation will be, right? Whether I will be sustainable with this technology even 5 years down the line. Now, there are certain checks which you can do. Is, if I want to go into the technical jargon, the first thing that you need to look at is what this platform is built on. Right? You need to look at the technologies which are readily available today, like, are the application cloud native? So when I say cloud native, it is not only hosting the application on the cloud, but the application should also be built with the architecture that it can be scalable at the cloud itself. Now, that is part one. Part B is whether these applications have been designed in the latest microservice architecture. So what is microservice architecture? It ensures that the application is not monolithic. You do not invest in a very large single application, but these are modular. It's like the Lego blocks. You just plug and make it larger. Or in case any of the modules need to be upgraded in the future, those can be upgraded at the module level itself. You don't need to change the entire application and reinvest. Or if you want to integrate a third-party application, this platform or the application should be ready. That's what microservices or API-ready applications do. Another input that I can give is ITA's latest initiative, which is called as One Record. So One Record plans to change how we transmit and transfer data between the stakeholders. Today, the only way you can transmit data with another stakeholder is the traditional text-based EDI messages. Those are slow, unreliable, and there is a limitation of what you can actually transfer. But One Record is based on API ontologies, and that practically ensures that every stakeholder within the industry has real-time data visibility, there is no duplication, and as and when you upgrade your IT infrastructure, you are already there. You do not need to reinvest for that connection. So those are my takes for the future proofing.
Thank you, Gautam. I'm going to come back with your question as we go forward. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, I finished one round of questions. Does anybody have a question at this stage before I go on my second round? Very quickly, very briefly. Anything that is not clear to you, you want a clarification on? No? Excellent. Okay, I'm coming back to you, Gautam, and we'll take this quickly, given time. Why aren't systems able to talk to each other clearly? I'm just picking up on your last point. Very often when you want to integrate systems between shippers, consignees, airport operators, terminal operators, PGAs, garments, customs, etc., some wise guy, and don't take me wrong, from the IT department says, you know what, our systems don't talk to each other. I'm not a buff, but please explain to this audience why we can't talk.
So this is also coming from the previous response which I gave, is the technology, right? And that's why it's very important for people like you, when you plan to invest today, make sure that you are future-proofing. Make sure that the applications which are built on microservice architecture. So an application which is a legacy architecture will have limitations on API development, will have limitations on scalability. That's why it's not only about just hosting on the cloud, but is the application is also developed on the cloud architecture. So that is the reason we see that the applications aren't able to talk to each other. They're just not compatible. Right? Okay. A few years ago, Apple and Android were not able to talk to each other, but now they can because they have upgraded the technology. And One Record definitely is poised to do that, where you no longer need to invest with your IT vendors for different API connectivity. IATA has already standardized these API ontologies, and like how you today connect EDI, which is very simple. It's standard. The messages are standard. You just need to tell to other stakeholder what version I send in. The other stakeholder will say, okay, I accept this version, and you're good to go. Similarly, with IATA One Record, you will be good to go with API. So tomorrow you can transact not only the airwaybill data, but payments information, documents, every possible thing that you can think of can be done that and in a standardized manner.
Perfect. Thanks, Gautam. That was crisp. Satish, I'm going to put you in a spot. Ministers from your place, he's going to ask you this question at some time or the other. One product, one area. You're from his area. You started mapping his product and his airport, or you're working on it?
So, the good question. One is on this very podium and stage, you got Ramesh also, who comes from the same state.
We'll ask Ramesh as well.
Okay, so suddenly what you are seeing is that farmers of this country are running the largest airport. So GMR incidentally comes from the same state. Okay, your GVK, which also came from the same state. So people from the aviation side, incidentally, on the big ticket items are coming from the home state. So not surprising to have the minister from there coming here. One. You can. Okay.
I'm coming, Bala.
Yeah. And it is not surprising that I moved back to Andhra as a part of the transition as well. So one good thing that is there at the home state is that it's got sufficient water. It's got the largest coastline in the country, far bigger than Gujarat. So the general perception is that Gujarat has got a larger coastline, but Andhra has got a larger coastline in any sense. So the biggest commodities that are there, your biggest pharma cluster is at Srikakulam district, which is the largest pharma cluster. So no wonder that you have a Bhogapuram airport coming up there as one talk point. Vijayawada will definitely come up as a transshipment hub at some point of time, and that's on the mapping as well. And what do you have from that part of the town? You've got mangoes, chilies, tobacco, which will come out from there as a commodity that will go. So there is a great opportunity that is there in that part of the state, clearly. There is a lot of handicrafts that happen as well. So what he said today in his speech is right, one district, one product. Right. Clearly, Andhra is in the ranking because it has all along been neglected for the last so many years, and no wonder the Modi government has got an aviation minister, because your earlier aviation minister also was from the same constituency. Keep that in mind, that that constituency has been getting. But also keep the largest H1B visa takers are from Andhra Pradesh. So all your Area 1 cargo sitting in the part of the world is not just one district, one place, but you have the largest people sitting as NRIs. Telugu is going to become the third spoken language in US very, very soon. And you could have the new president also coming from south in the US. So watch out that it's not just in Andhra people coming into the central government, but they will reach out up till the US. And Google is run by someone from the south. Microsoft is run someone by, and the list can go on. So I think what you all have to watch out is that the south people are quite soft and believe in more in action, unfortunately, and less noise. So you can see that happening very, very quickly in the coming days.
You know, many of us on this stage are from the south, right?
I know you're born yourself in Hyderabad, so don't tell me you're not from south.
You look at the audience here, you will find
Yes.
out how you're also from there. Thanks, Satish. Sakshi, the area that we are now in business of promoting air cargo, going out, meeting stakeholders and asking stakeholders, where is the challenge for you to convert probably a road to air, a rail to air, etc.? Given your experience personally, would you like to share some light on some broad points as to how you would be able to make this paradigm shift to people, to industries, to organizations that, hey, look, one, we are open, we've got capacity, we've got everything is more or less sorted. We've got to fine-tune things. How do you see this and how do you want to take this from there, Sakshi?
Okay, Keku. Firstly, I would like to, answer this differently. I would say that, we are at PhD. We need to have a prognosis, health diagnosis, prognostic health diagnosis of our business houses. We need to actually, empower it with the supplements of and the vitamins of planning and preparedness. We need to do that. Today, I heard Dr. Arivar talk in the morning about network management planning. And they have a team where they have 1,500 layers of data and data pool and, planning on the infrastructure on the ground and underground, and they are planning well in advance so that the future is secure. So we need to do that as well in order to have a secure and a healthy future for air cargo. I mean, just giving an example, we all go for a morning walk. We all have sometimes yoga or hit the gym, and sometimes have these concoctions of apple cider vinegar or our blood pressure pills. So what are we doing that today? We are doing that not for a good today or for a good month, but we are securing our future. We are doing it for a healthy future. And all what we are talking about, all the infrastructure, Gautam spoke about technology, it's not because my competition is investing in it. There's a lot of money. Today the minister spoke about indigenous airplanes being, manufactured in India,
Correct.
Here. So that's a lot of investment, We need to be very cautious and plan well so that when we scale, because it's a lot of money, a lot of time involved. I would, go back to the basics on grassroots levels, talk about technique called human layering. Human layering is getting into the shoes of your past and the future generations. And today, identify what you would have told your ancestors, that how they could have planned better for the future, which is our today. And what we, from the lens of the future generation, would do better so that they have no challenges and we are much, much more better planned than what we are today. So yes, we need to be future-proof, not foolproof, I would say future-proof. We need to be scalable and we need to ensure that, the technology and whatever we are doing today is talking to the technology which is yet come. We need to prevent the future failures even before they happen. And as even Ms. Kiran said in the morning, we need to be repetitively consistent, to ensure that we have a secure cargo ecosystem going forward. And that's I don't know if I've answered your question on the future,
Perfect.
but that's what it is. And even Mr. Vipin Jain, if you see, he said that in the morning, that 3 years before, if he saw the data, we were on 3 million metric tons. And today, again, if we pick up the data, we may be on 3.2 million metric tons, and the vision is for 10 million metric tons. So how are we going to get there? And we need to prepare today for the future. We need a very strong arsenal today to go guns, to surge ahead, to get tangible results.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sakshi. Ma'am, to you, and I would take this also to Ramesh after that. First to you. We are in a semi-open skies environment at this moment, okay? How, in your opinion, can Indian carriers hedge against the risks of increased competition from other carriers, especially in the context of fluctuating global trade dynamics? You're going to see a lot more regional influence coming into the ministry, into the government for opening up capacities, getting more lines, more routes, etc. Your take on this?
So for me, one aspect in the first panel discussion was very compelling, when I think Cathay Pacific said that they bring in a full cargo load on their freighter, but they take back only 60%. When I speak to Indian freighters, operators, they have the reverse problem. They have cargo to take out of India, but they don't have return cargo. Do you think there's a marriage possibility here? I think there is. The numbers tell the story, and we have to see how we can do that. I will give you an example from Blue Dart Aviation, where I'm an independent director presently, and we also tried to see this matter, to see how we could work on it. We worked with DHL, I'm not releasing any secrets, and where there were gaps, we are putting in DHL's own spaces, freighters. We are putting in Blue Dart Aviation freighters. And these are not sporadic ones. We said we will do systemic ones, scheduled ones. That's the way to go forward. The more that we can reach out to countries where we are today in an advantage, where our Indian freighters are saying that we have the cargo, but we don't have reverse cargo. I think those are the countries with which we do need to have a dialogue on the open policy. For scheduled operations, I'm never in favor of non-scheduled freighters. Those are sporadic. Those are additional. They will not help India go to 10 million tons. Yes, they are very good for crisis management. Yes, they are very good gap fillers, but they are not part of your overall strategy for growth.
Got it.
They are also not very good when you want to be price setters. Today, practically the entire Indian cargo is being shipped on a price taker mode. You are always the underdog. So in any open skies policy, until we can address this issue of capacity, which is our own capacity, we will always be a price taker. I'm not against it. I'm very much in favor of the open skies policy. But you have to do your own homework as well. Otherwise, half the freighters that are coming in will go back with half the freight. So clearly there is a price disadvantage which is being faced by the cargo that is actually carried even on those freighters which are coming in from other countries.
Fair point.
They're not going to book losses for themselves. Your cargo is bearing that cost. That's one. The second is the regulatory mechanism. I do remember how with you, with Air India, etc., we used to slave away to get ACC 3 clearances, RA 2 clearances, and so on and so forth. Until we can not sort that out, there is, to my mind, very little point in having our domestic operations, or rather domestic freighter industry, put in investment to add freighter capacity till we can be sure of those regulatory compliances.
Correct.
So just instead of giving you a huge list of things that should be done, I would just like to put these two thoughts on the table. Actually, I can add a third one. Everybody spoke about drones this morning.
Mhm.
You just now spoke about one product, one district. What better way for the milk runs that our airlines do within the country, if they can team up with drone freighters or
Correct.
cargo drones, and also meet that objective of aggregating from one product, one district, etc., or regional, actually, aggregations. I think we would solve the problem of the perceived lack of air capacity to serve the open skies in freight terms.
Perfect.
I don't know whether I make sense.
Yeah, Ramesh, same thing. Your take.
Thank you, Keku. I completely agree with ma'am. And few points from my point of view, even the last point I agree, ma'am, that does make sense. I think as an Indian carrier, we have kind of shared our thoughts as to how we want to approach, how we want the government to approach the open skies many times in the past. I think today we have open skies, although we resisted. I think it was given last year for 3 years. So the whole point was about charters, number one. I think the charter open skies was given to all the airports in the country for 3 years. Number two, then there was a lot of discussion about the double hopping flights, 6 freedom rides given to be given to the airlines. I think although the first one is given, but our point of view at the time, even today, is that some of us have placed huge orders, right? We are making huge investments.
Yes.
As many countries do, we also expect the country to, and the government to support large investments made by Indian carriers today.
Correct.
There is a big thing at stake. Multi-billion dollars at stake. I think it is very important that we protect our own carriers in the long-term interest of the country, which is what everybody does outside. And then the reciprocity, which Madam also mentioned. Many times when you go to other countries, you don't get the same support, how much ever you scream, right? And we need to keep that in mind as well, because you don't get the same support when they start seeing you growing in that market. You're kind of blacklisted. You don't get the slots that you are asking for. You don't get the turnaround that you're asking for. And even other services like ground handling services and terminal operations are also constrained in those airports. We need to keep that in mind when we reciprocate, which is very important. Having said that, although freighters are required in the market, but if you look at somebody like Air India, we are actively deploying a huge amount of wide body capacity between the metro cities. This is more than a freighter, right? Some stations have actually twice or thrice wide body operations within the country itself. So given so much happening, there may not be any need, there may not be a significant need for domestic freighter operations in the long term, because a lot of airlines will end up deploying the wide body capacity between the metros, which is where the demand is. So we, for example, we do that to feed from one city to the other city. Given that our hub operations are in Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore, we also operate from all the metro cities into Delhi. We would like to feed the smaller metros into Delhi so that we have enough cargo going out of the Delhi into the European flights and North America flights and the wide body flights. I think the international freighters and also one of the airlines that you referred to in the beginning, some of those carriers are actively in discussion with us. The amount of domestic distribution capability that we have in the country is of interest to them. I think there's no need for them to hop, because they can come and hand over to us. Those discussions are on, and many of them have actually signed contracts with us. This is one. Second, ma'am also talked about the imbalance of outgoing versus incoming. We, again, back to the airlines that you refer to, many of them, one colleague is sitting here, so we have actually signed interline agreements with them where if there is capacity, if there is interest, they actually feed us back into India. Now, there are even examples where we can take cargo up to one of the airports in UK, and there is a foreign carrier who actually picks it up and then takes it to the US. In a way, it is competing with us, but if it is not competing with us actively, we actually started supporting it. It's a much bigger network. We are interested in expanding that network as well, because when you start signing interline, and to some extent, a lot of road readers are through RFS network, we have reached up to 500 stations globally, which is the case today. Right? It will further expand. I think it is win-win. While we kind of establish the win-win for the country and also for the trade, it is very important that the country, people in general, and the ministry also supports the Indian carriers in terms of the investment, huge investment which is being made.
Correct. Oh, thank you. I think, sure.
You know, this is a bit of information that the aviation sector should know when you look at Open Skies policy. During COVID, when we were bringing in emergency cargo, supplies for feeding, for healthcare, for APIs, for everything.
PPEs.
I mean, you know, the PPE kits, everything that we were bringing in, I had to write more than 200 letters on my letter pad with my stamp to say that our cargo flight, either an Air India or a Blue Dart or XYZ flight, will be coming to your airport, and would you please, as the government concerned, grant approval? Would you please request your regulator, the DGCA equivalent, to grant approval? Would you please also tell your airport concerned to grant approval? And I had to write that 72 hours before the flight was going to be taking place. Remember, these are emergency supplies. Yeah. When we couldn't even be sure, is this the open skies that we want? But we should be mindful. Yes, we are willing to be open. Did we do the same thing to that country or to their aircraft? No, we didn't. An emergency or a crisis is a crisis. Values of life are more important.
Perfect.
But this is what happens. So when Ramesh says that they don't get solid treatment or competitiveness or efficiencies, I'm just telling you.
Absolutely.
200 letters in the
True.
space of 2 months I wrote.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kekuji, I would like to add something
Sure.
to what Vandanaji had mentioned. You know, aircrafts like Cathay is going empty from here, and you know, we're also talking about, on one hand, on 2-tier, 3-tier cities, and some are even very insignificant. But I don't know who is the right person, but Delhi airport from here, if Zahir is Zahir, you're here, I understand that we are not allowed to carry cargo from Delhi to, say, Amritsar or to Jaipur by road feeder services. It's not allowed. Those aircraft, say a Qatar Airways or a Singapore Airlines or an Air India flight from Amritsar to Birmingham, say, have to generate their own cargo or an air-to-air connectivity. But why is not, and here Delhi airport would be overspilling, there is backlog, there is congestion, but still the cargo is not allowed to go to these 2-tier, 3-tier cities. But we need to look into that, and we need to bring it and let the cargo flow to these airports as well.
Perfect. Yeah, I think you should write to Sanjeev, it's not here, but to the rest. You can do that. Bala, the wise man, you have more white hair than anybody else on this panel, so I have to give the last word to you,
I just
Bala.
colored it at 3 o'clock when the session is about to start.
That's why I have to have the last word from you, Bala. Bala, predictive analysis. You and I have been talking this, I think both of us are getting bald talking about this. Why don't we have data from the manufacturing industry, Bala?
The answer lies in Madam Vandana's statement about 40 minutes back. Why don't we call them in these type of conferences?
Okay, we go past that statement. Ah, she's here.
Yes. Okay.
She's taking point of it. You're taking note of
Yes.
it, right? Yeah, she's taking note.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bhavnaji, just a pointer to you.
We've put you on the spot today, right?
No, I know. Keku just threw words into my mouth and I had to react. Now, on a serious note,
yeah,
absolutely correct, because they are a stakeholder. That has got to come into the mind first. You know, they are a stakeholder, because, see, we are for long considering an airline, a cargo terminal operator, a ground handling agent, a freight forwarder, a customs house agent. Probably I can add 1 or 2 only to be part of the air cargo stakeholders. They are not. The real customer, which is the beneficial cargo owner, that's the term many people use it, BCO, who is a consignee or a ship or anything. Unless we have getting FIEO, I think ACFI did something with FIEO some time back. That sort of initiative only will bring predictive analytics will have a lot of value when you do that.
Got it.
So, because if I have a capacity and I need to manage capacity, I've got shortage of capacity, how can I get into other capacity? We discussed that a little bit. All these things can be used by artificial intelligence, just to use my friend Gautam's words, by investing in these type of things and having dialogue. Just mere investment is not enough. Dialogue with them, constant dialogue, and also I would say institutionalized dialogue. It is not that suddenly by mistake I got Keku Gazzar's name in my phone one day when I was looking for some K and then start calling, hi Keku, how are you? No. It should be an intentional, structured, systematic dialogue where they also give a lot of their inputs to us. And naturally, it is a bit selfish as well. As a cargo stakeholder on this side of the table, we will also be sensitizing those people to the real challenges we have. Otherwise, in their minds, it is just a perceived challenge.
Perfect.
They don't even probably trust us to say, oh, no. These guys are giving some sort of an excuse because they were not able to fulfill my requirement. No, it is not that way. Look, you are part of the table. You are not away from the table. Then predictive analytics has got a huge, huge future.
Perfect.
Yes, we talked quite a bit about it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've done with round 2. Questions?
You're loud enough, but
Make it brief. Let me know who you want to address it to.
I also have Hello. Good evening, everybody. Well, my question is to all the panelists. Anybody can answer that. What is your view on the custom clearance ecosystem available for cross-border e-commerce aside of courier mode?
Okay, good you asked this question because I'm on that side of the table. See, as far as exports is concerned, it's currently very good in a way in the speed at which it happens. But the value of 25,000 is still a problematic area. That has to go up surely. On the import side, I would say it is short of disaster, and which is why, to answer everyone's point, your imports will never increase unless you do something better for the imports to come in. Today, your biggest challenge is everyone is saying, why do I have an imbalance of exports and imports? If you are being murdered when you bring an import, why will you ever bring an import? So that part of it is still a painful area, and I think forums like this should really address it, because most of the time the discussions in these rooms are not about e-commerce and express companies. They're on larger part of air cargo and that. But these small parcels actually constitute to a larger tonnages which are not visible to the people sitting in the room. So my answer is very simple. Exports can improve and transit times can improve. Import is a painful area. Really something from a customs angle has to be done to balance out the loads and the capacities clearly.
Because today there is one more challenge, which is that if there is an e-commerce import, where there are a lot of e-commerce companies abroad in Europe who wants to bring their material into India as a market, but they're not able to enter into the market precisely because they have to mandatorily go through courier companies like DHL, FedEx, and UPS, and of course, and that to ECCS mode, which is in courier mode. But when it comes to cargo mode, typically they are not able to clear at a speed at which ECCS can help. And because there's a 100% examination in the cargo mode, that delays the whole purpose of e-commerce gets defeated when the clearance happens in cargo mode. And today, the other challenge is the CHA, which is predominantly for cargo mode, cannot do custom clearance in courier mode. It is the other way around. Probably a courier shipment can get transshipped to cargo mode, and then CHA can do that clearance. And that is where we see a lot of challenges, because it is kind of creating a monopolistic environment in courier mode, where you have to only depend on few companies only.
So let me answer you. It is not true that only DHL, FedEx, UPS, Aramex can bring the shipments. I think if that's the case, that is not, because Vandana herself is on the board of it. I have my own courier license incidentally, and I clear cargo, okay? So the procedure for courier is little different. The system is different. I think we should have an offline discussion, but the larger issues, which is why customs is called Kasht Dene Wala Admi. Okay, so understand that the true definition came historically by mistake, but they have inherited certain things. Is that word of suspicion, which we were talking about, is there in India still. You can't have this suspicion in this current world where the Blinkit delivers in 9 minutes into your house. I think that cost has to go out at some point of time, at least before I retire out of this industry. But it is a problem and it has to be addressed, and I'm glad you brought it up on it, but hope we can do something about it. ACFI has been working on it, and one of the recommendations that we've had in the last board meeting was to have a full chapter of express and courier, and I see how difficult it is. And what all of us here in the room have to understand is that the number of consumer complaints that come for the small thing actually kills me, because every time the shipment gets damaged or is not delivered, I end up going into the consumer forum for 8,000 rupees and I give the lawyer 2 lakhs rupees. It is painful, and I know that it has to be addressed, but which is why I've gone back into the express industry after 30 years, because it has not changed what I was 30 years ago to now what it is. Okay, so point noted, and I think you brought this up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll talk it offline.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I just have a question that where do you think the drones could be incorporated in your process chain, and how much value addition can be brought through drones in the process as well? In the entire process chain of your industry as such.
I think we've just probably scratched the surface of drones, you know. The question rightfully should be, at which stage will it be economical for drones to have cargo be delivered commercially? Right now you have only one big challenge, and that is weight of battery, or the ratio of the battery weight to the ratio of the payload. The day you are able to bring down the weight of the battery and increase the payload of your drone, of your commodity, you are a winner. Right now, we are still probably in the 100, 200 kilos, and that capacity, you are able to do deliveries. But in the not too distant future, you will hit 500, probably 800 kilos to a range of about at least 500 to 800 kilometers, doable. But yes, this is going to be the future, and this is going to get integrated into our industry pretty soon.
Okay, let me just quickly answer. So just to give you, I've been working on a pilot for drones, and incidentally we are doing the prototype demonstration in one of the conference where Keku and I and Vandana are on the advisory board. The payload has already touched 125 kilos without any difficulty currently. 250 kilometers range also is something which will happen. So if you are doing a Vijayawada to Hyderabad today, it's a doable business, and you can do anywhere between 6 to 7, 8 trips. The economies will work out because you're not using fuel, you're not polluting it, sort of it. It's just that we need to work closely as an industry with them, because they are good as technicians to build, but would a pallet fit into it is something which they will not know. So we are actually in that advanced stage where we are talking to them on a Euro or a US pallet, because if you're able to palletize, you push it in, pull it out quickly, and then you can start the vertical uplift. I don't think it's too far, like what Gautam was talking about, what took so many years. I would guess 12 to 16 months from now, you will see that operational in some cities clearly. Especially in Andhra, I'm seeing that very clearly going to happen.
I'll just add one thought. Frankly, to the consumer, I don't see drones delivering little shampoo packets, etc., on the rooftop of my house in any time. So we have to look at what we can get them to do. So I would say in all the disaster management areas or specialty areas, like surveys of land, coastal areas, any security-related matters. They are and they will continue to be used very well in agriculture as well. Where they will be very useful is in what I said was the hub and spoke, which is B2B segment in particular. And I think that's where, if India does things right, we should focus on, and not the shampoo that I need. Thank you.
Just to add a bit on drones as a concept, there are clear drawing effects in Bay Area, in San Francisco to be very precise, by two companies. They have already visualized 100-ton drone, 100-ton capacity. 60-ton capacity is a bit advanced in terms of drawings. 10 tons and 15 tons, definitely it will come through. This is as for in San Francisco. Second thing is in India, there was one guy whom Ramesh also knows, and even Manish also met him. He is an ex-IIT, and then he was in ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, so he was into rockets. Then finally, suddenly one day he got out of the bed, and from rocket it went into air cargo. I don't know how he got that. And then he is very seriously into automated, autonomous aircraft, which has got the normal fixed wings and a normal aircraft, but no pilot. So that is also there, and that technology is being tried out quite a bit in Europe as well as in USA as well. So those are all things which will come. Again, as Vandra Madam rightly said, we are not expecting them to land on our rooftop and deliver us pizza, because pizza nowadays they say within 22 seconds, right? Something like that they advertise. Wow. Anyway, ambulance in 2 hours, pizza in 22 minutes. Anyway, on a serious note, definitely there are lots of things which are happening in the West also in terms of using that technology actually.
Thank you. There's two bits of information which Bala missed. You can Google, the first company that he referred to is Nautilus, which is in very advanced stage of design. I think production should start in 2029, which is a very large EV autonomous vehicle. That is going to revolutionize, the topic of the conference today. I think that is going to change the landscape, landscape of the industry when they come into being. The second one that he referred to is range.aero. You can again Google that and find out. The guy is very close. Payload is about 700 kgs. Distance that he can travel per trip is about 300 kilometers. So that will actually change the areas that are physically inaccessible today in terms of the reach.
Since Satish said that he was looking at a Bangalore-Mysore type of sector.
Okay, so I have Bhavna ma'am.
One last question I want to. One question, sir. Just sure. Last one. So I just want to raise the issue of open sky policy, which was in existence since 1990, wherein two features were, the main components was that access to all the Indian international airports will be given, and even double dipping to scheduled carriers and as well as non-scheduled freighters were allowed. Abruptly, it was stopped in December 2020, and for whatever reasons, reciprocal or whatever we call that. Now my point is, country like Hong Kong has only one airport. So how can we have a reciprocal arrangement whereas they don't have two airports in their country? So how can we offer them that it is India can only go operate from any part of India to Hong Kong, but Hong Kong they don't have two airports. So this theory of reciprocal, in my opinion, is faulty. Secondly, have we done any study of cost-benefit analysis that we are like 70% underload today morning, which we came to know that the airlines are asking for that they should be allowed to go to the other port to fill the belly, and so that aircraft is viable. Like we are also losing in the process. India is also losing, so we should do some introspection and review this. That's what my take or my call is.
I think very briefly, this was in 2019, if I remember right. This was during the COVID period that this decision was taken by the previous dispensation. There are reasons for that, why the Open Sky was amended. It wasn't cancelled, it was amended to have the Indian carriers be allowed to carry more cargo, given the fact that the other carriers were not coming to the country. There was nothing else. They were not permitting to come to the country, and that's the reason why there was a conscious decision taken that let's promote the Indian carriers and give them access to carry more cargo, and make foreign carriers realize that if you want to come in, you need to get to other points as well. Okay? Now, that's the past. 3 years over, COVID is done, we move forward. What should we do now? You reviewed, and I think Ramesh hit the nail on his head. It has to be a bilateral. That's the reason why we call it bilaterals. Will you give me permission to fly between Frankfurt and Hamburg? You won't give me. Will you give me permission Frankfurt, London to carry cargo on fifth freedom? You won't give me. So why would Indian carriers give you permission to carry, let's say, 2 points in India? One strategy could also be that you are having an interline agreement with an Indian carrier, wherein you bring it to hub and deliver to the spoke. That's what I think Joint Secretary also was mentioning this morning as an alternative. Do we have enough cargo to have that many number of freighters give it? That's another mute question we need to ask ourselves. We've still got capacity. If you take the total capacity of India this moment, okay, we are not even 60% of the load we carry. 40% of our capacity in the bellies is empty. So it's a little bit of give and take. Sorry, you had an open.
I'm just going to add that city-states have for too long driven India's aviation policy. So don't talk about double dip or reciprocity vis-a-vis when you look at city-states. India is not a single city-state. We need to have bilateral reciprocity, obviously defined in different terms, right? So, Bimal, for sure, as I said in my own this thing, when we were getting rubbishy treatment, did we give back with reciprocity? We didn't. We look at the issue and we do it. Did we go open skies way before anybody else went open skies? We did. We gave even fifth freedom rights. Cabotage, not really, but fifth freedom, we gave. Okay? So let's be very clear that for 25 years, we were not reciprocated for our goodwill gesture. But I looked at the cargo statistics of Air India in the 1990s after we did the open skies policy. Air India lost 5 percentage points on its international cargo within the first and the second year of bringing the open skies policy. So, and this is, you know, in the late 1990s. And thereafter, did we catch up? Did we make ground? We didn't. I'll give you another statistic. Today in Asia Pac, excluding China, we have the largest order book for adding air cargo capacity. Our fleets are going to be, you know, multiples, 4 times what the present day fleet is by 2030. So, do we want to crush this fleet before it has even come to Indian shores? I'm not being a protectionist, not at all. Heaven, I will, I think, decimate myself before I do that. But somewhere we've got to look at orders which have already been placed and solutions. We opened to the sector for even non-scheduled operations. We're watching. Let's see if it serves our purpose or not. Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bhavna, my apologies.
Thank you so much. It was so interesting that we wanted to go on, but I guess we have 2 more sessions and we have some more speakers who would like to be here. A big round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you so very much for being here. May I request Mr. Sanjeev Edwards, sir, to please come on the dais and felicitate our panelists for taking out time and sharing their recommendations. To start with, Mr. Keku Bomi Gazdar, sir. Thank you so much for moderating and for putting the whole panel together and curating it. Thank you so, so very much, sir. Come on, let's have a big round of applause for everybody here. Thank you. Miss Vandana Agarwal. Ma'am has been a big supporter of the industry, and I think her times during COVID have been really amazing. Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and being a part of our discussions. Look forward to the new airline's growth. Ms. Sakshi Gupta. Mr. Satish Lakiraju. Thank you for coming all the way. I know you have an upcoming conference yourself, but thank you so much for sparing time and being here, sir. Mr. Gautam Mandal. Thank you for your support and for all the new technology that you're bringing in. Thank you. And Bala sir. He's one of the stalwarts of the industry. Can we have a big round of applause for Bala sir, please? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Can I have the panel come in the front for a group photograph? Thank you so much. Michael, sir. Sir, thank you so much. Please stay for the session. So now we go on to the latest topic which the minister and the ministry and everybody is talking about and India is working towards, the MRO spotlight. So maintaining growth, building a robust and ecosystem, MRO ecosystem in India. Requesting Mr. Michael Jain, Co-Chair PhD Civil Aviation Committee and Bel Aero Director to join us as the moderator. Requesting Mr. Abhishek, Head of Business Development, GMR Aerotechnic. Mr. Pulak Sen, Secretary General MRO Association of India. Mr. Sharad Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer AIESL. Mr. Ambalik Agarwal, Managing Member AMP Aero Services, and Mr. Mangalam Pandey, Business Transformation Team Air India Limited, to be a part of the session. So requesting everyone to settle down so we can have the last round of interesting conversations going on. So requesting all the delegates to quietly settle down fast, please. So the sessions are being recorded and we will be taking the deliberations and the recommendations forward as well and sharing it as well. So I hand it over to Michael, sir. Mr. Datta had to leave. Unfortunately, he had a meeting, so he won't be joining for this one, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as the minister this morning spoke with a lot of enthusiasm, MRO is really the spotlight and is the growing sector and is the area that needs to be addressed very importantly and very urgently in India, because we've got a whole lot of aircrafts on order, and I think we've got a star panel here today on MRO. So maintaining growth, building a robust MRO ecosystem, I would like to welcome Mr. Abhishek Rashtra, how do I, okay, Mr. Abhishek, Head of Business Development, MRO Aerotechnic, Mr. Pulak Sen, Secretary General MRO Association of India, Mr. Sharad Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer, Air India Engineering Services Limited, Mr. Ambalik Agarwal, Managing Director, Managing Member, AMP Aero Services, and Mr. Mangalam Pandey, Business Transformation Team, Air India Limited. So, Make in India. The Make in India initiative has been a significant focus in the aviation sector. What specific recommendations do you have for strengthening India's position as a global MRO hub, and what role can the government policies play in this? So I'll maybe take this to Mr. Sharad Agarwal first.
Okay. MRO. See, if an aircraft has to fly safely and carry passengers, the support of an MRO is vital. It's something like if population is growing, the number of hospitals and number of doctors have to grow proportionately. After almost maybe 7 decades of organic growth in India, suddenly last 1 year we are seeing that now India is heading for an exponential growth. And the MRO industry has to expand to support this entire business. Having said that, as Minister Sir has pointed out, in fact, Minister Sir has spoken all my lies which I normally speak in such conferences. And today I'm running out of words. So maybe just about 15 to 20% is coming out of the airframe MRO. There is no dearth of talent. There is no dearth of manpower. There is no dearth of hangar space to support that. However, the remaining 80%, which is engine and component, which is a high volume but high investment and high risk business. Until that grows in the country will remain dependent on foreign players to support its aviation industry. So, yeah, that's the introductory line from me.
So, Pulakda, tell me, what is stopping India, and you know, through the association you meet so many people involved in MRO, what is stopping our businessmen and our industrialists from setting up these services in India? What are the roadblocks, and how do you think we can move ahead from that and actually build India as a MRO hub?
Thank you very much, Michael. A very pertinent question. As the minister rightly said, we have grown in size of MRO. Those small companies have come in, 157 to be precise. Companies are there in India today who are doing MRO work. There are giants like Air India Engineering, JMR, Air India airline itself is putting up a MRO service in Bangalore. There are airworks that is there. We are slowly gearing up to meet the demands that the airlines have and will have. But there were some roadblocks like GST and IGST, which has been cleared by the ministry, the last being the IGST at 5%. which is a very, very big uh, growth booster for the industry. Now you will see more smaller MROs and bigger MROs coming in, like Safran, which is the main engine provider in the country, is putting up a MRO for Safran engines, LEAP engines in Hyderabad, which will come online by 2026. So we are seeing a little bit of momentum in the growth of Indian MRO. Thank you.
Abhishek sir, GMR Aerotechnic is doing a lot of work as well in India and has come up over the last few years. What direction are you going in, and how are you investing in growing MRO in India?
Exactly, this is connected with your first question as well. So when you are talking about the global MRO hub, so it's like I have been in this industry for the last 17 years, and I have been hearing that the aviation market was not to the size where MRO can happen in India, because market was not that. So today that excuse is not there anymore, and now I think the stakeholders like OEMs and whoever, those who are not looking at India, must be looking at India now, because it's like becoming third largest domestic market. Ultimately it will become third largest market for aviation, and not only the number of aircraft, number of passengers, number of MRO companies are also growing in India. Like Pulakda said about Safran coming up with the biggest LEAP engine MRO in India, which will be serving globally. Like us, we are a MRO which started in India, but now I'm serving almost 70-75% of my capacity out of India. So airline from out of India coming for their airframe maintenance to our facility. And then we are looking at expansion and expanding this share further high. Then we are investing a lot into component MRO, whereby we will be serving to the region, not only to the Indian operator. So it's all going in that direction. Investment is coming in a big way. I cannot reveal all those things, but we are definitely working even in the area of component. And we are also bringing the BCF in India. So the freighter conversion, first official OEM product will start next year in India. So that is also the first time. So we are trying to bring as much as possible within India as a global MRO and airframe maintenance, both sides.
Ambalik, you've got a lot of experience from the US because your company is based out of there. And there are a lot of small component repair shops in Miami. How will we create that ecosystem of small and medium-sized enterprises in India who can do that like there is in Miami?
To be honest, if we just take a very basic part, if I take, for example, AIESL wants to send a part out, could be any type of part. If say I was a repair shop, it would you send it out, you got a repair order, it goes out, reaches the facility, gets repaired, you get a quote for approval, gets repaired, comes back. Two major issues here, why airlines also suffer because of no MROs being here. One is they get killed by freight. Majority of the shops that exist are either US based or Europe based. So sending them out to these facilities is obviously not very cheap for any MRO facility or any airline. At the same time, the ease of doing business, of sending out a part and getting it back within 21 days or 30 days. At this moment, if you ask me, I don't think there is an ecosystem like that in India. A lot of people that stay away from this is the first thing that it comes up to India, there's a lot of red tape involved to a certain extent. I'm giving you, I go to shows, I'm willing to take a question on that also later on, but there is a lot of, people say that I have talked to a number of MRO shops, can you please come and co-invest? Can you please do a transfer of technology? But they are just not as confident enough as anyone would be at this moment. There could be a development, like I heard, for example, earlier the minister, we were talking about a 5% custom duty, a 5% GST on parts. It was reduced from X number of percentage. My question is, for a period, why can't that be brought down to zero? That is my question. If you can take that forward to benefit more growth, benefit more people to come into industry, why can't they be GST? They are charging GST on every single ancillary service, whether it's repair of aircraft, whether it's fuel that goes into an aircraft, whether it's airport services that are provided in an aircraft. Every single thing is charged with GST. So why, if you want to give a fillip to the MRO industry, why can't that be brought down to zero? Maybe to encourage more players to come in, create that ecosystem, and then once you have that ecosystem, you do what usually every country in the world does. You bring it up slowly, bring it up 1%, 2%, and then once they see the business volume, they see that you can actually generate, or the picture that you're trying to generate, you actually get there. Then I don't think anyone would have a problem even paying that 5% or it's 15%. But right now, even with 5%, I feel it's not only just for an investor. I think it's also for an MRO or an airline or anyone importing parts into the country. I think that 5% should not exist, because that is just increasing cost. You've already spent, for example, $100. You're spending another 10% on free.
Is at zero. The IGST on services is zero for MRO, for subleasing to India. That was done on 1st of April 2020. Now, because MRO activity is not the final activity, it goes for fitment into a plane, whatever part, the 5% GST that is paid is actually input tax creditable. So the MRO organization doesn't pay anything. And does the airline have the ability to absorb that 5%? Yes, it does, because it has a huge amount of passenger services, and because aviation turbine fuel is not in the GST, so they have a lot of margin for absorbing that input tax credit at zero, actually. So effectively, nobody pays that 5%.
I agree, ma'am. No one would pay it. But I'm just saying is, when you have that vision of you promoting a 5%. If I'm a US company, I'm not an Indian, and I bring out a part, and someone would, for example, they would come up to me and they would start negotiating. I could be wrong in my thought process. I stand to be corrected.
We'll have a bilateral chat on that.
Yeah, we'll have a bilateral chat on that. But I'm just saying it could be a zero net effect. But I'm just saying is, for a sentiment, it might be zero for some people. I don't operate out of here typically. I supply parts, but I supply it FOB Miami. So I'm not very. I might not be extremely clear as to what an airline is paying, but if I'm on the selling side of parts, I get heavily negotiated by throwing numbers at me. Okay, we need to pay this, we need to pay that, and this is an airline or an MRO saying that मेरे को 25% का डिस्काउंट दो इस पार्ट पे, और मैं 25% मेरा प्रॉफिट होगा उस पार्ट पे, मैं कहाँ से डिस्काउंट दूँ उस पार्ट पे? Because they say we have heavy cost to incur in India. I keep it that way. I stand to be corrected. If happy to have a side discussion on that as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm talking it from a foreign-based ecosystem, that if you want to even attract it, you can just create that ecosystem to have even if we have a tax or not tax, have everything, have them come and set up and make it clear to them that there are no extra costs. That's what I'm trying to say. You've created an SEC in Hyderabad, you've created an SEC in X number of places, just make it clear there's no kind of cost involved in it, and you see people will come. Right now, there's a lot of misconception in the market outside as to why, what kind of costs are there. Like I told ma'am, I'm telling you, I've met with repair shops in America. I had the pleasure of meeting with Michael itself, and everyone has that fear. Even still.
I have to second that, because even I've been to quite a few shows, and I think the idea of India is
I have no
something that we
reply
need to
for
change.
suspicions and fears and narratives. India continues to be beset with just fears. Okay, let's not
I agree.
go down that.
We are the
yeah.
people who have to change that mindset.
Yeah,
completely.
we'll do that. That's why I'm
Absolutely.
here answering his question.
But now coming to Mangalam, Air India. This is everyone's very bullish on Air India. What are the challenges that you see on the MRO side, and what would Air India now as a private company like to see happen, in this area?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Michael. So basically, I'll just touch base on what we discussed now. So basically, there has a change. Like, I understand people had a perception about India, the way the Indian ecosystem was operated in the past. Air India, when Air India got into the venture almost 2.5 years now since the privatization, so Air India has taken the liberty, the pain to bring all the OEM back to India. Come, spend time with us, understand the business, understand our challenge, and get their solution in India. So today, to your surprise, whether we are talking about the OEM directly, Airbus, Boeing. So a time when we had the hardly 50 to 100 people across India handling the Asia Pacific, today we have got more than 50 plus people handling Air India as such as operator. It means the OEM has understood their area. They're owning their problem area. They're trying to just come out to solve the problem. They're also extending further, where we're talking about the GE, Safran. We're talking about the Thales, Collins, Honeywell, and any number of the OEMs which you talk today. So there was a good amount of effort has been put where India or the operator in India, they have taken the pain, and now the OEMs are realizing they are the stakeholder to the system. They are educating themselves. They are hiring the local experts. They are understanding the regulatory change in the market today. And now they are coming out with a transformation plan with a proper strategy in terms of come and invest in India and come out to a solution in India. Second, when you talk about the MRO, so we need to understand one thing basically. So we are 400 to 500 aircraft we are operating, small, big today. So we have got 3-4 major MRO players today in the market. So while we are talking about the future expansion, we talked about the numbers 1,000, 1,200. Plus, I'm sure all the operator has their numbers in mind. If everything goes as per the plan, we are in discussion with the OEMs, so the numbers will go further up, right? So because if everything, there is a delivery challenge from the OEM. If you get to understand this, good that MROs are not, the manufacturers are not here in the system. There is a challenge in their supply chain in terms of delivery. We are ready to take the aircraft in today. So in last 1 year, we have taken more than 50 plus aircraft. But to your surprise, another 1 year, I'm not sure if we will have 5 to 10 aircraft or not. That is the supply chain constraint today we have. Because suddenly there was a disruption in the market because of the COVID. All the orders available in the market, Air India could grab that out. But if you talk about the value chain availability, the proportion availability in the market, already orders are placed, but the availability of aircraft is something which we are negotiating every day and week with the OEMs today. Now when you talk about the MRO requirement, when the numbers are going up by 1,000, every individual company has ordered for more than 100, 500 aircraft. So currently the bigger challenge comes with the current existing ecosystem, with the challenges in the ecosystem, with the technology on which we are working today, with the very thin line margin which we are operating, the operators are operating in the Indian market. We talked about the benefit which we have in terms of the cost tickets, cheaper tickets available in the Indian market. It becomes very tough for an operator to come out with a solution in-house. And when I talk about the solution, it basically depends. We talked, and it was very well demonstrated in the morning session today, that 4 line of the maintenance requirement line, base, component, and your MRO in terms of the engine. So basically the pain area which is known to the world is the component and the engine. Today we have discussed, we have organization coming up here now. So component part, let be assured, we are into a discussion and we are very well coming out with the solutions in terms of getting the permanent solutions from the OEM, coming and partnering in India with the Indian vendor, coming out with the joint ventures and putting up their own setup for the service and repair centers which they are putting here. That gives you a confidence that yes, you are making them accountable. Their owners does not rely only with selling the product to the Airbus and Boeing and then get rid of this. Service is also their responsibility. That is the solution which is coming up your way. So we have that thing alignment happening. That also gives you a capex confirmation. So we have got the proper capex shared with them. There's the amount book order has been given to the respective OEMs. They are confident now and they're able to take this up. Similar lines of discussions are there in the engine now. We're in a better position today, taking the learnings which we had from the Go Air. So that is already coming up. That does not mean that Air India only need to work out on the external solution. There are a lot of opportunities for the in-house solution. I'm sure GMR has expanded in last couple of years' time, and I'm sure they have a huge expansion plan. ASL has evolved in last, what we have seen ASL 5-10 years back and what we are seeing today is, because we have taken the services, we are aware how things have evolved with time. And there are a lot of huge opportunity for them. But as you understand, it's a highly capex intensive industry. It requires a huge partnership now. Since the government is open, the FDIs are open now, it's a smart opportunity for all of them to grab, partner with them. I'm sure a lot of discussion going around. Safran is very close to the GMR facility now. And many more opportunities coming up today. So while we are talking today, Air India has done the groundbreaking for the upcoming MRO facility in Bangalore. So things are evolving, things are coming up. And as a MRO, we have to, as a operator, we have to ensure that we have our in-house facility. It does not mean that we alone can handle this out. The idea is to develop a plan B and plan C in front so that you are securing your future up front. While with the current source, we are in discussion with GMR. Airworks does support us. ASL is our day-to-day partner, which we are helping us on our day-to-day operations over there. That's how it is evolving, and we have a clear-cut roadmap, a strategic roadmap in place today. Hope that answers your question, Michael.
Yes, thank you. Now I've got a question for Sharad sir and Abhishek sir. A lot of advanced technologies are required now. If we want to go into the really high-end MRO, services. So actually, it's two questions. What do you think of the finance landscape to finance that? Firstly, secondly, technology transfer. Because ultimately we don't have indigenous technology for this. We have to get it from outside. What is the willingness of OEMs to do that transfer to us here in India, and how do you see that future? This question is for both, so maybe if you can take it one by one.
Okay. So first of all, let me talk of the advanced technology required. Yes, advanced technology is required. Things are growing, things are getting, and in case we have to keep pace, yes, we need to invest a big amount. And this amount is astronomical. Now, both in terms of amount and also the risk. See, I'm not talking about the airframe maintenance, where there are a number of players. In case you are going anywhere outside the airframe repair, yes, it is, unfortunately, these days the components which OEMs are making, unfortunately, are very, very reliable. Because as MRO, I will say, I will prefer a component which has a low reliability, so that it comes to shop again and again. You invest into something big, the component has a failure rate of 1 in 1 lakh hours. You keep on waiting for the component to arrive. God knows when you'll be servicing it. Next is that technology transfer. Well, actually, technology transfer is not the correct word. It's just a sharing of the manuals. You have invested into technology to build a component. I'm not asking you for that. I'm only asking you that I want to repair that component. Please share the manual. I will use your part only to service this. I will just repair it, test it, and send it back to the airlines. To be very honest, I'm really not asking for any technology transfer. I'm just saying, give me even the screwdriver technology. Just to test it using your rig, I test it. Using your components, I replace it. And I send it back to the airlines. Now, another thing is, yes, India is going to get maybe 2,000 LEAP engines, the entire narrow body. The Airbus as well as Boeing will be powered by the LEAP engines. India, as Mangalam just said, negotiating with vendors for their components. Yes, I'm pretty sure with the financial muscle you will be able to handle that. Now comes some of the airlines which are low on value chain. The airlines which are feeding the country, which are providing the feeder services using smaller aircraft. The segment is very, very cost conscious. Do we have any MRO, let us say, or any MRO which is being planned for, let us say, an ATR 72 engines, an ATR 72 component? And this is going to be a critical aircraft for the feeder services. Yeah. So let me just touch upon this topic today, because whatever my old topics used to be have already been hijacked by Honorable Minister, sir. So let me touch upon the new topic today, and we will discuss it further. And yeah, another thing, yeah, congratulations. I believe your MRO had the groundbreaking ceremony today.
It starts with just an approach.
Yeah.
Long way to go. So I do what Sharad rightly mentioned. You don't understand one thing.
Yeah.
The idea what is happening, I heard Sakshi did mention that in the session today. It's not a competition today. People need to understand. There is enough in plate for everyone. So we need to just try to evolve our mindset, see the opportunity which we have got. While we are talking 65 to 80% of the actual work on the MRO is going out today. 65 to 85% is way too high. And if you go by the numbers, it's in multi-billions today, to your surprise. And the pain which an operator face today, if I have got a sudden engine failure, and bird strike is very obvious. Like we don't know today, we have got almost more than 200 plus aircrafts in air. I don't know how many of this will be safely landed without a bird strike. Fingers crossed. Because bird strike is very obvious, which can happen anytime. Any bird strike will lead to an engine hit is a straight no-go. You have to just ground the aircraft, take the engine out, replace with a new one, and what. So now you know what happens. Basically, the leading time to get a slot to get your engine repaired is not less than 6 months, I think so. You need 6 months to wait to just get your engine back to shop. And then repair time, then the cost and the damage and the adds to it. So now you understand, and if you know the cost of the engine is crazy. Now the number of the aircraft which you are operating into 2, for sure every aircraft has got minimum 2 engine. And then the risk which you are working on today is absolutely crazy. That is a status we need to work out and see the potential which we have got in this market. Just forget about catering the world outside. Just if you start working out a strategy for the Indian need, I think even 5 more MROs can come and survive here. With a huge potential of 24/7 if they run their shops. Still we have enough for them. That is the idea we need to work out. And the number of the aircrafts coming up, Udan scheme, tier 2, tier 3, we are trying to just get it to tier 4. And nobody has reached till today. Next slide based segments today. So these are the opportunity which we have got new variant aircraft. Seaplanes. You will have a new variant of the engine and structure coming up soon. So this is a new segment which is coming up. Are our MRO equally, I'm sure some operator will come out with a financial muscles and start buying 10, 50 aircraft. Our MRO is equally prepared for that today. What is the seaplane we are talking today? There is a huge segment which need to work out, and we need to start due diligence of evaluating the market once again. That's what I have to add to it. Thank you.
To the technology question, I will answer it in 2 parts. So there are basically two ways, we are the user of technology. One is the technology to make my process efficient. And before even that, I tell you, we are in a business where we are not supposed to innovate. We are supposed to follow the manuals, by the lines. No dot, full stop, comma, nothing extra. We have to follow what is written in those books. That is our work. So I am consumer of technology from the point of view to make my process efficient. As a simple example, suppose, for example, I should use technology to make my tools available near to the aircraft. The moment the engineer needs that tool should be available right in his hand. If not in his hand, very near to his hand, so that without wasting any time, he can access to the right tool and use the tool and replace the tool at the right place, so that tool record is also tallied. So there is where we are using the technology. So if you come to our place, we can demonstrate how we are doing this. So, and these kind of technology, mind it, there are Indian companies, those who are superpower and providing these kind of technologies to create efficiencies out of any workplace. Then, second part of technology which is used on the aircraft as a machine. So that technology, definitely OEM is investing in that money. And we really don't want that technology. All we need is the know-how, how to repair those. So only their maintenance manual. Yes, so they are very pricey. OEMs are keeping those very, very reserved under their IP rights. And whenever we try to access that or when we try to get into that kind of maintenance program, those are very, very expensive for us. So there is where we are in negotiation to discuss and find out a way how we can make it attractive even for them from India, because there is a huge amount of India advantage which we can offer to them, which is elsewhere not available, which they are started to realizing it thanks to the bigger orders which operators in India have placed with them. So this is how the two ways technology is impacting in our daily life.
Pulakda, now a question for you on gaps in skill development for MRO. We've got a lot of aeronautical engineers. We've got a lot of students who are studying this. We've got fantastic brains in the country. But is that manpower ready to actually start working on MRO, and what do we need to do in that area?
Thank you for the question, Michael. I was involved with the Aviation and Airline Sector Skill Council, which is which makes the job descriptions. And we have identified 10 such job descriptions for MRO. And today we have Air India Engineering, which has got courses for people who come out of engineering schools to be honed into professional skill. Same is with GMR. They have put up a school of themselves. There are other engineering institutions in Bombay, Delhi, elsewhere, who are producing that the workforce. But the problem is this workforce which comes out of the schools, the so-called schools, do not get the chance to inspect a live aircraft. So they have to go through schools like JMRs or Air India Engineering or such. Airworks also has some school type of that sort. And I am sure we will require several engineers to fuel our engineering need for the 1,200 aircraft that we have placed order for. So there is a huge requirement for educated youth to come into our aviation fraternity at the right moment. This is the right moment where they should come and actively participate in the training. And I am sure Abhishek and Sharad will be able to give you more answers to this. Thank you.
I would like to add something here, this is my personal opinion. So our whole education system had this flaw of, not training people, just educating. So even engineers, as an engineer, I studied most of my 4 years in classroom and partially in labs, but not really in the industry. But if you go to developed countries, you will see a lot of apprenticeship programs whereby these professional engineering courses, at least half year or 1 year is actually at a working factory environment. That's what we realize also in Indian aviation education system, whereby there are colleges, those who are imparting education for AME and technician courses, but they were not finishing it up with the real, experience on the live aircraft. So realizing this, our promoters have started the GMR School of Aviation in Hyderabad, which is a state-of-art school in India, one of its kind, unique, where we have this 4-year full-time course with active labs and real-time live aircraft in the school's hangar, plus associated with the MRO facility at a walking distance. So our goal is to bring up a batch of 170 odd candidates in a year. After 4 years from now, first batch already started. So these people will be directly employable by anybody who needs those people to start signing off the services. Only they will need, in addition to that course, they will need some sort of a type certification, which we are also adding as a top-up to the course. So they will be really coming out as ready to be deployed in the industry. So this is the kind of thing we need more and more in India, basically. This is what I want to add. And I think everybody will agree on the panel.
I do agree partly, but I will say that even the regulation is pretty clear about that. You join an aviation school, it typically takes 3 years. It's a 50-50 mix of classroom and practicals. So there's a lot of practical elements. I know the GMR is now going to do it, and you have started it. You've taken the first batch. And definitely you will do much better than an average college who is doing. You pass through that, you are, after 3 years, you are ready to join the industry. You will require maybe 3 months training on the job by an airlines or an MRO. And you are ready to be working on the aircraft as a technician. Now comes the working as an engineer. Again, the regulation is pretty clear about it. Any such product, you work in the industry for at least 1 year as technician, you will develop enough skill to start even certifying the aircraft under CAT-A license. Additional 1 year, yes, you can get B1 or B2 license, which once again I feel that an exposure of 2 years on an aircraft is not too bad. To get CAT-C, which is for the base maintenance environment, it may take another 3 years. That's what is the regulation. But then once again, we are talking only of the airframe MRO, that is the 20% of the entire MRO. When it comes to skilling someone for engine maintenance or component maintenance, we have absolutely nothing in India. Only thing is, there are some shops in India, there are still some shops, some legacy shops, which have done the engine maintenance and component maintenance. In case someone joins even after 12th class, in those shops, in 2 years he will acquire enough skills to be independently qualifying as an engineer in the similar shop. The catch here is training by OEM, which perhaps OEMs are just shying away from that. Anyway.
So what you're trying to say is that even if we did get an engine shop in India, we would not have anyone skilled enough in India to work on it, and we would have to bring that manpower from outside because it would take 2 years.
Or he must have worked in one of those legacy shops.
So that means we would have to, if it's an Indian person, we would have to re-import him back into India.
There are legacy shops in India. There are some legacy shops in India.
Okay.
Basically in my company.
Okay.
Basically in my company.
So now I have another question, actually 2 questions, but I'll start with Ambalik. One is component pricing. It's gone through the roof after COVID. Where do you see that going over the years? And another very important point, and this I'm going to just open it up, and maybe even in the audience, maybe Vandana ma'am can also pitch in. A lot of the airlines are doing power by the hour, and power by the hour is being done by companies like Air France, KLM, Lufthansa, and companies all abroad. So even if these MRO shops we set up in India, but the power by the hour with the big airlines are with these companies abroad, how much of that business will actually come to India? So maybe you can start with the component and then we'll open it up.
On the component side, yes, after COVID, everyone brought down production as fast as they could because there was no one in the world had seen what they saw in those 3 to 6 months. But as soon as it came down, it went back much faster, as high as it could be. I think by the end of 2021 or mid of 2022, about more than 50% or 70% of the aircraft were back. but we're still struggling with extensive lead times, not just on factory new parts, but even parts needed for repairs for certain components of one of the majorly used aircrafts, which is the 737 NGs and the A320s. Not talking about the NEOs right now, but the CEOs, where you have either the CFM 56 5Bs or the CFM 56 7Bs and or the V2500 A5s. Even those components, getting piece parts for those became very hard. And it still exists. The OEMs have no answer. They do plan to expand. They are creating new shops around the world with as much as manpower. But yeah, they have no solution. I mean, we've had, I can just, on just a component part, we've had a part in the shop. It's Liebherr, and it's been there for 180 days, and they still don't have a committed lead time for us. You know, when the part's actually going to come out from the shop. When you asked how does one combat with it, as a business model that we started during COVID, as Mr. Sharad Agrawal mentioned, a majority of the business comes from the engines. And the major cost of an airline is pretty much the engine repair. So if I look at a CFM 56 5B, 7B, or a V25 A5, we're going into a couple of $1 million already. Could be anywhere from 2 to 3, and depending on what's being replaced, could be north of that easy. I've seen even higher bills going into double digits, depending on the condition of the engine. What does happen during these shop visits is an engine MRO is only looking at the part as per the engine manual. No one's actually checking the serviceability of the part. They'd probably go and tell you that, okay, fine, please go buy a new part or bring a part in the same condition so we can put it back onto the engine. No one is actually checking the serviceability of that part. It could be thickened from somewhere. It could have lost some metal from somewhere. It's something about the engine manual that it does not fit at that point of time. What we as a company has done, and we've signed agreements with at least 5 airlines in the last 2 years, is we pick up all that scrap. They call it scrap, we call it, I call myself more, we call it asset management, that's what we would say, but they call it scrap. I call myself an international kabadiwala, to be honest. I put myself that when I talk to an Indian airline, because that's the best way to put it. We take everything from no matter what engine shop. You talk about MTU, LHT, Safran, around the world. We put it back into shops, first for OEM repair. So we send it back to the OEMs. If not OEM, a few people here, I'm sure a lot of people here would be familiar with DER repairs. They're not approved by the OEM, but they are repairs that can exist. Some airlines accept them, some airlines don't accept them. There are obviously other repairs like CDR repairs, DCAR repairs on engine parts, which are specially approved by the OEMs. So there are ways that we have been able to, if an OEM's charging, for example, just a case that can fit some of the components, if they're charging $400,000 for a unit that's overhauled but has a lead time of 6 months, I will come in, repair that part, and offer it for $200,000. I try to offer cost savings because I'm being able to repair that part. I'm here. I'm not going to say no, that I'm not here as a pass trader to make money. I'm in the business, but I'm not here to fleece the airline. We're doing this successfully with Air Arabia. We're doing this successfully with Jazeera Airways. We're doing this successfully with the European carrier called SmartLynx. I just picked up a small consignment from SpiceJet. Again, engine parts. We're working to do this with, I'm working to take all the airframe components in from Air Arabia as well. So as I mentioned, there's a way you can negate this, because the OEMs, even if you go for new parts, there's a lead time. Even if you try to repair certain parts, there's an extended lead time. Okay, so we try to bring down that thing is either use non-approved repairs that are approved by the FAA but not by the OEM, or find parts that are on the market to supply to our customers. There is enough supply, but on the aftermarket, because the aftermarket is a big industry. There's only two ways you can get material. You either tear down your own aircraft, which is 12 to 15 years old. You either tear down your own engine and you get the material off that. There's a lot of companies worldwide that are doing that. We have ourselves torn down about 5 engines already in the last 3 years, going from CFM 56-3s to -5s. A lot of the consignment material that we get is CFM 56-57s, the V2500 A5s, which is a bulk of the fleet in India as well right now, as we're moving from the LEAP, as we're moving towards the NEOs, which is the LEAP 1As, the Pratt & Whitney 1100s. So yes, there is still an issue. We have used this method of pretty much helping airlines get their own parts back at a much cheaper cost. We're not here. If the repair is, for example, X, we're doing X into 10-15%. We're not doing X and looking at the list price. I mean, if you look at when I joined this industry, I mean, there are a lot of people that have been here for 20, 30 years. I joined only in 2014. I'm not gonna lie about how long I've been here, but I've seen a part which is one of the major engine parts. It's called a 4x9 spool, which exists on a CFM engine. I've seen that part go from $385,000 as a new part, and today's list price is $765,000. Now the OEM used to increase price once a year. Now they're increasing prices twice a year, and the increase of those prices are at least 8 to 10% twice a year. So it's becoming very hard for airlines, especially on the engine maintenance. We are trying to sort it out by obviously getting these parts back into the air as soon as possible. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not successful, but you either get parts through this way and get them out faster, or you get them, or you tear down your own aircraft. That's the only way, because with the majority of the fleet being A320s and 737NGs worldwide, not just in India, you need to have, I mean, that's where you're going to make the money. You cannot think you're going to tear down a 787 and you're going to make money off it. Or you're not going to tear down an A350 and make money. You might be able to, but someone, I mean, I know people who have torn down A380s, and there's only one airline in the world that is desperate for parts, and that is Emirates, because they decided to continue with the fleet. But the OEM's not supporting anymore. So there's multiple pros and cons. The OEMs have not been able to catch up. And they're still struggling, not just on full units, but even piece parts to repair their own units. That is a big problem for airlines and even the MRO shops in India, whether it's base maintenance, because the engine is thing, but there's a lot of accessories, which is called LRUs or QEC, that go around the engine also, which is something that a MRO can handle also. So it's not just the airframe, is everything else apart from that. But the QEC also kind of falls into airframe, but it's also considered an engine component.
Now, just coming to the question, you said all these components, they're going out. And then, talking about the power by the hour. So basically, India buys these aircrafts, and then we still rely on the outside people to fix it. So what is the panel's view? I'll open it to everyone. How do we get away from this cycle of power by the hour outside India, and how do we bring that back here? Even if we set up those MROs in India, maybe Abhishek sir or Sharad sir.
Can I just add one thing to that? One small thing to that. On the power by the hour or all the contracts that these airlines sign, I mean, we are in an aftermarket where we have probably 1,000 competitors on a daily basis. We get undercut, underbid, everything. We have our own stock, which is about 200,000 line items and counting, stocked out of Miami. But we get outbid every day. Now, when you have these contracts, even if you have an Air France, KLM, or Lufthansa Technique, they are just getting... If there's anyone from there, this is my fee. If there's anyone from Lufthansa Technique or Air France, I don't mean to say anything bad for them, but we are being approached, companies like us are being approached to supply parts for the contract because they are so overcommitted. I mean, I tried to get into Indigo. Indigo says we have a contract with Air France KLM, and I get parts, at least 30 parts a day of requests from Indigo, for parts that do not fall in the contract or the contract cannot support it. I pretty much every second day I drop ship a part to GMR Aerotechnique for some airline that has a contract with GMR Aerotechnique. So it's the airline. This is just for me. As I said, if there's anyone from that organization, I apologize, but I think it's a gimmick to get the business. The airline is losing money, I think, on this subject. Because what they're going to do is even if you buy it, you need to buy it through Lufthansa Technique. You need to pay them a fee on it, and then you are probably paying double the price with their fee, because these people do not operate less than 30, 35%, 40% margin. They're not like small companies like us that will do a 10, 15% margin and say, le lo, chalo, koi baat nahi. You're an airline, kar denge aapke liye. You know, that is the thing. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I have got so many requests from the big boys of this industry that if I'm listing, there's one platform, I'm sure Mr. Sharad Agarwal knows, there's one platform called ILS, parts-based locatory. You go there, you see who's listing it, reach out to them, you'll get the part. Khatam baat.
What are the views of the other panelists here?
My opinion is, we need to really understand the needs of operators. So, as you are from Air India, you would know, you would like to do sourcing from less number of people, right? And this power by hour or whatever is this is sort of an insurance package they are buying, that somebody for X price is standing the guarantee that I will get this when I need this. Wherever it is getting it from. So they might be getting from other 10,000 suppliers. They may not be expert of everything in-house. So that's how they are managing. They are kind of aggregator. They are just managing single window operation for the operator, which suits the operator. In case it does not suit the operator will never buy it. So this is actually matchmaking happens where power by hour comes into picture. And it's only big boy can play like power by the hour. Today, if I want to, even if I want to, I cannot. I do not have that much of resources and kind of amalgamation with all these suppliers, whereby I can assure an operator that a no-go item will be available in 8 hours at their location. So I have to have that kind of power, then only I can become. So those who are big boys, they can do the networking. They are offering this sort of an insurance program, whereby they might be doing 75% of stuff in-house, another 25%, maybe my percentage is not correct, it could be a different ratio, but it is definitely a ratio, whereby something is in-house and rest all is outsourced from different vendors. So it's sort of an insurance program.
If I can add to what Abhishek said, Ambalik has got a good understanding challenge, but let's step back and understand why this happens basically, why an operator would really try to go into that. So basically there are a lot of fundamental issues which has to be fixed out. When an operator gets into a business of operation, his focus is in operation. So the idea is not to go back and then start managing the 100 odd, rather 1,000 odd component, and then start negotiating and trying to make money and save money.
It's not only 1,000. If you consider 320 family feed, it will be at least 17,000 single line item on day-to-day basis.
So I'm just talking about the major ones. So basically, if you try to understand the fundamental on that, basically, the idea is to completely outsource your pain. So with this approach, you make OEM accountable for their product. To your surprise, the benefit which you get out of it is AOGs which you handle immediately, the warranty claim which you cover it up. Then if you see the book, the amount of the warranty claim which you are able to cover up because of this benefit, then somebody else is ready to take care of your loan. To your surprise, we have got more than 40 to 50% of our OEMs sitting in our office and handling our issues and tracking our product performance at their age. I am getting a weekly and monthly report from them in terms of my component performance. There is a lot of outsourcing which happens in this part. It's not that just a money game. You understand a bigger picture of that. When you're trying to just get into a business of handling a bigger project of that, especially let's talk about an engine case. It's a good, easy case to handle. Especially when the engine case you're trying to work out, and when you get into a contract engagement with the PVH, you are well covered. In terms of the insurance, the benefit which you get out of it, there's the other team who is responsible to monitor your performance of your component. They are monitoring the in and out, take off to land, the performance of your component in-house. And this entire things are outsourced. They take care of the warehousing of your product. So it does not, basically does not go in a one way. This is not the only way of engagement. There's some X percentage of the component which are identified into this category, which is a major failure item, which are a reliability issue item, and those are the items for which you get into a PBH engagement. It's not that you go by the IPC list and you say, hey, here's a book, here's a deal. It does not work that way. And then you start handling in terms of your appetite, how much of this you can handle in-house. Then you develop your team, get into the private player, you are working with Air India, right? So there are some players which they try to work out and then they engage those components. This is how it is getting outsourced, and then you break your problem into a mini small item which can be easily managed by an operator. That's what I have to add into.
So now the dangerous lady of PhD, Bhavna, is looking at me and she's asking me that we are running out of time. So just to summarize, I think we are at the cusp of a great revolution in India. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. All the stakeholders need to really put in there. And I personally, and maybe Ambalek also, we travel quite a lot to very common shows. We have to undertake to fly the Indian flag high and to promote India. And as Vandana ma'am said, we need to really educate people that India is open for business, and we are very serious players in this game, and we are ready to take off. And on that note, if there are any questions, please, and then we'll close. Please.
What is the level of FDI which has come? You're all bigwigs sitting here. The small ones are not represented. So I just want to know what is the level of MRO which has level of FDI in the MRO at the moment. Also, I have one complaint. As a journalist, I'm Sangeeta Saxena, editor, Aviation and Defense Universe, and I have a complaint from the smaller MROs always that when a component goes, something comes to them for MRO. Now a component is not going to be MRO'd in India. It goes to the OEM abroad. It has a certain number. Now when after the MRO is done and it comes back to India, when it comes through customs, it comes with a different number. Now that's a different number. So what happens at the end of the day, that when you are taking it off from customs, the number is different. So that says this is a new product. So the amount which has to be paid to customs becomes the amount for a new product. And it's not for an old product which has gone for MRO. Everybody has this complaint. The MRO Association is also sitting on the stage. What are you doing about this complaint? And this is a complaint of virtually every MRO I've spoken with. And of course, today's news, we have had a groundbreaking. And does that create a problem for you, Sharadji, in relationship with Air India? And is it lessening of business?
I think in the morning, this question was answered, not from the MRO viewpoint, but from the airport viewpoint, where Kiranjan said that we are not in business to compete. We are in business to complement.
आपको कोई दुख नहीं है इसके मतलब?
मैडम 1000 जहाज इंडिया में आ रहे हैं, कोई मतलब इतनी बड़ी थाली है कि कोई एक अकेला खा ही नहीं सकता.
एक ना फेमस गाना है मैडम, और भी गम है जमाने में, और हम एमआरओ वाले हमारा पेन जानने के लिए अगर कोई एयरलाइन वाला आना चाहता है तो आओ, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम.
So absolutely, if I can compliment to what both of them added, basically they're right. This is enough for all of us to work out. The idea is just to be future ready, so that our dependency on the foreign player gradually reduces. The idea is not to compete with each other and try to break everybody's head here. It's very simple that we need to complement. There are a lot of things which has to be worked out. So there are a lot of the component manufacturing setup which they have got. They have got a world. But I have personally visited the engine shop which they have got, the world-class facility. I'm sure Asia Pacific is yet to come. There are lots to be revived further. A lot of the technology-wise advancements has to be done on that. So they are almost close to the perfection. So it's a basic transformation which are worked out, and then they get to the next level. While the young players has to start entering into the market. And into the point in the FTI which you asked, ma'am, basically the answer is yes, the engagements, discussions are happening. Nothing much to nothing much to declare here, but fact is out. Week 10 days back, we got the confirmation from the FDA. So SIAC is on board, and 25.1% stake they are holding on the as well the new Air India. So obviously, the players are coming on board, the experts are coming on board to just partner with us to complement the growth and development of the segment. So that is the entity, that's the idea. It's open more opportunities for all of us, and then ensure that the opportunity, and we indigenize our own product, we develop our own product, we maintain our own product, and we take care of. And we should be open to the global market now. I see it very well that next 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we will be capable enough to take care of the Asia Pacific and the Middle East for sure. That's the way India is planning to grow up together. That's all to add. Thank you so much.
Can we take that offline, sir? We have Haiti after that, we can take
Just
it.
a minute, I will take it. It's a very important one, I think. Sharad sir said that, MROs are equivalent to clinics and hospitals. My question is, I'm in the business, I'm Nishchal Padhya, I'm Managing Director of Siddhartha Logistics Free Trade Warehousing Zone. The opportunities what we are looking at is to set up a graveyard for an aircraft, which someday the aircraft is going to die. Is there something work being done on it? If you could please guide me on this. Thank you.
You want to set up a shop for...
A graveyard for the aircraft.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You
mean,
need
that-
our help.
And
we
the
are willing.
MRO will come across,
You need
alongside.
our help. We are willing to give our expertise. We will help you set it up. And we will, yeah. There are tons and tons. In fact, I land at any airport. As a passenger. I taxi for 20-25 minutes waiting for a bay. Airlines are just burning fuel. And all throughout I'm seeing all all aircraft were something without engine, something without landing gear, something without, and blocking the entire airport space.
Huge potential, you're looking at the right segment. Good opportunity.
On that note, thank you everyone.
Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? I think we need a full day of deliberations in this sector, and we look forward to Pulak sir's push and do it. May I request Sanjeev Edwards sir to please present mementos on our behalf, and Dr. Jitendra to also join him on the dais. A big thank you to Abhishek sir from GMR Aerotechnic for being a part. Ashok Gopinath sir had to go somewhere, so he's come. Abhishek sir, can we have a big round of applause? I know it's the end of the day, but thank you so much. To Mr. Pulak Sen, he's been carrying the flag of MROs and getting India to become an MRO hub. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Mr. Sharad Agarwal, sir, thank you so much for coming, sir, and we look forward to working closely with you. Mr. Mbalek Agarwal, thank you for your support, sir, and we look forward to new innovations from your end. Mr. Mangalam Pandey, Mr. Mangalam Pandey, कौन सा and last but not the least, Mr. Michael Jain, co-chair of the PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee. A big round of applause for him. This program would not be a success without his support. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. बाद में change कर लेंगे. Can we have a group photograph as well? So till we have the group photograph, we are just moving on to our last brief fireside chat. Ms. Vandana Agrawal has been waiting the whole day. Thank you so very much, ma'am. And we have Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, sir, coming all the way from GIFT City, Ahmedabad. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Vishok Man Singh, Founding Director, CEO, Viman. Mr. Salil Arora, AV League Partners, and requesting Sharad sir to stay for this session as well. So, thank Thank you so much, Ashutosh Sharma, Chief General Manager, Development Chief General Manager, International Financial Services Centers Authority, GIFT City. We'll have a quick fireside chat and then inviting everyone for high tea outside. Requesting you all to stay for just another couple of minutes. Thank you very, very much. Though the recordings will be shared with everybody as well.
Okay, we're going to get down to our fireside chat, which has been a little bit delayed, but I'm happy to see that aviation finance is last on the agenda of PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry. In fact, when
It was the most important one, ma'am. Sorry.
I agree. When I joined Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Civil Aviation in 2017, and I was given my assignment, I looked at the assignments that were there for my colleagues as well. I couldn't find two items on the allocated to anybody in the ministry. One was aviation finance and the second was MRO. So within 2 weeks, those items came to me for filling the gap. Anyway, on aviation finance, I'm just going to get down straight into the matter. We've heard how airlines are paying the price for, and I'm going to be blunt, for MRO work being done outside the country, whether by power by the hour, or through any other means. It's because we haven't done the capacity building that was essential as we were adding aircraft. On the contrary, we had engine MRO capacity with AIESL, and sometime when the LEAP engines came in, it's at that stage that the country started going out to look for MRO work. And I'm just going to add one more thought, which is that now from the gift city, when aircraft are being brought into India, I would like the regulator to mandate that the manuals come along with the aircraft which is being brought in. Today, and I believe earlier also, the airline always used to get the manuals, which they would then share with whichever organization they had contracted for doing the MRO work. I'm sure manuals are being shared otherwise also with MRO organizations, because I can't imagine how a Lufthansa Technique or a ST or a Turkish Tech or anyone else, or Air France even, how they are managing to do the MRO work for Indian Airlines without having the manuals with them. So clearly, if the Indian MROs are not getting the manuals, it is up to the regulator to provide them. And GIFT City, which is becoming a big hub, hopefully, in the shortest possible time for aircraft financing and leasing, I'm sure that Ashutosh will take that with him. I'm going to start with him because he's got a flight to catch, and since we are somewhat delayed in starting. So, you know, when we looked to create aircraft leasing and financing from GIFT City, we had found it to be existential for India. We had found it to be strategic for India. We had also recognized the way Dublin and other hubs had been evolved. Dublin, for instance, GPA was the first leasing company set up in 1975, And it was a partnership of Aer Lingus, Guinness Peat, which was a financing firm out of London, and one ex-employee of Aer Lingus, Tony Ryan. Tony Ryan. Who then went on to become CEO of Ryanair. So it was a marriage that took place between the financier and an airline, which then ended up creating the first aircraft leasing company in the world. In the Gift City, this has not happened as yet. Do you think that given the vision with which Gift City had been conceptualized, those who conceived of it, including myself, we were wrong? By the way, I'm chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance. He's a member of my committee, so is he a member of committee, and I thank PhD for giving me this opportunity to grill my members.
And we'll be honest, it's speak truth, we're not going to be influenced by our chairperson.
Chairperson job is to make it happen though. So, and thanks a lot. I think Vandaji, those who don't know, Vandaji certainly came out with the Raftar report. So when at IFSC, I picked up that Raftar report, and then we worked on aircraft leasing. So certainly it's a continuation that we are taking in the policy making. And yes, ma'am, we were rightly said that Dublin, the way they started, the way they evolved the ecosystem out of one company, the entire talent ecosystem has come up. There are many reasons that probably made Dublin what made Dublin today in terms of leasing terms. I think whether it's about financing, whether it's about double tax treaties, whether it's about legal, you can say perception of that jurisdiction, and the overall ecosystem. I think in IFSC, the way we are looking at where we stand. So IFSC, maybe it's not appropriate to compare with Dublin today. It's almost half a century that Dublin has seen. And IFSC regulation came out in 2021. So we are 3-year-old in that terms. But we have seen in IFSC so far is you started seeing a journey. And I always call some of the first mover as risk capital. And Vishokji was one of the first mover. I call him that he took the step to show courage to get into this jurisdiction and get in. So I think what's happening in GIFT right now is that typically you see that in a country regulation, it helps the existing players, the mega players, because they have the machinery to follow the regulations. What we are trying to do in GIFT is kind of enabling the innovation, enabling the first generation capital to establish the leasing companies. We need not necessarily follow the model of Dublin because the ecosystem in Dublin and India are very, very different. The cost of capital is very, very different. Availability of capital is very, very different. I think unlike Dublin, which is in Europe, which has the availability of capital, availability of talent in one place, what IFSC has is Indian capital, which is rupee. IFSC is foreign currency capital. So cost of capital of foreign currency is high in cost. Now when it comes to airlines, India again, we are seeing airlines, Indigo, Air India, they have established their leasing companies in IFSC today. And both of these airlines together in last 1 year or so, they have already done around 10 plus aircrafts, around more than $1 billion of leasing from IFSC. You have seen leasing of wide body aircrafts, narrow body aircrafts, ATRs. So you have seen wide bodies. I think this is just a step in the right direction. What we require is probably a participation of right capital, whether it has to come from domestic, whether it's come from overseas. So we're taking corrective steps in those ecosystems right now.
I'm going to ask you 2 more questions before, and I'm going to let the others also answer these questions, which I'm asking the regulator. I'm also going to let the others answer these questions, which I'm asking the regulator. I'm just a little anxious that Ashutosh has to leave, so I'm sort of focusing all my questions. You have some time. Okay, so then let me ask the first lessor in Gift City. In your view, we had the Dublin model, which is, as Ashutosh has said, it is predicated upon a large number of BIPAs, bilateral investment protection agreements, which provide for the liberal tax regime or key essentials. We don't have that. We have gone for a different model. We have gone for a place which is already allows for concentration of capital which is needed. We have allowed for a number of tax concessions, key tax concessions, which when our committee was doing the report, we found that the all-in cost of leasing out of Gift City was cheaper than a Dublin, than also a Singapore, than also a Dubai, a Hong Kong. We did an examination across the board. Where do you feel the vision and the growth that we are now seeing, even though 3 years, 4 years, with COVID period causing a wrinkle, where do you think we now need to focus on?
Good evening. Just give a small, quick background of the ILFC, how the leasing started. The Rupee Raftar came. I met Ms. Vandana, I think September 20 during the COVID. We have some requirements of helicopter, ma'am. We are ready to come bite the bullet. Let's start the business. And to be very honest, I thought it will take a long time, so I'm talking. Within 3 months, less than 3 months with VC and everything we have done, met with the stakeholder, GO was issued. Then I went to IFCA to meet. Mr. Ashutosh, that time chairperson was there, Mr. Injit and his team. And they cleared regulation in 2 days. Actually, I was caught off guard. They cleared regulation in 2 days. We had a meeting on 15th February, 17th and 19th. They have published it. And it was such a fast process. We keep blaming, I think, that a lot of time, the system and bureaucracy, but we work together. We have an open mind, commitment to do the things move very fast. And we set up our first leasing company on 21st March. So if you look from October to 21st March, I think not any single industry, new system has set up in India. We bought our first helicopter in April. We have ordered in July, got a delivery in December, and it's operational. A lot of time we start always compare India with Dublin, what happened in Dublin. I just want to share the 2 stories. We have a mobile telephony. We were one of the last to start mobile telephony in India compared to the West in America in 95. Between 95 2000, all mobile company was struggling. We have some basic policy structural change, and I think within 10 years we become the second largest market in the world. Look in aviation, what happened. We started literally 91, deregulation, when all the taxi came, we had that dull period. 2003 and 4, we started aviation. And look for the next 10 years. We are the 3rd largest market in the world, and we're still exploding, we are not touching. So when we compare the Dublin, yes, we started late after 20 or 30 years. Give us some time. We are just 3-year-old. And we are in the stage we have reached, I think in India have reached, where we need not to copy the different model what happened. All over the world, people for the last 30 years, I think when the American Express started the credit card from the postal system, they created a credit card, everybody afforded credit cards. In India, the fintech system has changed the world, the banking and distribution is done. It's a totally different. So when we had Chintan Shivar, I think May, we're still working on that. We are not going to follow what Dublin has done and what everybody else done. We are developing in our own model, and which is going to be much different. We're going to see the result in the next 5-10 years, and it may be much different what we have seen, and I'm sure it's going to the same level what we have seen in mobile telephony and what we have seen in aviation here. The second thing, India, the Dublin, one of the reasons they have so much DTA and everything, because they don't have themselves a domestic market. India has a huge capital market. Even somebody wants to de-risk geographical distribution, still we have a huge market in India, and Gift City makes a lot of difference. I am focused on helicopters, small aircrafts, regional aircrafts, commuter aircrafts, and training aircraft, which is the area ministers have talked in the morning. We are looking to connect cities which have no tier now, 2nd, 3 tiers, and where the steps come in. Because of Gift City, we have been able to get a new startup, regional airlines. They have connected more than 40, 45 stations which were never connected. He mentioned the Sindhugarh. And the Sindhugarh started because of the aircraft they were able to access from the Gift City. We have Sindhugarh. And we have training schools. We have got 20 training schools approved. Some started. We have leased some aircraft to training school. They are coming up. We are working on the seaplane also. So GIFT City has contributed a lot thing. As Madam has mentioned, the cost, when we have to see the overall cost. What Mindra Madam mentioned is very, very important in aviation. Finance is the bottom. Everybody wants to run airlines, everything without running what is an ROI. So that's become a challenge. So if you look at leasing cost is just not a lease rental MR. Leasing cost have a legal fee, which is also incorporated. A typical UK law, an English law legal fee, a single lease contract is between $200,000 to $300,000, which I paid in India 15 lakhs. Since they are the small value items, I don't have to take a reinsurance. And a small 3 million helicopter, I am saving at 10 lakhs a year on the reinsurance fee. So my repossession cost is very low. My repossession cost in life during the lease audits, during the lease operation, the management cost is very low. Everything built in the lease rentals. And that was a situation happened. I have leased an aircraft. It was defaulted. We repossessed and we redeploy within India. Same VT registration. I don't have to do a Cayman registration, everything. My cost of transition is very low. We do have a challenge. We don't have a demo flight option in India, but the way ministry and all the support system is working, we have created a new CR within 15 days, which gives an option how to create the demo flights for customers. Now with that, we have repossessed aircraft, we have a change of operator. I don't have to deregister aircraft. In case of default, I can, as a lessor, repossess aircraft and redeploy. I keep maintaining my certificate of airworthiness. The transition from the 3 months can come down less than 10 days. So GIFT City has a lot of opportunity, and it was one of the good initiative, and I believe is going to change the Indian aviation, as such the railways changed in the way back in 2000. We got a remote connectivity, people going to stay with internet. You don't have a space isolation. With e-commerce, you can deliver everything. The only thing is how you move people to the last point. So aviation is going to play that role, is going to penetrate to hinterland, I think, and GIFT City is going to make a major contribution in that.
So Vishok, I'm very happy to hear about the positive story from you, but something that I hear from the naysayers is that in India, we have not passed the Cape Town Convention. We have not passed domestic legislation to replicate India's commitments under the Cape Town Convention. I'm going to turn to our young lawyer, Salil. He's come back.
I just want to, ma'am, add in this one, because we keep listening Cape Town issue in India. It will not good to name the countries, but there's a big Latin American country, very vibrant aviation industry. To repossess aircraft, it is worse than India.
Yes.
I gone to 6 to 9 months we took it. We have a country in the Gulf, we have to repossess aircraft, and we know how we got 4 aircrafts. So sometimes
it took Jet Airways how many years to repossess from the Netherlands one aircraft? But did Netherlands rate or risk go up? It didn't.
So what happening now? Nowhere in the world there is a backstop for the outstanding payment. One thing is different, they don't allow to build up. Like if you fly in Eurocontrol, if you are not paid 6 years back also, they can hold your aircrafts. For Indian lessors, they put a 3 months. So we have a backstop of 3 months. Second thing, with the GIFT City, we have a GST in the forward mechanism. So I don't have any exposure of GST, because a lot of time the lessor get stuck when the GST is not paid by the lessee, and we don't able to how much we get it. Like for Go Airways, now their SAP system, everything is shut, go first. We are not able to know how much GST is spending. So that's the whole thing. In GIFT City, that is not also issue. Deregistration is a 5-day. 5 working days that happen deregistrations. So technically, if I am leasing it from the GIFT City, absolutely I don't have exposure. In fact, I have a better repossession chances compared to anywhere else in the Cape Town.
I'm just going to turn to Salil with the question on the Cape Town Convention. And by way of background, I'm also going to tell him that I'm usually surprised when I hear that in India, the domestic Cape Town, the law to bring in the provisions under the Cape Town Convention has not yet been passed. Yeah. Now that I understand that this lack of domestic law applies equally whether an Indian airline leases the aircraft out of Gift City or leases it out of Dublin. Legally, do you feel that we will, one, there is a difference? You can just explain to the audience also the matter of the Cape Town Convention, a little bit about the priority interests, and also explain as to how we can overcome this. Is the early passage of the law the only way out?
Oh, good evening, everyone. So, ma'am, if I can refer to the 3rd October notification that was issued by Ministry of Corporate Affairs during the pendency of Go First litigation. So, it made quite clear that for all the aircraft lease transactions will not be covered under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Act. And Cape Town Convention will get the supremacy over the domestic laws. So, we are more or less, I think, sorted on that end. Cape Town Convention, the Delhi High Court has also stated that it will apply to all the leasing transactions, 60 days period. So the moratorium period, which for a normal bankruptcy transaction is 180 days plus a 90-day extension, is only 60 days for the aviation aircraft leasing transactions. So apart from the 10% OECD discount that we get for the financing under the Cape Town for ratification and having a domestic Cape Town legislation, I think we are almost there. So the lessors are also safeguarded, and lessors are pretty happy now. We see the lessors are still very bullish about the Indian aviation market, and a lot of investments. I mean, with 700 odd aircraft scheduled to come in next 6 years, we have a lot of interest from the lessors.
Thank you. So the regulator would like to add something to this. Are you also getting a similar narrative from the naysayers?
Naysayers, yes, are there. But I think I give some background to when this notification came out. IFSC only worked on this notification, and we tried to create an arbitrage between IFSC and other countries. And we said, okay, provide this exemption from moratorium only for aircraft leased from IFSC. We're trying to create that arbitrage, but rightfully country thought about the country's reputation and came out with a much larger, wider legal outcome there. So see, I think the way we are engaging with the lessors, we heard from them that biggest risk for them is certainly repossession risk, inability to repossess. When we look at Cape Town Convention talks about lessor, lessee, and the ability to repossess. This is all Cape Town is all about. It gives prudence to the international convention over the local laws when it comes to these three players, right, effectively. It gives you a carve out on the taxation side. So now issue comes that when your lessors are repossessing aircraft from India, they will have to still make good the taxation. I had a discussion with a lot of stakeholders, and they told that when it comes to taxation, their opinion is very clear that Cape Town Convention also does not provide you the carve out from the local taxation. So that is there.
Correct.
Now, Salil has rightly mentioned that we have already provided for the moratorium. That provides them a carve out. However, I think where they are showing concern is that we have given a carve out from the moratorium under NCLT. In this particular regulation, it is under local law. What they are saying is Cape Town Convention is more of an international convention. So you have to still ratify that treaty, bring out that treaty so that it becomes more internationally aligned. Right now, their concern is that unless CTC comes out, this can be subject to interpretation of the specific courts in which this proceeding may go. That is one thing. But I think one point which Vishokji has rightly mentioned is that when you think of gift, when you think of leasing, you think of legal, you think of GST. In GST perspective, the risk is less because it's on a reverse charge mechanism, forward charge mechanism instead of reverse. So effectively, we always tell them that you have a better asset quality, you have a cost of fund probably what is available globally. Legally, we are almost there. I think question should be then, what is holding them back? I think what is holding the lessors back is they say that they want some established player to come there. Now, who is that some established player? I think typically in industry, we saw this in semiconductor, we saw this in every industry, where effectively some sovereign has to come out as an anchor. And they have to create that entity which can provide support to the ecosystem, whether it's sovereign fund, whether it's sovereign capital, whether it's the marry of sovereign and the local capital, whether it's marry of sovereign and foreign capital. I think we need to think more in that direction rather than thinking about Cape Town Convention will come. But I think, in my personal opinion, Cape Town Convention will just be parity. Cape Town Convention will provide them to offshore lessor what it will provide to gift FSC lessor. It will not give a delta to gift.
Yeah. So there is no delta, and whatever is the legal risk involved, it will be, should be equally priced, whether the aircraft is being leased out of Gift City or it's being leased out from a Dublin or a Singapore. Right. That's my understanding. So it's actually a level playing field. Yes. The absence of a Cape Town Convention Act here.
Ma'am, one more thing to add. So Gift City lessors have been allowed to, so they can, once they have repossessed or the lease has terminated, they can have the aircraft registered in their own name.
Yes.
Which is which the other lessors won't have.
Will
so
not
that's
have.
an advantage to them, so they don't have to go through the deregistration process and get the import of the aircraft. So that's very cost-effective measure for
In fact, I have Sharad here because of this reason. The fact that the aircraft stays in India or with an India registered lessor should benefit the MRO sector to provide all the services that are being attached to leasing of aircraft, which are being done out of centers abroad, such as Dublin or Singapore. I'm going to ask Vishok also to address this matter, since he has studied it. Do you want Vishok to go first?
I think it's done.
Okay. No.
See, when
I brought him in at the last minute because I thought that MRO has got enough of bashing. And in fact, I am going to make a remark to Ashutosh that when I heard the statistic that 80% of MRO alone is being done in India, and we're just doing the line and the base, airframes. We don't go down into the engines and the components. I was going to ask Ashutosh whether by bringing in airlines as entities there, our objective is only lease in, lease out. But that's going to be my only lease in, lease out, which is, 10% or 20% of the aircraft leasing market, and we're not going to do the rest. I'm not asking you to answer yet. I want Vishok to answer first the MRO linkage.
We have taken, we are managing for a bank 777 in Jet Airways. When they went down, we repossessed it, get it registered into Cayman. Now, Air India has taken approval for airframe, so we have done airframe from Air India for recovery of one aircraft, but all component has to be come with the FA tag. Air India had a whole facility like for heat exchanger, it just has to be cleaned, costed me $30,000 to $40,000, and I paid more than $100,000 for transportation of the huge size of these things. So there are a lot of components, and roughly for recovery of one aircraft, I spent on the component checks because the aircraft was grounded for 2 years, close to $500,000, which could have been done less than $300,000 if I had done, because most of them was just a bench check. Because it was registered outside, we got stuck. As I mentioned, I have taken 2 ATRs, I repossessed it, so all the components, everything was repaired. India, it was in VT registration. So now going forward also, in case aircraft is leased from India, even you repossess and we are doing a transition, all the redelivery checks and component checks, everything can is still done by a lot of Indian shops. It brings a lot of business for Indian MROs. It reduces the cost also significantly. And the transportation cost and everything, if we are talking of total cost of repositions, it becomes much less.
I think there is a difference there. Today, YASA is sort of a universal benchmark because all countries recognize any aircraft or any component certified in a YASA approved shop as serviceable in their system. Now let us say an aircraft has come with X Airlines through the Gift City, through an Indian leasing company. So I'm just assuming that now it's under an Indian leasing company. And hence Indian DGCA should be allowed as an acceptable benchmark. Now let us talk from leasing company's viewpoint. Today the aircraft is in India, flying with X Airlines. Let us say after X Airlines lease returns it, maybe it goes to Y Airlines in India, it remains within India. But let us say there is no taker for that aircraft in India and you have to send the aircraft abroad. In case it is carrying Indian DGCA tag throughout, that will become an issue for you to send it to any country which does not recognize DGCA of India. Yeah.
First thing, to just ferry out this aircraft, I need to get all imported components, and we have paid so much freight and everything.
Right.
In case it would have been in Indian registration, I could have taken a ferry permit from India, ferried it out aircraft, and a lot of component, except the some critical component, people do accept the other tax based on that. So it's not only they need to have each and every OCCM item or hard time item. So many critical, rest of them they could have taken that. So at least it saved the time and recovery of the aircraft. Yes, they have to retake some time to redeploy aircraft, but still the cost would be much less compared to what they do after deregistration.
I will also add one more thought, which with MROs I have always taken up. EASA and FAA have a mutual recognition agreement on MRO, both the product, the process, and the certifications, right? India's DGCA's cars for MRO virtually mirror EASA's cars, EASA's setup.
Right.
What prevents the government of India from discussing with EASA and FAA and saying that because the two of you recognize each other's processes, certifications, products, India's DGCA certified processes should also be accepted. And our Car 145, Car 147 are virtually word to word EASA's relevant cars, right? So to that extent, I think for the IFSC authority, there is a notion that I would give to them that in order to promote MRO coming through GIFT City along with the leased and otherwise financed aircraft into India, that this thought should also be given, because India has been positive. As you said, that when we needed to go with the regulation for the bankruptcy code, we didn't do it only for GIFT City. We said no. We will do it pan-India as well, because all our airlines should benefit regardless of where they're getting the aircraft from. This is in the same vein to make it positive so that irrespective of where you're getting the leased aircraft from, the DGCA certification should be deemed to be on par with the EASA certification. This I'm just placing so that all of us can take it up further
maybe one
with
more
the
thought. Maybe
authorities.
one more thought.
Tell me.
One more thought.
Tell me.
Like Cayman Islands.
Okay.
It has its own regulatory authority.
Huh.
And anything accepted by the Cayman authority is recognized all over.
Yeah, yeah.
So let us say GIFT City has its own aviation regulatory authority, which is cross-certifying a DGC authority.
Why do we need a teacher on a regulator?
It just becomes an internationally acceptable authority.
Well, what
There,
if we...
just
what
one
if,
thought,
okay, what if we made IFSC authority
Right, why not? Why not? Why
the
not?
certifier for aircraft which are coming out of GIFT City?
Right.
Powerful thought. It's just that, see, when we started off as a financial regulator.
Why not?
And we started to regulate the banks and finance companies and capital market. When we verged into aircraft leasing, then we verged into ship leasing, then we went into the universities. While giving due respect to DGC and DG Shipping by saying that, okay, you are the regulator here. It requires a lot of changes, probably at the act level, but it's a powerful thought in the long-term perspective. If you, so you need to have different legal codes, you need to have different ecosystems, probably in the long term. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you now the question that I was asking, which is, or let me start with Vishok first. Has the market for lessors and asset managers in GIFT City or out of GIFT City been impacted by the major airlines of India setting up their own financing entities and therefore capturing their entire order book through their financing entities out of GIFT City. Is my question clear?
Yeah, personally, Viman, because we are different segment, and I don't think that Tata is going to come into the commuter or helicopter market. So we still
no,
little.
You don't have to answer from your perspective.
No, I'm just talking. I'm just joking.
Perspective.
See, as everybody has mentioned from the morning, the market is too big, and we have a big pie, so everybody can have a pie in cake. The biggest advantage happened with Air India and Indigo is coming in GIFT City. It's brought a lot of visibility. It's going to build a lot of traction from the financial and a lot of stability, which we could have never done that volume and size. And the way the world moves, God knows, tomorrow they will become, and the way they have a demand of aircraft, both Indigo and Air India, they cannot support from their own leasing company. They do some part leasing, they're going to do off leasing. But once their company become big, become strong, because they have a captive customer of both airlines, they established as a leasing company, they may decide to heave off, and that become a pure leasing company supporting not only in Tata and Indigo, they're supporting all over the world. The way it is started.
I'm going to ask the regulator a question, that are these airline-backed GIFT City entities, financing entities, do they have a limitation on financing aircraft of other airlines? Or can they do it only for their captive use?
It's like what is theoretically possible and what practically can happen. Will Tata Airlines subsidiary will like to lease aircraft to Indigo? There's certainly not many airlines right now.
I don't mean only within India, huh?
Outside. So if you ask technically, they are enabled. They can do lease in India, they can do outside India, they can do third parties, they can do everything. They can become a global leasing company as per what we have permitted them to be. But I will address your first question first. I think your first question is how will it impact the other lessors? See, I think what they have done. Today the portfolio of airline companies is largely operating lease. Right? Finance lease is very less for them right now. And the capital that is required by airlines for their current order book is around $225 billion, the huge capital. Now when you think because the interest rates are moving the way they are moving because of the situation in the global markets, airlines have decided that they should also have some assets on their book. Why they should pay at such a high cost interest rate, right now. So they are going into some finance lease. Now finance lease, strategically, what our government of India has taken a position is that India used to have a 5% withholding tax from anywhere in the world earlier. And this was kept discounted for a while till last year. And last year, India switched off the discounted withholding tax from anywhere in the globe. And we said that, okay, whatever India tax rate applies, 20% withholding tax, that will apply. What means that if finance lease or the loan taken by a company from anywhere in the world, they will have to pay 20% withholding tax. But from gift, it is nil. So it is advantageous. So airlines, certainly for finance lease, gift FSC is the strategic location for them. Now, finance lease will happen only from gift. I'm very confident about it. I have no thought about it. Now, question is, what about operating lease? Will this company do operating lease for captive units? Again, can there be structure where they lease in from offshore operating lessors and then lease into their captive? I personally, I'm not talking about IFSC, but I personally am not in favor of that, because I think that is will be a strategic mistake for IFSCA, because if you permit the lease in, lease out of operating lease, then operating lessors may not decide to move into gift IFSC. So that is something that we need to probably put a balanced approach and decide what should be permitted, what should not be permitted. At the same time, we have to encourage the industry to get the right model in. When we started with the banking ecosystem, when the first banks came here, initially banks came here with a very small setup, 3, 4, 5 people. Right? When I came to IFSC, there were 13 banks, and their total capacity of bank employees across 13 banks was 40. And at that time, we looked at the models and we took an audit and we decided that this is not the way the business should happen. And subsequently, this capacity has increased to 400 people in the last 3 years, because you need to take some prudent steps about how the model should come. It is not only about plain setting up the regulation and let it happen the way it is going to happen. We have to nurture. These are initial steps. So we have to encourage the foreign lessors. But as Vishokji rightly mentioned, that when in Air India came, when Indigo came, Air India deal of wide body aircraft, that 6 aircraft that they brought, it's a very big deal. That deal, I remember it got Deal of the Year award that day at a global platform. And people took notice of that. When they took notice of that, they understood what is the legal structuring, what is the legal documentation done, who are the right stakeholders to get involved. That helped them to get financier for the next deal. The more banks came into that deal. Now when Indigo did it, that legwork was done. Now more people are able to, the market is evolving, market is being created, the visibility has been created. The ecosystem is coming together. This is how ecosystem developed, step by step. You need to put the enabling players there. So I think whether Air India and Indigo coming there will prohibit or inhibit the lessor will literally be decided by how the regulator, how the industry work towards the models here onwards.
So assuming that we have taken a step-by-step approach, we have allowed our airlines to set up their financing entities. Nobody is prevented. The two major ones have already done it. I think Akasa is as yet not there as a leasing entity. So they are the other airline with the large... Huh? Fly 91 has done it. No.
The leasing has happened
into
for
PLV, so they don't
they're
not
need
looking
it.
for
Correct.
financing at this
So
moment.
we have gone with a step-by-step approach. Now, I had one question to you is, have the other jurisdictions, including a Singapore or a Tianjin or a Dublin, the airlines taken their own financing companies as stepping stones to test the market? Second question is, I gave the example. Ashutosh says we need a foreign lessor to be attached in the gift city. I have a slightly different perspective because I gave the example of Dublin. What was Dublin? It was Aer Lingus, which was an airline, attached to a financing company, the Guinness Peat, and that was sufficient to get the leasing ecosystem going. Their joint venture was the leasing entity. So do we really need a lessor? Would you like to address from your experience out of...
So ma'am, if I am talking about Tianjin, so Tianjin requires that the lessor should incorporate an entity in Tianjin.
Okay.
So they don't allow airlines to have their own FT there.
Okay.
So then you need an entity incorporated by the lessor. But in India, we have already allowed airlines to do it. But
lessors?
And lessors, but we haven't seen any big lessors coming to it. So I think for the operating leases, perhaps, as Ashutosh sir mentioned, we need to have a slightly different structure where we'll require a lessor to incorporate an entity, which I think personally from lessor's perspective also will make sense, because if you are subleasing it, you will want to lease it from your entity rather than having it from the airline's entity.
Okay. But if you have a joint venture in the gift city, so I'm an airline in India, I have a joint venture in the gift city, which is myself plus a financier attached to my gift city entity. Do I need somebody else?
No, I think the only missing link in India is the banks, financing. So we haven't seen any banks setting up their own leasing entity. Whereas if you see about China, so I mean the top 5 Chinese banks have their own leasing arms. Even for Japan, SMBC has its own leasing arm. So, and for if you see about European banks, they are financing it through ECA or Exim. American banks are doing it through Exim financing. But we haven't seen any big Indian bank getting into aircraft leasing. So that's the missing link from my end.
Ma'am, can I put a comment to it and make my last comment? Because 8:45 is the flight.
One question I'm going to ask you. First,
Okay.
you give your comment, then I'm going to ask
So
you.
see, I think what has happened in Labuan, what has happened in Tianjin, what has happened in other jurisdictions where they have failed is that they have promoted lease in, lease out model. If you permit the operating lease to happen through lease in, lease out model, it means that asset ownership will not come into jurisdiction, which means that financing capability will not come into jurisdiction, which means it will just become a conduit to have a tax efficient and tax neutral jurisdiction in which you are not exposed to DTA risk. I think that is not what a jurisdiction should strive towards. jurisdiction should strive toward bringing the capacities and capabilities. Ownership will come when the holding entities will come into gift. If airline become the lease in, lease out, the ownership will still stay outside. What you need for ownership is the company which has a big balance sheet, which has the capacity to keep the asset in their book, which has the capacity to get financing as competitive cost. Today, airlines will probably give a leg and arm to get 2 or 3 basis point off in their pricing. That is how competitive this market is. And this is where cost of fund plays a big role. Cost of fund of Indian financiers is not at par with foreign financiers, considering sovereign rating. You need participation from global investors, both on that side as well as on capital side. This is an international asset. This is the global industry. This is not Indian industry. Where we need to put Indian interest in place is the ownership. We need to create an anchor investor, anchor leasing company in India, which can bring a strategic depth of the capacity holding in India. That is okay, but we cannot provide a $225 billion from that strategic entity. We need to bring the foreign ownership also into jurisdiction. So we need to solve for the foreign lessors also to come here, foreign financiers to come into ecosystem.
Foreign financiers or foreign lessors?
Both, ma'am. Both, ma'am. I think finance leasing need the foreign financiers. And for example, the Air India deal that happened. In that deal, while they formed the head lease of SPV outside, but financing was done by MUFG, Japanese bank, in the GIFT IFC. So that we have brought the financiers here. But will that financier finance a new company formed in IFSC? It's something that we need to test.
Okay. So on the financing issue, Government of India has been mulling over setting up a sovereign wealth fund. Does the IFSC authority feel that it can engage with the Government of India to get that sovereign wealth fund to also part finance aviation or aircraft leasing and financing? I'm saying this because when our committee had done the evaluation, at that time we had assessed that any equity participant in aircraft lease financing through GIFT City will have a return which was 3.2% higher than if that same equity financier was coming out of an Ireland or a London or a Singapore. So if Government of India does contribute through this sovereign fund a certain amount of equity for aircraft financing, and the banks come up with the rest of the debt capital, it doesn't have to be Indian banks alone. It would be very nice if the Indian banks also come in, and I think some of them are mulling on the matter, both SBI and HDFC. We've been discussing with them, and they are on the verge of coming out and saying yes. They've been on the verge for a little while, but let's hope that they take their call as quickly as our regulator takes the call. What do you think?
No, ma'am, on the fund side, I saw that news in the media that about the sovereign fund being established in IFSC. IFSC has mooted that point to various sections of government for different sectors. I think what we require in shipping is India is in a situation where Indian PSUs, which are largest importer, they are dependent on foreign ships. They are paying to the foreign ship. And Indian shipyards are operating on under capacities unless this recent defense boom came up. So we are trying to triangulate and say that can we have a ship leasing company in IFSC, which can be anchored with a sovereign fund in IFSC, and this can provide triangulation with the demand, supply, and leasing and financing. We are trying to work on some of these solutions. Ministry of Shipping is looking in those solutions. Similar proposal has been put to Ministry of Civil Aviation as well. They should anchor some of those things. But something that government has to mull over, because so far India never had a sovereign fund going outside. India has a sovereign fund manager, NIIF, which has been bringing the sovereign investors in global jurisdiction to invest into India, that they have an INR balance sheet. So this will be first time. So it's a strategic decision, probably it's a longer decision for government.
Why should we worry about investing outside? Our companies are going out and investing in other countries.
I'm not saying, ma'am, that we need to worry about. I'm just saying that it's a different discussion than the status quo. Probably something that government has to mull over. So this point is already have been put to their table, to ministry, respective ministries.
Okay, that's a very positive thought going forward. I'm I'm conscious that we have hit a very late hour already. We started late, otherwise we would have explained a little bit about what the Gift City initiative was all about, so that the discussion among the experts was not gobbledygook to some of our bright youngsters who may not have read the Gift City initiative. But just to conclude by saying that India's order book today is the world's third largest. In the Asia-Pac region, we are the leading light. Asia-Pac, excluding China, accounts for more than 36% of the aircraft to be brought into the country. USA accounts for 21%, all of Europe accounts for 17%, so you can understand to what degree this is such a weighty issue which needs to be addressed. Money makes the world go round, and I think for our airlines, we have put in a Gift City initiative, which in all terms, equity financing cost, all-in costs, regulatory ease, regulatory benefits, everything is better out of Gift City than out of any other jurisdiction. Pardon? It is. So we have anticipated your big orders and therefore in advance put in a system which helps. We're not being reactive, but we are being proactive in this matter. And I would like the Indian aviation ecosystem to take the benefit of the Gift City initiative. And this includes simulators, this includes ground handling equipment, and I must mention that ships are doing better than the aviation finance. I chaired that initiative as well, and it came later, but I think aviation, propelled by or powered by jets, will do much better than ships which are not powered by jet engines, right? So let's hope for the best, and all the best to the regulator, to the MRO, to our lessor, and to our bright young lawyer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very interesting discussion, and thank you to the panelists as well. Sorry it was our last one, but for next time this will be the first one. Definitely. Breakfast chat. Done, ma'am. So requesting Sanjeev Edwards sir and Dr. Jitendra to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists. Thank you so much for being and spending the whole day with us, and we've learned a lot, and we look after. So thanking Ashutosh Sharma sir for coming all the way. He has a flight on his way back, but thank you so much for coming, sir, and shifting all your meetings. Thank you. Thanking Mr. Vishok Mansingh sir for being a part of our.
I must say that our regulator and IFSC authority is not, it's such a positive regulator. There is no negative.
And thanking Mr. Salil Arora sir for bringing in the legal perspective. Thank you so very much. So from the handful people, can we have a little bit of an applause for our panelists? Requesting the panel to stand for a group photograph as well. And thank you to Vanda ma'am for moderating this session and really bringing out the best. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanking Mr. Vishok Mansingh sir. Thank you so much. And to Sharad sir. So let's have a panel photo. Thank you so much, and we look forward to meeting you all in our next session next year. inviting everyone for high tea outside. Please do have something and go, and thank you for your patience and thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Please do have tea. It's outside. Thank you so much.